now call to order this meeting, starting off with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic and one nation under God, indivisible, liberty, and justice for all. Thank you very much. Roll call.
Councilmember Brescher.
Here.
Councilmember Coyle.
Here.
Councilmember Deal.
Here.
Councilmember Gomez.
Here.
Councilmember Joshi.
Present.
Councilmember Patil.
Here.
Councilmembership Freeman.
Here.
Adequate notice of this meeting, as required by the Open Public Meeting Act of 1975, has been provided by an annual notice sent to the Home News Tribune, the Star Ledger, and the Sentinel, and News India Times on December 13th, 2019, and a special notice sent to the Home News on March 31st and posted main lobby municipal complex on that same date.
Thank you. At this particular time, we're going to remove the combined meeting of June 10th, 2020, because those minutes are not ready for your viewing yet. All right? Now we're moving down to the administrative agenda from Mayor Thomas Lanke, the appointments for Municipal Alliance. Any comments? All right. I just want everybody to know, everybody who in this town that wants to be a part of a committee or anything, as soon as they send their stuff in, it doesn't matter which party they're from, it doesn't even matter if they're independent. If they want to do whatever's good for Edison, I think that's 100% good. Okay? Now, reports from all council committees, starting with Council Member Brescher.
No reports at this time, Council President.
Council Member Coyle.
Thank you, Council President. First, I just want to thank the administration supporting the beautification program. Not only has the Mayor's beautification program helped different parks and plantings on different areas around the town, is the planning and the support of what we're doing in the near future. As I mentioned, the next project is going to be in the Silver Lake section of Edison on Woodbridge Avenue and Swales Park. There's also been conversations from community gardens, which I'm happy to hear, which come from several council people, and I appreciate that support. I also want to share through the council president her interest in helping out the Housing Authority and doing a beautification project there. So I'm looking forward to meeting with you there, council president, to see what can be done, and step by step, again, just a phase one to look at different areas and adding beautification. If I could, Council President, discuss redevelopment committee permission. From redevelopment discussions we've had with every council member on this board, it's been understood that's been several projects that would like to be reviewed for a study. I'm just opening to other council members who would like to take part in suggesting what they would like studied.
Council President?
Yes, Council.
Yes, I'd like to respond to Councilman Coyle. I mean, we talked about a couple areas, but around the Edison train station area, I think is one of the main areas that I think we can definitely do better than what we're doing there now. So that's one of the areas that I definitely like to, have us look into as a township-wide, type of event, let's say, to look into multiple areas.
Yeah.
Township-wide initiative to look into that. All right.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Oh, Councilman Joshi, what I was saying was one of the areas I felt that we really needed to look into was the Edison train station area.
Okay.
There were other ones that we talked about, and I think some of my other council colleagues have other areas that they also would like to look into. But I think in agreement, for the most part, we all seem to agree on a few areas in the town.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that too. Councilman Gomez and Councilman Coyle, I think you both did a great job with these conversations. I think, from my understanding, we're on a general agreement with areas that need to be redeveloped, particularly the ones that I was in favor of looking at or researching whether they should be in an area of need of redevelopment would be along Oak Tree Road, through Wood Avenue from like Grove, pretty much the whole Oak Tree Road section. I find can be uplifted in various ways, and I know Councilman Coyle, you and I also agreed along the Raritan River. That's
Yes.
an area discussed quite length. So again, Councilman Coyle and Councilman Gomez, I think that in general, from my understanding, we all agreed on these areas that we find to be, in need of redevelopment, or if we can explore what the options are.
I think one of the things that we can do with these areas is send them to the planning board for study. What I would recommend, though, is to pick certain sections, give specifics, so that way when we do send them to the planning board, and we can do this at the next meeting, is that way they have some guidance or more narrow specific areas that we should look at, or that we want to look at. So we should definitely talk throughout between now and the next meeting to make sure that we identify those areas a little bit more specifically, so that way they know what they're looking to study as opposed to a broad study. And obviously on the riverfront, many of us have had discussions. Councilman Coyle and myself have talked about that. You and I have talked about that. So, and there's obviously many hurdles with that, but the mutual understanding is that we got to start somewhere. So let's start looking at that, and things change throughout time. So, for the purpose of moving these things forward, we should definitely open up the conversations and have the planning board take this on as a study as well. So I'm in agreement with that.
Councilman Gomez. I'm sorry, Council President.
I'm in agreement, but I want to make sure that study, I want the impact to the school system and the impact for traffic. Because now we have, as we go down the street, whereas by our train station on the south side of Edison, it's the traffic there is horrendous, and we're having problems on Kilmer, that other street. I can't think, maybe it is Kilmer. It goes by the post office and all that. So I love redevelopment, but I always want to see the impact that it's going to have. Because I know one small thing happened today, or either a large thing, something happened in Woodbridge, and the traffic was like 2 to 3 hours behind time. So I like the ideas of everything, but you have to be able to get to one side of town or another place to other things. So within that, within you drawing up your plans and stuff, make sure, the impact on our schools, the impact on our seniors, and the impact on our roads, that they'll be able to still be drivable, because we still have problems on Kilmer right now. Go ahead, Councilman Coyle. Sorry.
Council President, you're exactly right. In fact, I know we've had conversations with the Assemblyman Karabinchek about widening that bridge, and I know that discussion's been a long discussion with Councilman Gomez and every council person on this dais here. Absolutely, this is a smart growth approach, and as you know, the impact is really important on many areas. But with the light of COVID-19 and the tax appeals that will be coming our way, this is an opportunity to just foster what could be in the will of the town for a rateable, knowing the markets are changing, and a lot of these projects will not come to light for years, and we know that, but it's important we take that look. I was also going back to Councilman Gomez. He had a few things to discuss. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I think, mentioning obviously the waterfront is something that we looked at in the past, and talking about the major hurdles. We looked at that. We looked at the limitations from EPA. We looked at the limitations on the waterway. But I think learning from that, it is certainly a good opportunity to see what's going on now, especially with COVID, if there's any federal monies that might be available to us. So it's a great opportunity. Some of the other projects, I think that one of the other projects in particular that we had gone through the Economic Development Committee was Inman Avenue, and I think Councilman Cole, you had mentioned that I think the last meeting or the meeting before that in error we had, instead of tabling it, we knocked it down. So I think that's one of the projects, obviously, that we're bringing back. Yeah, aside from that, I think, as we go through, we can assess and reevaluate through the Economic Development Committee, and of course individually from council members as they continue to add their input and their vision as to what they want to see and what they want to pursue or envision for the town.
So Councilman Gomez, you're adding one as well to the agenda.
I think
I know we discussed one that was you mentioned you want to put on.
From blank now, Councilman Cole.
And I feel bad. I lost my screen, so I can't see anyone right now. No one up here.
Yeah, and I'm blanking out, but I'm sure between now and the next meeting we can. I apologize. I know that we had a lengthy conversation about it, but off the top of my head, I can't recall. But we can regroup after.
I heard, but you mentioned Inman Avenue in your discussion, correct?
That was the one that we had already gone through the Economic Development Committee. That's the one that I mentioned just a few minutes ago. That I think you had mentioned at the last meeting that in error, it was, even though we had gone through the process already with that one, we'll just reassess and then we can add back at the following meeting.
Yeah, it was supposed to be tabled and it was voted down by the mistake. Okay, Councilman Patil.
Yep.
Was there anything you wanted to add?
Yep. Thank you, Councilman Coyle, Council President. We looked at various areas last few years, but when we started with the Amboy Avenue, we didn't really follow through that particular segment. So when we are looking at the various areas of the Edison Township, I would like to definitely add that back on the discussion. Amboy Avenue, Woodbridge Avenue, and of course the Oak Tree Road, Wood Avenue expansion, Inman Avenue. We should be looking at all the major roads that connects whether train station or the highways or GSPs or any of those that are commuter friendly. That's what I wanted to add, Councilman Coyle.
Absolutely. Yeah, the widening of Wood Avenue intersects with Metro Park there, so there's a lot of great opportunity. I don't think anybody would default. And knowing the market's changing, I would believe that housing isn't our first interest. What impacts the traffic and issues moving forward will all be looked at and reviewed. Again, this is just a study, but there is a great opportunity with Metro Park being there. I would agree.
And Councilman.
I'm sorry. Forgive me for losing people in this.
Not a problem. I don't want to interrupt.
Wait a minute. After Councilman Coyle finishes, it's Councilman Deal's turn. We'll have to wait till Councilman Coyle finishes, though.
Okay.
Sure.
I'm open to the interruption, Council President, from Mr. Joshi. Whichever, it doesn't matter.
Okay. I figure he had his, when it gets to him, well, go ahead.
No, I wanted to bring up that, Council President, you brought up a really good point that the impact on the schools. I think that, I was having this conversation with a number of residents the other day, as well as Mayor Bush with Metuchen, because I think a lot of times residents hear the word redevelopment and like the worst thing comes to their mind. They just automatically assume the worst. And I think that it's important for residents to know that redevelopment, when utilized in the right form and the fashion that we're currently discussing right now, can really uplift certain areas and can really bring a new set of ideas towards the whole town. So I think what you touched on is accurate. It's not that, I don't want people to think that redevelopment just means a direct impact to schools. It's also uplifting a community, a whole zone, just restructuring what we think is, what that neighborhood should look like. And I think that exploring those avenues would be a good, positive thing for the township. So I hope, I hope we do move forward with this in terms of the studies.
Thank you, Councilman Joshi. Councilman Deal,
Yes, sir.
did you want to add anything? I know we had a discussion about several projects. I just wanted to open it to you if you had any comment.
Well, I agree with Councilman Joshi in that you need to do the studies. There's a lot of different ingredients or parts or elements to a redevelopment study, and it doesn't mean just one thing. People will hear the term redevelopment, and it may scare people thinking that, multi-unit housing is going to go into a place and it will negatively affect the schools. Everybody on this council is aware of what our situation is as far as overcrowding in our schools. So that shouldn't be the first thing that comes to somebody's mind when they hear the word redevelopment. It's about studying it as a town moving forward for our future. You can't ignore redevelopment. You need to look at it and at the end of the day, make the decision that makes the most sense for the residents of Edison. So I'm in favor of looking at all options, all redevelopment studies, and see what it is. If it doesn't make sense, or if it, let's say in the case of school impact, if it negatively impacts the school where we can't handle it anymore, which we're at that point now, then that's another situation you have to deal with. But anyway, I am wide open to looking at redevelopment studies. It's what you should do. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hear what you guys, I hear what everybody's saying, and we're going to move on past redevelopment after a while, but I hear what everybody's saying. But you got Herbert Hoover. This is why people are very nervous. You got Herbert Hoover sitting over there in the corner with all these apartments and stuff that they're building next to it. And look at this street. Look at the danger. Look at what may happen. So the people are apprehensive. Not so much as you think that they like, oh, redevelopment. Yeah, I would be apprehensive too if I lived on that street right there next to Herbert Hoover on Jackson. I would be flipping out right now as soon as you said the word redevelopment. Has anybody been in that area and see how dangerous that area is for that amount of people to have to pass through that little itty bitty street? And if something emergency or something happens, that's what you have when you talk in your redevelopment. All I say is when you talk redevelopment, talk bigger, wider streets, talk safety in which people can get out of places back and forth, because God forbid something would happen like a thing that happened in, I guess when Fedora was mayor, what happened with that place down on, Durham Woods, okay? I myself, I'm a people person. I'm compassionate about people. I don't want this to be like a sitting, I don't want to be stuck in something like this. And, I'm still having aches and pains about that situation there at Herbert Hoover, because that still kind of bums me out, but there's nothing I can do about it because it's certain laws you have to do, and I don't know if that was the best place to put it, but that's my opinion on not having the proper streets and the proper place where fire trucks and all that stuff can get in, and ambulance can get into places in case something happens. You always hope for the best, but you prepare for the worst.
Council President, I wholly agree with what you're saying. It reinforces my point that you need to take a holistic empirical look. You need to look at the whole project, because there are redevelopment studies and redevelopment programs that make sense and others don't. So you do need to look at exactly the elements that you're talking about.
Yes.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilman Deal, who has seen several redevelopment projects, being the senior person on the council with, I believe, 18 years on the council. So you definitely know the will of the direction, and some come up and half of them fail and don't get through the council, but at least we take that look at what's possible. Council President, I also wanted to add the parking on Amboy Avenue. There was a discussion we had in regards to the property line of the Herbert Hoover Board of Education field in the back there along Little Avenue, which was a complete study of the widening and the parking opportunity where we would create parking, study along the property lines to Brower. This is just something to look at and to see what comes from there. With knowing developments may be coming to Amboy Avenue, we have yet to prepare where the parking could be. And part of that study is just to acquire the property necessary to have parking. It doesn't necessarily have to start building parking because that has not met that need this minute, but it's soon to be a hot topic. Esther and several other residents asked for parking before anything is approved on Amboy Avenue. And I think it's important we take that look. I've walked with the mayor on that area and other council members. So the parking study for Amboy Avenue directly from Little to Brower along the property line of the Board of Ed of Herbert Hoover school property. That's all I have, Council President. And just a rewind of what was discussed between each council member was the Edison train station, the widening of Wood Avenue, and to be looking at that area entirely. Oak Tree Road from Grove Avenue to Wood, River Waterfront, Inman Avenue, and the parking lot study on Little Avenue. I want to thank you, Council President. I want to thank all the council members for participating equally to know the opportunity for Edison and its future ratables and where the market will be 5 to 10 years from now. Thank you, Council President.
You're welcome. Councilmember Deal.
Committee reports.
Committee reports.
None, ma'am. Thank you.
Councilmember Gomez.
Thank you, Council President. Just brief update. The Finance Committee is continuing to meet with the administration and the department heads as part of the budget process for 2020. So meetings are continuing this week, so we'll be updated as we move along.
Thank you. Councilmember Joshi.
None, Council President.
Councilmember Patel.
None at this point.
What happened today, I went down to I met someone at 9 o'clock this morning down at the boat basin. And at the boat basin, I see that we had an agreement. This is before I became on the council. And I don't see that the chemical company or the other person went through with what they were supposed to do. So I don't know, I think we need to get on that. And for the other people who say they were going to do some type of cleanup down there, I think it's written and it's signed in paper, and it is written for this year. And I think that we as council people, I think we need to find out why the other they didn't fulfill their agreement. Why they didn't fulfill their agreement. And I also met with the engineers. I met with the engineers about splash parks and about bathrooms at the Lake Papiani. And so the engineers have mapped out and showed me each place that's feasible and what they could do if we get the proper grants and money to help us, because we don't have any money, so I'm trying my best. So I want some young, hungry person to come on board to be looking for us some grants and opportunities to fulfill this, because I think that the public in Edison deserves something for their taxes, and I think that having a space at Lake Papiani and having music in the parks like all our surrounding neighborhoods have, and having a bathroom available and a splash park and a larger one on this end of town and a mini one down on the northern side of town, I think that our taxpayers would be much happier if they seen something for the whole community, not just for a few people. Thank you. Now, I'm going to read the points of life. First of all, there was a Juneteenth celebration with the emancipation on Friday all over the United States. Number two, that a budget public hearing meeting, we have another one on June, wait a minute, a budget public hearing is on June 29th at Middlesex County College. It's at 6 p.m. and parking in the parking lot and instructions are on the website. All right. On July 7th is primary election day. See website for all updates. So you got to be aware of what you have to do for the primary. This is the first time ever. No, this is not the first time. This is my second time doing a mail-in because, you know, as an educator, during that month and during that time that we would be off, we would have to go to the convention or someplace. So the majority of us would vote by mail.
Council President?
Yes.
Can you just elaborate on the rules? Because I think, from my understanding, I think a lot of people in the public are confused. And I think that they think that there's 3 locations where they can go vote in person. But I think they also need to know that even when you do vote in person, it's going to be through provisional. There's no machine at all.
Right.
So it makes very little sense to go in person just to fill out a provisional ballot. You know, I know there's a lot of misinformation. I see it. I just don't have the ability to let everyone know. Can you just elaborate, or can the clerk also elaborate on voting?
Yes, she will. Yes, she will.
All right, if you go to the website, we just uploaded all the instructions and all the stuff we received from the county, there's also a YouTube on there, I believe. The spots of the drop boxes, there will be drop boxes throughout the county because some people don't have faith in the U.S. Postal Service. So I also have them on the website. We'll have a drop box here. I just don't have, it's supposed to arrive by Tuesday of next week. But again, I would urge all the residents to please go to our website because all my updates will be there. Yes, if you come in person, there's 3 locations throughout the town. That is because it's a primary. If you're an undeclared voter and you didn't apply for a mail-in, you can come in person and file your provisional ballots. We have to have that accessible for the unaffiliated voters, and there will be those 3 sections of town. One will be the municipal building. The other 2 locations, one is James Monroe School, and the other is Menlo Park School. They'll both be in the gyms, air-conditioned. We will have all the social distancing, all the cleaning, and so forth for all the voters and the poll workers for that day.
Must they wear masks?
Yes, yes.
Upon entering, they must have a mask on?
We will be provided a mask if they come in without one. We do have a mask and sanitizers available for all the voters. And all the poll workers will be mandated to wear and clean between. Everybody will be 6 feet apart. That's why we have the gyms that we are going to have for the voting.
Thank you. Anything else?
Is there
anything else, Councilmember Joshi?
No, I just wanted to I just want you to explain that further. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. No, I just wanted, if she left out, see, if you're a voter, so I wanted to see if she left out anything.
It's on. Everything's on the website.
It's on the website. It's on the website, but some of our older people don't get into the website, so they'll be watching this.
Right.
So
they can always call us at the clerk's office.
All right. So remember.
And it will be open from 6, normal hours, 6 in the morning till 8 p.m.
If you have more questions, you can call Cheryl, how you say it, Rusamano?
Yes.
Okay.
Or just the clerk's office.
Because it's called the clerk's office if you have any questions. Because I know some people are not familiar with online. A lot of people who vote, and this is their first time being given a absentee ballot against their own will, because a lot of people like to do their own voting because some people are nervous that their vote won't be counted that way. So I just want to ensure everybody that the votes will be counted. And if you have any questions or you're apprehensive at all, you call our clerk's office here in Edison, New Jersey. Thank you. Now, Point to Light for Recreation registration has begun for the Summer Playground program. It will run from July 13th to August 14th. It will be held at 4 different locations throughout Edison. Please check the township website for details to registration. Number 2, we will have virtual yoga classes with Ms. Nipa, will be held this summer beginning in July on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 5:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. You will need an email address to participate in this program. Please go to the township website to sign up. Number 3, virtual public speaking classes for children grades 2nd through 5th with Miss Alicia. Classes will include how to communicate information to an audience, sharpen critical thinking skills, and sharpen verbal and nonverbal communication skills. It will be held during the month of August. Please look for the sign-ups on this exciting and fun program soon on the township website. Any questions about any of these programs, please contact the Recreation Office daily from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. at 732-248-7310. Thank you.
Council President,
Yes.
just to point to light, I just want to share the Edison Chamber of Commerce is going to have a yoga with Leah in front of the Heritage of Claire Barton. It's free to all residents. It seems to be getting some good social media response. It's not the norm of engagement of the Chamber of Commerce, but in light of COVID-19, we felt it was a great mental health opportunity to come out and do some yoga. So again, it's tomorrow at 7 o'clock in front of the Heritage at Claire Barton. Thank you, Council President.
Morning or night? 7 a.m. or 7 p.m.?
He said in the morning or night.
Oh, 7 p.m., I'm sorry. 7 p.m. 7 p.m.
No, some people like that. Like, listen, I like going to the club early in the morning. Some people do. Some people are night people. Some people are day people. I'm a day person. All right. Now, anyone else have anything at this particular time, or still waiting for later on? All right. Okay. Now, from the business administrator, A and B, any comments or any questions about from the business administrator's office? Okay. From the Department of Finance, 9A, B, C, and D, any questions? All right. I got to remind some people to mute their mics when they're not talking because I got like heavy breathing over here. You know, I look fabulous, but the heavy breathing is a bit much.
Could be my air condition. Let me shut myself down. Hold on.
Number 10, from the Department of Health, 10A, any questions or comments? All right, from the Department of Law, 11A and B, any questions or comments?
Council President, I have a question with A.
Yes.
These 55 units, these go towards our COA? Would that be correct?
Yes, Councilman, they are, they're part of the certificate of compliance or resolution of compliance, whatever the formal term was, when we resolved our COA exposure. This would go towards that that obligation in that resolution of compliance.
I have another question about the COA. It's my understanding that if you have like group homes for special needs, that we get like twice or double the COA.
I'm sorry, Councilman. Yes, there is a multiple, but it's also capped. You can only have so many of those. There's a number of, same thing with seniors, that type of thing. So I think that has all been, I can look at a specific issue if that's what you're asking about. But generally you're right, but there's a cap to it. You can't just have all you can't satisfy all your obligations in that one area.
Can I just get a copy, I guess, of what our agreement is for the COA and
Sure.
where we stand with each one of these?
I can get you the agreement. I'm not sure that we'll have the compliance, but we'll chase it down for you.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
I'll get that part of it, Bill.
Okay. And I'll get you the resolution of compliance. Email okay, Councilman?
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so only questions for A, no questions for B? Councilman Brescher?
No questions, Council President.
Number 12, from the Department of Planning and Engineering, 12A, B, C, D, E, F.
Yes, I have a, wait a minute. Engineering. How much? Oh, for R302, which is B.
B.
Is there any contributions that the township needs to make this happen, or is this fully funded through the grant?
We don't know at this time, Councilman. It's estimated the cost for this project is about $733,000. That is the grant amount we'll be putting in, and then we'll see what we get. There's about 3 to 4 awards made each year, which range anywhere from $300,000 to $500,000 normally, if you look back.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. From the Department of Public Works, I'm pulling off the agenda, 13,
R307,
R307.
that resolution.
That was
Street
pulled off.
opening.
I don't know if they still have it on their paper?
Yes, they would still have it. We're going to pull it off. The engineers had
Okay, all right, we're
sent me
pulling
an
it
email
off.
this afternoon.
Okay, we're
That
pulling that
resolution is
off.
going to be pulled off. That's 307. It's a street opening
Okay.
for,
All right, so, in the dark, the lights come on and off. All right, so now, since that's pulled off, so from the Department of Public Works, we still have a 13A and B. That's, Resolution 308 and Resolution 313. Any comments or questions?
Council President, I believe I have a question on AR308.
Okay.
It was the returning of the street opening, but I think it was Beatrice Parkway was the one where there were some deficiencies. Not that they were great deficiencies, but nonetheless that they were still deficiencies in the inspection report. And I was wondering if they were verified that those deficiencies were, completed.
I believe this pulling off of the resolution came from engineering, Councilman Bresser. I don't know. They're the ones that sign off, so.
The one they
Right.
pulled off, Richard, I guess that's Councilman Brescher. I guess that's the one that had deficiencies, the one they got rid of, the one they took off of there because it wasn't satisfied.
But Council President, that's not the one that Councilman Brescher is talking about. He's saying that, I think he's saying there might be a problem with 308, which is Beatrice. Is that what you're saying, Councilman?
Yes, that's true. Actually, there were 2 that I brought up, and they pulled one. They didn't pull the other. I was on the phone, so I didn't get a, I didn't find out.
Councilman Brescher, this is Michael Okrepke speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes. How you doing?
Okay. I'm doing well. I just, we did speak with engineering earlier today, and that is why we realized that 20 Windsor Road, that one should be pulled tonight. However, the other 2, 18 Harding Avenue and 980 Beatrice, we reviewed the reports and determined that everything is proper and appropriate, and those we still recommend those be returned.
Okay, thank you.
All right. 14, from the Department of Water and Sewer, 14A and B.
Council President,
Yes.
Councilman, going back to the Department of Public Works here for the street openings, has the administration met the opportunity to provide a photograph in the future of the streets that are open to confirm with the council that the 5-year moratorium, that it's been properly, patched? Is that something we're able to come in the near future?
Yeah, we'll have that process in place before the next council meeting.
Yeah, I'm not expecting it tomorrow morning. It's just that this council's worked hard, and collectively through the mayor and the administration had so many roads paved in the town. In fact, I have that report here of our roads, and that 5-year program is really important that when they cut the road, that they use a heat sensor to seam that back in, and it's really important. And I know there's a waiver of opportunity when it's cold out. They don't do it because we're waiting for the pavement to settle, and I still wouldn't want to return their money until the project is done. So when there's a project in the winter and it's not prepared to be seamed until the mid-spring, summer, I just want to make sure that the residents get their fair share of the street being properly repaired. And it's evidence to the council that we have it and we see it, because it's unfortunate that every council member can't be everywhere, and it's challenging. Thank you, Council President. Thank you to the administration.
Administration, do we need to put our bid out for a part-time photographer to take care of a lot of the stuff that needs to be seen?
No, Council President.
I just was wondering at all, because everybody has phones now, but if we needed a part-time photographer, I'll see about it. All right. From the Department of Water and Sewer, 14A and B. Any comments or questions? All right. Moving now from the Chief of Fire, 15A, B, C, D. Yeah, A, B, C, D. This is from Fire. Oh, I guess we're good with the fire department. From the Township Clerk, 16A and B. All right, no questions, no comments. Moving right along, we go from council member to the planning board. That would be Council Member Joseph Coyle. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, Council President. We did host a meeting on Zoom last week. For one development, Federal Business Centers on 100 Clover Place had a minor subdivision, which was conforming with no variances and was approved unanimously. The second project was Market Development for 807 815 Wood Avenue. That was postponed to an actual meeting, which I will get that date in the near future. That meeting was not recommended to be on Zoom. The Zoom is good for some planning, but certainly not good to review an entire plan of development. So I believe the planning board will be back on track with meetings shortly, and I'll have that date for you sometime tomorrow. Thank you, Council President.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilmember Coyle. Thank you. All right. Now we have unfinished business, ordinances for further consideration, public hearing, and final adoption. Any comments or questions?
Council President, this is one of our water ordinances, correct?
Yes.
I just like to say that, I had time to review the budget, and I reviewed it with the administration, and I had certain issues in regards to what they were charging for benefits. And then I even got the breakdown from the insurance carrier, which they were kind enough to get me. And it kind of confirms my numbers, that the numbers look like they're off for the benefit category. And then in the emails I have, there was also over $1 million that they had in for emergency and repairs, but then it was inside the bond. So to be honest with you, I asked if we could work on this, and I came to find out that the Finance Committee didn't review this and then send it to the council. I thought that, that the Finance Committee would look at it first, vet it out, bring it to the rest of the council to vote on. I thought the mayor would do a presentation on this, just like he does the other budget, but I guess, because this isn't a big budget, maybe he didn't think it was important for him to come here and explain to the public why he had the 22% rate increase. But I would like to see the mayor come, on these budget kind of items to explain this stuff to the public. I'd like to have my questions answered, or frankly, I can't support these increases, to be quite honest with you, because they look like they're price gouging in a way. That then the water department, and Maureen, if you could just clarify this. If the water were to have a surplus next year of, let's say, $1 million, could the township charge a greater fee for the splits for administrative cost, and therefore, in essence, siphon money from a entity to the township?
No.
Or the administration costs that you have, are those fixed?
I actually have the Bob Morrison on the phone who could answer that better.
Unmute myself. There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. We've been working for quite some time on developing a methodology for doing those budget allocations that has some closer resemblance to rationality than the straight percentage formulas that the township has been using. Right now, the size of the budget dictates to a significant degree the amount of money that gets split off.
And can I ask a question? Let's backtrack this. The library has, let's say, a $5 million budget. Does anybody happen to know what the administration cost is to the library?
We can get you those numbers.
Okay.
But ma'am, he was talking about a 22% increase. From
Yes.
what I gather, Councilman Brescher, this the one thing that you and I are not in, but they all signed off for a 25% increase. They sent it all to the BA, Maureen. Everybody on the council was in agreement for the water. All right, they all signed off on 24 or 25%, whichever it may be, at all. So now it's down to 22%, but I don't know if it's politics or whatever it is, but if you sign off on 25% before this year came in, knowing that the water would be up to a certain amount, okay? You wasn't in that vote and I wasn't in that vote. But they knew that, and the administration, whether it be Maureen or you want to call it the mayor, whatever, Maureen could not go and present that to the finance people in the state, okay? She couldn't present that without her having the majority of the council that sat here before we sat here, all right? So when we talk about different things and we call ourselves moving things along, let's give the people of our town, let's give them the honest, true background of what the 25% was prior to this 22%, that amounts to 11% because we're already halfway there, all right? So I want the people in town to get a good idea without us, playing footsie and stuff. I want the people in the town to get a good idea of what has transpired before I came on board. This deal was made before. People knew that when they were going to get a new water, their own private Edison water entity. I am one of the 4 people who ran with the petitions and all that and said, yes, I want Edison to have their own water thing. Now, This is how it goes. You say you want your own water thing, and you go and you do all the things in place and ask for that percentage-wise, because remind you, Maureen can't go anywhere without the consent of the council on what she did, taking the stuff forward for the 25%. All right? Now, everybody can act like, oh, it wasn't me. She couldn't do it by herself. All right? She just couldn't. So we're talking about the 22% now. Let's let the public know that we're halfway there, so we're talking about 11%. And I want the public to know that let's like Charlie Brown, if we keep kicking the ball down the street, and you want to hold off on certain things, then when it comes time for Christmas or Thanksgiving and this COVID subsides and these people want to go someplace and you say, oh, it's a water main break. Oh, we didn't put in for overtime. We had a water main break on Friday night. Oh, we didn't put in for overtime because we didn't think that was important. So guess what? You guys swim until Monday, okay? And this is the problem that I'm having. Nobody is being realistic. Nobody's telling the truth. Nobody goes in their household, lives paycheck to paycheck. Oh, no, maybe it won't be overtime this week. Maybe it'll be overtime next week. Nobody I know lives like that unless most of the time they're in the shelter shortly. Now, the only reason why I want this water stuff to get it moving back and forth, because I don't want what happened to Trenton and other places that happened to us. Because after a while, the state steps in, and when you can't make up your mind and you keep kicking the ball down the street, the state steps in. The state takes over the whole thing. Then what we're going to do when the state takes over it, okay? Nobody thinks beyond that. Only people think about is themselves and what direction they're going to go in. But they've placed us in a position, the town has, and the town has faith in us that we will do the right thing. The town has faith in us that we say, well, we would do this for you, that we were better than Suez, that we would do these things. The town believes that after 22 and a half years, this place has fallen down like crazy. We don't even know if a water main break will happen on our way out the door. We don't know the prediction of the weather. We don't know if we don't have this other money over here that COVID comes back up again. This is very indecisive of what's going on now. So for me, I don't want to play with the people who voted me in, because I told them this is what I would do and this is the direction that I was going in, and I told them at all that it may be, I told them out of my own mouth, because I don't play games with you, I told them it's going to be high in the beginning, but it will subside once we get all the major things, once we fix all the broken stuff. Then after that, then they will see their dividends from the actual water and sewer. Thank you.
Council President.
If I may just address, Councilman Brusher, the Finance Committee only received exactly what went to every council member, and I asked Maureen specifically to do that, to not limit everything, to distribute everything along with the studies that you received. And as you mentioned, you met with the administrator, you met with the administration. So to the understanding that all your questions were answered, I don't believe that there was any limitation. So for the purpose of transparency and to give you all that information in advance, everything that the Finance Committee received, you have received as well. There's nothing separate that has been received. But most importantly is to make sure that you had the time available to meet and go through it in detail with the administration to be able to answer your questions. So I'm not sure what expectation you had that the Finance Committee would provide separately. And just one thing that I wanted to clarify, you mentioned that you spoke to the health insurer and they gave you the breakdown. We're self-insured, and I'm not sure what breakdown of claims they could have given you, because that's a HIPAA violation. So again, I don't want to get into that, but I just caution that the impression that I got, that it's probably what everybody else got, is what you said, which I'm sure that is not the case. So for the purpose of clarifying that, we just want to make sure that we're careful with that information. So,
well, Councilman Gomez, let me just, my impression was that the Finance Committee would get all of those documents, that you would have reviewed those documents, and then you would be able to understand and explain to me why there was a need to have that increase. And that's not what happened. I did bring my concerns to the administration.
Right.
Okay. We did go through it. I did bring up the areas and the things that I felt. I thought that it should have been tabled at last meeting. I was told through the administration that, well, there's somebody behind a curtain, I'm not sure who that is, that wanted to put this up for a vote. So it came up for the vote. Okay. But when you look, I have an email that says in the capital for the budget, there's like $1 million, right? And I got an email that was specifically to be used for water mains and fire hydrants, okay? And I can live with that as an answer. But then I looked at the bond that we approved, and in there is money for water mains and fire hydrants. And it's close to like the same dollar amount. So you can't tell me that all of a sudden you thought now instead of having $1 million in broken mains and fire hydrants, that now you think you're going to have $2 million. And then in the bond, I was told that there was over $3 million left over for emergencies. So I got the $3 million there, plus the other $1 million, and then we put the other $1 million in the budget, and nobody can explain to me why I need $5 million for emergencies. I mean, we don't have those kind of emergencies. And then when you talk about the insurance and HIPAA and you're self-insured, you're on finance, but I guess you would know, or you should know, that you do have rates that you do get for every classification and what the value is for that. And you can ask Maureen, she can get you that because I got it. You typically would get it from the broker. And that comes up for a rate. Right, that comes up, that's where you derive your rates from, and that is not the rate that is shown in that budget. So if you're on the finance committee, right, what I'm doing is I'm asking you to look at that and verify it and then explain it to me. And I'm here to listen and hear.
No, sir, let me just clarify. The finance committee is not an audit committee. The finance committee is to serve as a liaison between the administration and understand that. But we've thought that this was far more critical for individuals to go through it. So if you had questions and you had already raised questions specifically, more important is for the people that put that together to be able to answer those questions. So the function of the finance committee is not an audit committee. We have an auditor, but more importantly is to understand what we're getting. And we felt that it was important enough not to play the middleman and to allow everybody to have their questions answered appropriately.
Councilman Gomez, you're going to understand. Let me just ask the administration one question. Maureen, I asked you about the benefits, and I told you that I had a difference. I came up with differences in my numbers, correct?
Correct.
And then you sent me backup, right? That was to substantiate either your number or the numbers that I had. And it looks like my numbers are a lot closer than the original budgeted numbers.
Yeah, but Councilman, that's not at all what happened. What you asked me to do was get numbers from the health insurance broker, which we charge to our employees to figure out how much their medical contribution is, which are much different than the rates that are charged. And that's why I have Bob Morrison on the phone call, that the number that we have to use to pay for our claims.
Okay,
You're only using the number that I'm calculating on what the employees pay.
Okay, let me ask Bob this question then.
Okay.
Bob, my question to you is, you derive this number by taking the whole of the insurance claims that we pay and dividing it by the employees. Is that correct?
It's the net number that you pay after deducting the employee contributions, the COBRA payments, and any unpaid leave contributions made. So the actual numbers are the underwriter, the broker expects you to pay out close to $36 million gross in insured claims. The net number is 33,125,000 rounded. So what we then do is divide that number by the number of full-time employees of the township who are eligible for insurance to come up with a cost per full-time employee. And then we divvy up the health insurance costs based on the number of employees in the township's budget, in the sanitation budget, in the library budget, in the water budget, in the sewer budget. So that's the methodology that was used.
And in your methodology, what did you use? Where did you put our retired people? Because you said that you had the total number of employees, but your number doesn't have the retiree people in there, does it?
Oh, no.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. As a water authority, the water authority, their medical contributions should be strictly the contributions by the employee. It should not take in, let's say, retired police officers. Those retired people, which make up your health benefits, should fall underneath the police section of health insurance. So it's what you're doing in a net is you are charging the people in a certain section of Edison for our retired people that aren't from that department. And that's why the number happens to be quite a bit higher. Now, I brought this all up to the administration. I would love to see your numbers. I would have thought that, you know, being that you heard that I had this issue, that, well, you would have showed me how you actually got to those numbers, but I don't have it. So since I didn't get anything back, right, since I can't get an explanation, you know, what I'm looking at is that you could cut $1.3 million from that budget that you potentially have. And it's easily done. So I myself am not in favor of voting for this. I'm not even in favor of tabling it. I'm in favor of voting no, having it go to the finance committee, and then letting them make the appropriate cuts to get there for when they can get their, you know, their votes that they need to get it passed. Thank you.
You know, I don't think that we should be really discussing the employees. That's what it said in there, and one of the books I looked at for the employees' insurance, because I know every time, because believe me, 42 years union, every time somebody goes out and goes after the benefits, we're self-insured. Every time they go out after the benefits, they mess up everything gets messed up. The next following 2 years, we get sued and we have to pay back, and it's double of what we could have paid before. Everybody thinks it's a simple equation. Believe me, I sat in on it because I know all about Law 78 that Councilman Deal probably knows what I'm talking about. And when you do that and you mess around with different benefits and stuff, it always comes back to haunt you, because because within my contract, if I'm not getting the insurance or the comparable insurance that I'm supposed to get, then you're illegally having me working on the job with the improper benefits. All right? And that's what most of the things, if you go to read a contract, if you spend some time reading a contract, that's what the contract will tell you. I'm getting that, or I'm getting something comparable to. You can always get me better, but I'm supposed to get something comparable to. And I don't feel comfortable messing around with people's benefits in the event of COVID or anything else that might happen to them. And especially being a woman and everything, and different complications come up with our employees that may have children or may be pregnant or whatever. I just don't feel comfortable messing with people's benefits. That's me personally.
Council President, if I could. First of all, Council President, I want to thank you for your honest explanation of your position as a candidate last year running with this as a political issue. And I thank you for your honesty here. And the fact that you explained that there are so many different parts to this. It is definitely complicated. It is complex, and it takes a great deal of understanding. So thank you for that, because it is not simple. None of this is simple. This is what happened. The people spoke. The election is over. We shouldn't be making this a political thing anymore. our mission as council people is to move forward, to do the best we can with the information we have, to do the best we can and provide the best services for the residents of Edison. So, Council President, I want to thank you for your honest explanation of what we're dealing with right now. And we should leave politics aside, put it on the back burner. Nobody's running right now. We should be working on this and getting it passed in the most sensible way, and that's what we have on the table tonight. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Dill.
Council President?
Councilmember Joshi?
Yeah, so one, I appreciate what you have said as well. I think that it was abundantly clear that the voters spoke and they wanted to set up a water utility, a public utility for water and sewer departments. And I think that the average person would have also assumed that that comes with a certain cost. Much like you said, I think it comes with the cost of being able to, one, have a first year where we're able to build out this department responsibly so that it can then plateau and we can have a self-sufficient department. And while I was not running in an election last year, I too sided with the majority of the voters as well. My position on this is actually entirely separate from Councilman Brescher's, and I want to explain my reason for asking the council tonight to delay or postpone this vote. And this is the way that I see it. It's not related to the health insurance costs. For me, when I look at the math, in short, the utility itself costs, and I'm going to round numbers just so it's easier for all of us right now. Overall, it costs about $12 million. And out of the $12 million that we need to hit in order to run the utility efficiently, to date, we have slightly less than $5 million that we've collected. Now, these numbers put us through May, and they don't take into account in total June. So the way that I'm looking at this is, in order to assume that we need to hit that 12 million, or we do need to hit that 12 million, if you just multiply it by 2, we'll get to 10 million, but we may fall short on the remaining 2 million where we would have the increase to make up for it. Now, the variable that I have expressed my concern with is that I believe that COVID caused the month from March, April, and May, March, April, and May, to have a decline in the use of water. Also, I think some would agree, or at least I don't want to put any words in anyone's mouth. I personally believe that summer will cause an increase of water usage. So when you factor in June, July, August, those 3 months, I think that they would disproportionately increase the amount of usage in water. Now, what I think is put forth right now, I do believe that it is a responsible approach in terms of budgeting, but I'm not sure that it is the most practical way to, I think that it may cover more than the expenses that we may have. And so my suggestion is that we see what June, July, and August bring in total revenue, and we revisit this conversation later. Now, I will agree with you, we do, based off what I believe and what I've seen and discussed, we do need an increase. I just don't know that the full 22% is
right now.
Yeah, is necessary right now. That's the first part of it. The second part, I also want to add that should there be a decline in the use of water, then we can also perhaps renegotiate the bulk water purchase itself, which I believe was allocated for 8 million. If I'm not mistaken, was 8 million or a high sevens. And lastly, I know that we, to date, it's hard to project how much money potentially we would get back from the CARES Act, if anything. We may not get $1, but we also may get something. And I don't want to assume that we're going to get millions of dollars. I'm mindful that it may not be that much. But those are the things that I think would factor into my decision making as far as June, July, and August in terms of what type of revenue brings. So my position is that I believe we certainly needed an increase. I just don't know that we need it to be the full 22% today. I think that it is a responsible approach in terms of budgeting. I just don't know that, I'm not convinced that that is the perfect number to be pushing for right now.
Council President, wait a minute, just 1 second. I need to jump in for a minute because Councilman Joshi did talk to me this afternoon, and I ran some more numbers. I do have the June billing total now. Just to be clear, the budget that we're proposing is not 12 million, it's $13,160,000. To date, we billed $5,386,561.64. That is till June. So what you would do is you would times that number by 2, and you would come up with your yearly estimate, which would be $10,773,122. Now, the question that nobody's talked about is how much money have we not collected out of that billing? I only know to date the money that we don't have as the 5/31 because the June billing is still out and they still have time to pay. But as of 5/31, I'm deficient $1,290,000. So if we do all the math and extrapolate everything out and we use my budget, at the end of this year, I'm looking at being short $3,676,000. I just want everybody to understand the numbers.
All right, so we'll be short, even with this, we'll be short $3 million. And
well,
I can't tell people in December when they want to go shopping, hey, now we got to have an increase all of a sudden because we waited these couple of months. So now that you want to go away and you're trying to buy a plane ticket or something, all of a sudden now we're in a hole. So now all of a sudden, Councilman Josie, I'm saying now all of a sudden I got these people in town that all of a sudden when you throw something on somebody, it makes people crazy when you throw like a whole bunch of stuff on them at one time. And at that time of year, you know what I mean, I know everybody celebrates different holidays, but a lot of people I know, it's either the November, because of COVID, I haven't been able to see different relatives I wanted to see. So in November and December, if the coast is clear, I want to travel. I don't want my water to go up beyond 22% because y'all went down to Trenton and it said it can go up to 25% because people brought that to the finance board. Now you're going to tell me after June, July, and August or whatever, when October and November come and you say, hey, now I want that big increase from you. I'll lose my mind. I'm just saying.
And I think the common thing that we always focus on the cost, right? And budget is a guide as to what the costs and the expectations are going to be. It's an unknown, but it's a guide, right? But most importantly, that cost is a function of the revenue. And we never talk about the revenue. And just to be clear, if we are not self-liquidating, we will be in a whole other set of trouble. So this tax increase will go back into the general fund. That's one thing. We lose the ability also, if we're not self-liquidating, we will have to raise 5% of capital going forward on anything that we do in the water utility up front. So if it's $10 million, there's automatically $500,000. We're not saying that those costs are not going to be there, But this is what we're getting into a situation is we put a lot of focus on the costing side of it, which has always been managed well, but we lose focus on the revenue. And we've been talking about the revenue as the biggest variable that we had. We were talking about the revenue early when we're talking about potential economic development. And that has been the focus over the last 6 to 8 years. Economic development, because we know if the revenue is not in, then forget about all the expenses associated with it. We can't cut ourselves through it. We have to be able to generate the revenue. And COVID has been a significant impact. And Maureen, you can correct me if I'm wrong. These numbers that we put together in the budget did not have a COVID impact associated with it.
No, but one of the reports that you were given, that Dennis Enright prepared, who's on the phone, clearly pointed out what our risk could be due to COVID.
It becomes a risk, but it's not, it wasn't sound in the fact to put together on that we're going to have this potential revenue shortfall because of COVID.
Nope.
So, I mean, that's another layer of impact that we're having, but fundamentally, it will break what we set out to do January 1st. If we talk about what we wanted and it's the people voted and we said we're going to form a water utility, this is what we're setting out to break right off the bat. Because if that breaks, then it all passes on to into the general fund and to the taxpayers. And we'll never be able to move forward. I mean, that is the reality of it. You know, collection will be an issue. It's not going to be based on what we bill. It's going to it's going to be based on what we collect. And when it comes short on the revenues, it is a massive gamble to take to try to delay revenues, because even by December, you still will not have your revenues. It is what will be collected at that point. And if we fail at that, it is a gamble that is certainly not worth taking. Everything that we plan out, that we set out to do to try to build, we get it. It's a sacrifice. We knew that it was going to be expensive. We knew that it's an aging infrastructure. We knew that we had to put money into it. So, and it's not money that's being wasted. If we happen to do better managing it, or happen to do better with unexpected maintenance, then great. But to be short, it's a significantly bigger problem than to have an underspend. And right now, unless any of us can raise our finger and say we know what that revenue number is, that's not the case. And I think that's the first statement to say. It's not a criticism, it's a first statement to make. We don't know. We're a new, uncharted territory, and we don't know what this is going to take us. We've already seen the impact. So, and come July, restaurants at 25% capacity, travel is low, hotels are low. So the usage is not going to be there if we think that that's going to be a revenue source, which also has an expense associated with it. So it's not as simple as wanting to renegotiate a contract, which I don't think that we can do probably for at least 3 years or so, but it's just a matter, and granted that it doesn't mean that the cost is going to go down significantly even to move the needle. So again, it all becomes a function of that revenue that we bring in. And if that revenue doesn't, we have a much bigger problem. And unfortunately, that's what the rate increase is. Nobody wants to give a rate increase. We all have to pay it. That's the reality of it. But at the end of the day is what the plan set out to do.
So I want to point out, Maureen, I appreciate those numbers. So when I had just made my statement, it was slightly less than 5 million, and I said approximately 12 million. It turns out it's slightly more than 5 million, and it's 13 million. So the percentage, I mean, the logic still sounds, I understand what you're saying, but my logic is still the same. That being said, I think Councilman Gomez, you brought up a good point where restaurants and facilities are at, they're not at full capacity. So we may not hit that number of the water amount. I do agree there is a percentage increase that is needed. That is obvious. That is something that many of us supported, including myself. I'm just not convinced that the 22% as of today, before really the bulk of summer has started, or as things open up, do we need it? And, I could be wrong in that position right now, but I'm comfortable waiting towards the end of summer to see how much revenue is brought in. Maureen, do you know how much the month of June alone brought in? Because I didn't know that.
It hasn't brought in, Councilman. It was billed.
Okay, Bill.
They were just billed, so it's not in yet.
Yeah, I just have totals, but I definitely can get you that.
Okay.
It just got billed, but if we get to the end of the year and we can't build it out, and again, I just want to make it very clear, if you miss that and we don't self-liquidate, that increase has to be raised in the general fund the next year. So that means it goes to all the taxpayers. It doesn't go back into the water only. That has to be raised. The tax increase will then, at that point, goes into the taxpayers.
I understand that. And this is, I know that we may disagree on what I'm about to say, but again, the CARES Act, this is something that has a direct, the township directly lost revenue from this. This is something that we put in for, or should put in for, correct?
There is no ability to put into the CARES Act for loss of revenue. Let me be clear about that. There's no legislation. I got a lot of people on the phone. At this time, I do not know of any legislation that is giving money to towns because of revenue loss. They're doing it for expenditures, but not revenue as of now.
Okay.
I can see, Councilman Josie, I can see people with tax appeals. I can see us going further down the tube, and you're not realizing it because, you know, I'm at a mall or I'm at some place, and I'm like 40%. I'm asking for you, the government here, to give the people a 40% break or 50% break on their taxes. Now, who's going to recover that, Councilman Josie? Because we're talking revenue, and this is the only part that kills me about this particular group. Nobody ever talks revenue. Nobody ever talks revenue. They act like we're just going to pull a rabbit out of a hat and all of a sudden the bills are going to be paid. Okay? I just don't want to fall into the fact that the town goes bankrupt and the state takes over the water thing.
Yeah.
We're better than that. We're better than that. All right? That's all I'm saying.
Council President.
Council President.
Yes.
Council President, you keep comparing Trenton to us, and
I'm not comparing it in that manner.
Council President, may I have the floor, please?
Yes, you may.
You keep comparing Trenton to Edison Township. I read the article that was in the paper. May I finish, Council President?
Yes.
You keep comparing Trenton to Edison, and that's not correct.
The State Department I'm talking about.
Let me know when I continue speaking. I can have the floor.
I want to let you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the State Department, not the actual city of Trenton. I'm talking about the State Department, not the actual city of Trenton. I would never compare Edison to the actual city of Trenton. Believe me, I spent years down there going to college down that way. Now,
Council President, I was not making the note of comparing Trenton. I was comparing the water system in Trenton that you make note in an article that we will be in the same position as them. And what I'd like to hear is from our attorney, if there is such a comparison, because what I've read in that statement of that article is a totally different reasoning of what the position of the Edison Water Company is in. We have representation here. We have professionals. I'd like to hear from Fran or Joseph and talk about this article, and because you're threatening the residents of Edison and the council members with.
I'm threatening?
It's not true. Okay, we're not even near that.
Anyone. I've never threatened anyone in my life, Councilman Coyle.
But you're stating that we're going to wind up like Trenton and have the state take over our water system. So since we're not professionals at the statutory legal level, can I hear from our professionals that we've hired and we've all paid for to talk about that subject? And that's one of the subjects I have. So is it Fran or Joe, would you please direct the council and the residents to the subject of Trenton and their water system and what happened there? And what level would it take for us to get there? Where's our position today? And the likelihood of that, please.
So Joe Bauman, I don't know that I've spoken to all of you before, but the issue in that situation is, and it applies to us in a sense that that's a failure to make the capital improvements that are necessary to your system that requires the state to then step in and make sure those capital improvements get made. And there's a cost that goes with that. And so, yes, we have violations that on the sewer side, I think, that could, if we continue to have a failing system, there could be and will be, could be a time where the state steps in and says we can't, the system has to be come into compliance with state and federal law, and we're going to make you do it, and we're going to force it. And along the way, there's fines to be paid. But while you gave me the floor, if I can, and I was here in the beginning years ago when we talked about why we wanted to go through a public-private partnership for the water system. And it was driven by decades of lack of capital improvements that people were experiencing every day throughout their normal lives. And a system that was failing and coming under regulatory control and fines and et cetera. And so independent analysis was done that demonstrated that there's tens of millions of dollars required to improve these systems and to bring them up to a modern standard and compliant with the current law. And why that didn't happen over the years was because of the struggle to raise rates. Raised rates didn't happen for many of the reasons you're describing here now. It's hard, it's a lot of money. We're not really sure what things could change. And as a result, it didn't happen. And so we went through the P3 process to raise money to make those improvements. The public spoke loud and clear. We don't want to do that. We want the system to come in-house. But I think they also spoke loud and clear. We want you to fix the system. We need it to work. We can't have the water failures. We can't have all these things continuing to happen, which are only going to get worse. And the reports are pretty damning that were done by the engineers in terms of the system. And so if we do a rate increase now and it's a little bit too high, you're just going to plow that money into other capital improvements that you desperately need, or you might not do a rate increase next year that you were otherwise planning. So if you guess too high and you put in a rate increase as we're recommending, and it turns out not to be more than you possibly meant and that needed to do, the downside is now you have more money for capital improvements and the next rate increase doesn't have to be as high. So the downside is not that significant. But if you don't do the rate increase and you guess wrong and the revenues come up short, now you're putting into the municipal budget, and now you got a bigger problem next year, which is how we're going to pay for this, and it's back on the taxpayers, not on the ratepayers, and that's not where you want it to be. So, for me, if I'm trying to evaluate whether to do this or not, on the one hand, if I guess wrong on the rate increase, that's more money for capital improvements. That's a rate increase I don't have to do in the future. I guess right on, and the money comes in more than we need. But if it's the other way around, it's a really bad result that you can't fix in 2 months. You can't raise the money fast enough. So I think you all need to have sort of, I think Councilman Deal was saying, the historic perspective is decades of not raising rates to support the systems. Now you're being asked to take a bold move and do a big rate increase that is hard to do in terms of percentages, not that overwhelming in terms of dollars, but a significant move that says to the world, Edison is now planning to fix our water and our wastewater system. We're not going to kick it down the can down the road anymore. We're going to make a difference, and we're going to bite the bullet. And if it's a little bit higher than it should have been, that's more money for capital improvements. That's more that the rate increase we'll have to do later. So that's sort of more than you asked for me, because I think, you know, the numbers and the weeds that we're talking about, we can get into, and I know you've all done it already. But I think the big picture is you have systems that desperately need to be improved. The infrastructure is failing. The pictures are there, the studies are there. And if you have a rate increase that's a little more than you need, it just means to be able to do the work and go forward.
Mr. Baumann, I thank you for that. And I did work alongside and had several discussions with you in regards to the Suez concession agreement. And I don't want to dive too deep into the question I first had with you, but are you familiar with the Trenton situation at all? Can you speak as an expert to their position versus ours, yes or no?
I'm familiar with it if it helps you.
You're not, I'm asking, I do, but I just want to ask an attorney our position and any compliance or failure that we're not making to meet the standards today. We've had this utility for 6 months, and I'm just cautious about what I'm hearing from the council president, referring to an article of the position we may be in. Can you give me a scale of 1 to 10 of where we are today in compliance compared to Trenton, if you're aware of that case, yes or no?
Yeah, I read the article. That's right. That's what I have for you. So
I can't hear you. And could you speak up, please, to the microphone?
I've read the article. I have not read the details of the case. So, but I understand from what you read and I read that it was a failure to make capital improvements that are requiring the state to step in and take over. You can certainly dig deep into it, but I have not read anything more than the newspaper articles.
Okay. Fran, do you have any comment on that? I just want to make sure that we're in compliance today as of June. Are we failing to be fined or doing anything wrong on the basis of where we are today?
No.
No? Fran
No.
McMahon?
There is an outstanding complaint with DEP, a notice of violation, which is being addressed with the DEP. But that's the current outstanding violation regarding the sewer system.
And what violation, and can you go through that violation, please?
That is a notice of a violation for a number of pump station issues regarding the conditions of the pump stations and also sewer discharges, which were caused by force main breaks.
Have we met the timeline of the criteria to meet that compliance? Do we still have room to meet that?
Yes, it's currently being negotiated with DEP regarding a fine and remedying the situation.
Okay, and I thank you. The point of the conversation I'd like to direct to, and I refer to Councilman Bob Deal and Council President, it's quite obvious, we're all aware of what the taxpayers voted for and the residents of Edison, and I'm well aware the transparency and accountability is where a lot of us stand as council members, and that is my point today. Is just I'm debating the argument that this increase is overboard, and I want to make sure the residents know that this increase is for the 11,000 customers, I believe, Maureen. 11,000 customers basically in the south end of Edison. It's not for the entire town. When we talk about water and the shortage of water, I just want to clarify, due to COVID-19, the impact difference is not town-wide. And I don't believe we have a report of what the revenues are from the commercial enterprises today, do we?
I told you all the numbers. It's commercial and residential. I told you the numbers that we have billed to date and what we're short.
Do you know what portion of that revenue is commercial?
No, but I can get a breakdown on that.
In the report that I read, it states that they're estimating figures because there's no determination of the commercial revenue. Maybe, can I refer to Dennis on that? Or would that be Mr. Morrison? There's no data for commercial revenue, for projected revenue.
I don't even know what that means.
Maureen, the sewer is for the whole town, right?
Yeah, but I think what the councilman is talking about is the portion of town that Edison Water runs now. Either Dennis, Robert, Bob, or anybody, if you can answer what Councilman Coyle is asking, because I think we more than have projected numbers for commercial.
If you're talking about the rate report, at the time we did the report, we did not have them because we hadn't taken over the system yet. So they weren't included. They weren't broken out separately.
Is there a breakdown from New Jersey American Water of the commercial rates?
The rates are the same. Well, it depends on meter size for as part of it. But the consumption rate's the same.
Why didn't we negotiate
Councilman Joshi, I have the floor. And I'm sorry that I'd appreciate if you speak to the council president. I wait, and I appreciate if you wait, and I do appreciate what you have to say, but I'm not finished. The portion that I don't see transparent is you're telling me that we can't predict the commercial rates, but the water usage is the same. You're telling me we don't need to have a predictive usage of commercial when the lines are 3 times the size?
Well, the usage is based upon the historical usage for the whole system. Commercial and residential and fire hydrants and all of that. It's based on the fee structure that's in place that has historically been used to produce the revenues.
I'm going to skip that because we're not getting to the direction, and I'll refer to the Maureen and the administration later. The other issue I have to the attorneys, the fact that we're raising these rates is not fair to the ratepayers who put $10 million into this over the course of 20 years. And was anything done with that 10 million? I guess is my first question there. And we received the concession agreement with New Jersey American Water for 20 years, of which our administration, our mayor, he's been a good part of 8 years of that direction of those fees. And the fact that they were used to go back into the general budget isn't fair for the ratepayers, equally and proportionally, dollar for dollar. But my issue is, aside from that, is wrongdoing, because they're handed back a utility that had no improvements. It's the contract in New Jersey American Water, and I speak to Mr. Baumann or Fran, our attorneys. It seems like they held this contract for 20 years and made very little improvements. Are they accountable to any damage to the Township of Edison for not upholding their contract?
So let me just say, I want to be cautious in what we're in a public session about what we say. But I think, we have reviewed the contract, and to the extent that there is claims against New Jersey American, we're in the process of evaluating them, and we will pursue them. But I'm just, New Jersey American is probably listening, so I'm just trying to be we're going to make sure that whatever rights we have vis-a-vis any failures, we will make sure that the ratepayers.
Well, let me ask you this.
Does that make sense?
If the water company did not uphold their contract, and the township attorneys and the representatives we have that represent us, you or Fran or Mr. Northgrave, would there be foreseeable damages that we can receive money from? Yes or no?
I think the answer is yes.
Now, the issue I have is that we want to raise these rates, and it's a high rate to raise, and it's predictive that New Jersey American Water failed to comply, and they should be held to that accountability, whereas the ratepayers of the South Edison end of town, those surrounding it, will receive a credit from them to reimburse this rate increase. And that, I have that problem contractually. I have that problem because we failed to oversee this contract. And I understand there's a lot going on in Edison. But today, political or not, the people who are receiving this rate increase don't deserve it. They kicked in $10 million and nothing was done. They franchised their water company to the township, who received revenue. And there was no accountability of that. So right there alone, I would never vote for this increase because it's just not fair. Could anyone speak of the 10 million that we received? Is there any debate on that issue from the experts?
I don't know what, you have to tell me more about the 10 million you're referring to. I don't know. We leased our water company to New Jersey American Water 20 years ago. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. We received a concession or payment, whatever you choose to call that, of $10 million, maybe 10.5 over the course of 20 years.
Right.
That was an independent lease of the ratepayers we're speaking of today for this water rate increase. Where is their skin in the game for what they've already put out and the township received? That's my question to you or Mr. Dennis Enright and the experts, not the council members. I want to hear from the people we're paying where that money is a credit or where that will come back to the ratepayers who paid it.
So I think you're referring to the money that was paid and then used to offset municipal costs related to the water system every year. Is that what he's referring to, Maureen?
No, I mean, he's asking you questions that you can't possibly answer. It was the concession payment that the town received every year.
No.
Was that, I don't know, 23 years ago, I think Mayor Spadoro was in at that point, way before Tom Lanky ever became mayor, or myself, or you, Councilman Coyle. They made the decision to bring that money into the current account. And it's been there every year, front and center, a big fat line that said concession payment from water utility company.
So I think there's the taxpayer.
And at one time, and you know, I think I know what happened here. It was close to an entire tax point.
Thank you, Maureen. It's still wrong, and I'm listening to your position on that. It's still wrong that there was no rate retention fund created for this particular group of ratepayers. This was a franchise of their business that they give into another entity for the township to benefit from, to equally give it to all the taxpayers, and it wasn't dollar for dollar on their end. They gave away 70 cents on a dollar to other people, and not to us. And one to another point.
Well, I was just going to say that money went to the municipal budget to the benefit of the taxpayers, and I don't think you're suggesting the taxpayers should write a check $10 million back to the utility, because that's the only way.
I'm not saying that, but dollar for dollar.
That's the only way you can get it back.
The ratepayers didn't give away dollar for dollar equally and receive an equal benefit. They gave away 70 cents on a dollar and received back their own 30 cents they gave away.
Well, the taxpayers of Fair One, no, they also benefited from the tax breaks, of which they are also taxpayers. So I hear what you're saying, but the only way to rectify that would be for the taxpayers to write a check back to the utility, which is them writing a check to themselves in part.
Well, where I have the problem to the experts, and I'm open to hear from Mr. Enright, is this is a hard hit to the ratepayers for step one, knowingly they contributed and knowingly we never create a rate retention fund for them. And I am not in support of this increase at all. I believe that the 4 years moving forward is something that a lot of people can live with, but the first year is no way possible. And other reasons why I believe that this shouldn't be passed today is that there is numerous pages of documents with not enough transparency. And I'm open to debate offline, but you know, this is our municipal budget that we're going over this week as council members. Okay, this is the reports we received from the statements that we believe capital improvements are based on, which are not fair, I believe. Okay.
All right. Are we talking about the water? Because we need to move on.
Council President, this is a rate increase. I will sum up in 3 minutes. Council President.
We're talking about water.
I'm still talking about water, but I'm talking about the lack of transparency in the timing of the council members to properly review these documents and get detailed summaries of where this money's going. Okay. And that's where I have a problem.
Councilman Coyle, I was interested in why you were talking about something from 23 years ago when Mayor Spadoro was in, and I think that we're just like we're spinning our wheels when we talk about something that happened 23 years ago, because 23 years ago, every single person I believe on this council would have had nothing to do, or the lawyers or anybody would have nothing to do with that. With Mayor Spadoro selling the water company. Okay, I remember him selling it, but I think it's redundant. I think it's over and over again asking people about something $10 million.
Council President,
years ago.
I will skip that subject. I'll skip that subject if that helps you. But I still have the floor, and I'm just trying to finish.
I want to be more.
Every time you interrupt me, just tell me when I can speak. I'm doing my best to respect you as council president. I just want the floor.
Councilman Joe Coyle, you have used up mostly off tonight, and you have been rude to anyone who has said anything different to the contrary, and you're spending most of your time, I don't know, the people are saying it's grandstanding and stuff. You're spending a lot of time talking, and you're not sharing the council member meeting with the rest of the council meeting. You know, you're talking things and you're talking stuff 23 years ago. You're talking things that we can't change. We can't go back 23 years and get the money. Yes, the water company, I remember when the water company was sold because I know people from this town who lost their jobs. I remember. That's how far I go back. They lost their jobs. If they were not absorbed by other water companies, they lost their jobs. And they were people who worked for this place, and they worked in the union, and I know how it is. When you get rid of a whole department, the whole group goes. So I know, not just the taxpayers, I know the impact it had on the workers at that particular time. So,
Council President, I will yield my time to other council members, and I will come back at a later time to discuss the same subject, and I'll start the clock for you to know how long I'm speaking and to understand that I represent the same people you represent. Not a problem. I yield my time to other council members. Thank you.
Council President.
Council President.
Try not to be rude to each other, if at all, okay? Thank you for being polite, Councilman Brescher. Thank you.
Council President.
Yeah,
Can I get my first turn?
Yes, you may, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Council President. I heard a lot. Let's keep the politics aside. We all understand, most of us supported creating the water utility in Edison Township. And yes, when we take that decision as a collectively, it has the consequences, short-term, mid-term, and the long-term. I don't think, most of the council members here who is opposing are talking something that they don't anticipate the rate increase. I'm pretty sure everyone sitting on this dais today does understand there will be increase. I think it is a question how much, and that's where this debate should be confined to.
Yes.
And my challenge, again, I'm saying is my challenge, again, thank you, Maureen, for responding to all my questions. And a lot of due diligence and a lot of time was spent. I'm pretty sure you are getting lots and lots of questions from other council members, and I understand how hard it is for you to convince people where we are and where we need to head. From my standpoint of view, I can tell you we are right in the middle of the year. We did 0% increase in the month of January. The rate increase that is proposed, 22%, which is quote unquote is 11% if I go back from the January. Having said that, the caveat is it becomes a cumulative increase for the next year. So the cycle is changing from January to December. Instead of now, it is going to be July to June. That's the first thing. My proposal here is, as we are right in the middle of the year, and Maureen, you confirm that any money that is allocated in 2020 budget for the water utility, as far as the infrastructure investment goes, that work will not be done in 2020. That is really going to start in 2021. So my suggestion here is, if you want to move forward with the rate increase, if mayor and the administration can come back with another budget right in the month of November, that will be applicable from the January 2021, and we can work on the budgeting things. So what that means is from 2020, if you can take out any capital improvement things that are not going to happen and present this budget back to us, I'm pretty sure this rate increase will go down to maybe 15% or 14%, which is effective 7%. And we can, as a group or a team, we can work on the revised budget in the month of November, December. And that will also have some sort of, the basis, as Councilman Joshi said, that we'll see the pattern of the water usage and all those kind of things. That will really give us a different direction. And if that means another rate increase from the January 2021, which is not going to be 22%, I'll be open to go along with that. So that's my suggestion.
Thank you, Council. Thank you.
Council President.
Council Member Brescher.
All right, I have, I had the floor before, and then we digressed, but it helped me because now I have two questions.
All right.
The administration gave us some doom and gloom number of approximately $3 million that they could have as a whole. My question to Maureen is, with that $3 million, of the $13 million, $7 million is what we have to pay to purchase the water, right? So if we receive, or if we use less water, has that been put into your $3 million that you're talking about in the hole? And if so, can you email me that tomorrow? That's one question. I have another one. Maureen, are you good with that?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm just writing down, sorry.
Okay. The next one was, in no uncertain terms am I saying that we don't need to invest in our water system or our sewer system. I just questioned certain things, like when we talked about the emergencies, and if you had a shortfall because you had an emergency. Let me ask, maybe Councilman Gomez can answer this for me. If we have $1 million in our operating budget for emergency repairs, but Maureen has a shortfall of of $1 million, can we use the emergency money for the same thing that's in the bond that we already approved to be used, as opposed to using it in the operating budget? Like, what I'm saying is, we have it in two different places. We have it in a bond that we did approve, and then we put that same money into the operating budget. So my question to you is, if we do have those emergency repairs, can we use it out of the bonded money, which we already approved, as opposed to having it inside the operating budget?
Can I answer this question? I tried to answer it last week, but I'm going to try again.
Okay.
Within the operating budget itself is money that has been put aside for emergency repairs. This council awarded a contract to P&A Construction for an amount not to exceed $1.5 million for any water main break that happens. This company comes in and repairs it. What you're talking about is the capital that we raised, the $15 million, not to do water main breaks. This is to do water meters, the Water Quality Act lines that we have to reline or.
No. Maureen, I just want to interrupt you because water meters is a separate line item in your budget there. Could you open that up and look at that and read those three? Yes, in your capital for your bond. Can you read there the different dollar amounts for each thing? There's one that says water mains and fire hydrants. What's the dollar amount you have inside your bond?
Inside my bond, it says water line, comma, valves, comma, hydrant replacement, 1.1 million.
Okay.
That's not for emergency repairs.
That's not.
Correct.
Okay, but in the email I had that said for the operating budget, it said it was for the water meters and fire hydrants, and I believe it was Mott McDonald that also said we have to replace so many feet every year, and that's what the money was for.
That's the capital, Councilman. I got to start all over again. Let's stay with the water utility budget. The $1.5 million that you see that it says it's called capital outlay. It's for emergency repairs. That is to pay the company P&A Construction.
Okay, then what are you doing with the $3 million that's in the bond?
The $3 million will be for future work that will have to go out to bond for a company to do, and Bob can talk to this much better. Full replacement of water lines, not a break, an actual 6,000 foot run. Bob, you can jump in anytime.
Sure.
I'm getting way too technical.
No. Yeah,
Bob Morrison. Bob Smith.
Oh, I was ready to jump in too.
Peter can talk to this too, but I think the point is the bond ordinance is for planned capital improvements, which may be for the same type of it could be planned water lines or planned fire hydrant replacements that you do as a matter of planning. They're old, they need to be replaced, you replace them. what's in the operating budget is something you don't expect that now you have to fix. That
Well, let
wouldn't-
me ask you a question though, Joe. Like typically, let's just take my house for an example, right? If I was thinking about replacing all the siding on the house, I would put away $8,000. And if a storm came through and wiped out one side of my house, right? The insurance would pay that quarter of it. But I wouldn't need to spend that $8,000 to redo my whole house then, because I already have one side done. So what I'm saying
That would
is
be accurate if we were talking about enough money in the capital to pay for every single water line and every single hydrant, in which case, if we had some, one of those broke, we would already have money in the capital, but that's not the case. The capital budget is only for one side of your house. And if the other side of your house is damaged by the storm, you still have to pay to get that one fixed while you're planning to get the one you're already planning on fixed. So I see the analogy you're trying to make, but that would assume that we were putting enough money to do the entire system, which we're not. We're just doing a planned improvement. So the bottom line is the capital ordinance isn't going to be enough anyway, right? So we know that we put in a number. It's a really good, healthy start, but you're going to need more.
Oh, Joe, listen, I'm not disagreeing. It's healthy. It's like that Suez thing you put together for us. That was pretty healthy. So I know that you can put together healthy numbers for us here in Edison.
But I know that no one disagrees with is your water system, and the people that are using it are not getting the quality of service, whether they should have, whatever happened in the past, happened in the past. But the bottom line is moving forward.
Joe, just so you know, that's where Joe Coyle, Councilman Coyle was coming in, was what he was saying was you spoke and Maureen spoke and our Councilman Gomez spoke about how it's not fair if we're not self-liquidating, because all the taxpayers would have to pay in Edison for a small portion of people that have this water. What Councilman Coyle was trying to get across to everybody was those same ratepayers have been contributing to the rest of Edison for the 20 years. That's where our council president, she lost focus into what Joe was trying to explain, was they contributed to the greater good. It's kind of like where New Jersey gives $100 to the federal government and we get back 60%. And what Councilman Coyle's saying is that at one time, and if one time only, the federal government had to give it all back, it's okay in his mind.
So if I use the word fair, I shouldn't have, because I don't think of this as fair or unfair. I just think of it as decisions to be made by business people. So all I'm saying to you is, if you make the decision and the water and sewer system come up short, you're making a conscious decision that the taxpayers are going to pick up the difference. That's a choice that governing bodies make all the time. Both either way, I'm not in a position to tell you what's the right answer or the wrong answer, whether you think it's appropriate for the taxpayers of the balance of the town to pay for some of the shortfall in the utility. That again is a decision that you'll make in your budgets and your taxes when you raise taxes.
Right? No.
That's a result thing.
That was right. That was brought up. Yeah.
I want to say something about what you said pertaining to me.
Promise me, Council President, you have to promise me one thing. When you're done, you have to allow me to still have the floor, because last time I lost it.
Because
my fault.
Councilman Brescia, I didn't say anything pertaining to you when you're telling me that I don't understand stuff. First of all, I do understand stuff, and I know it's more complex. Somebody tell me about the siding on their house is totally different than a whole water system and a complex thing. So I'm letting you know that I can understand more complex things, that I'm just not with, apples and oranges. Like when you tell me certain things, I just want it to be known to you that I look at things in a more complex manner, that I'm okay with that. I don't think and break down things simplicity, and it's not just that, on this side of town you pay for garbage, on this side you pay for water, and this side, I've been in this complex town for the whole time. I didn't go and live in other towns. I know the complexity of this town, and I know the different people who want to think. So I just want that point across, and I won't cut you off again because I don't, say something about whether you understand something or not. I would never say that you don't understand something.
No, Council President, and I know that, we hear that this is complex, and I guess
it is.
I guess what it is. Our water department is a $13 million water department. Okay, the company that I owned was I did $20 million a year. So my private company did twice what this water company did. So I don't look at this as complex. I don't look at it as hard to understand. The benefits aspect of it, I fully understand. I believe Maureen's going to get Bob to get me his actual numbers and how they break out for how those benefits break out for each of the employees that we have there. All that I'm looking for is to verify that all the numbers are legitimate. And if that's 22%, it's 22%. My personal feeling is that it's more like 3.4 or something. But that's, you know, with me looking at it, it's the administration's responsibility to show me that the value is there for the 22%. And that's not what I've received yet. So I'll yield my time there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Fletcher.
Can I?
Councilmember Joshi?
Yeah, just again, my points are separate from Councilman Coyle and Brescher. Just want to touch on what Councilman Patil said. I agree with that that statement in terms of capital improvements, and I asked this question to Bob Smith as well. And the two things that I find to be necessary for us to be able to fund are the SCADA system as well as the valves. And I agree that those are things that are immediate. We need to do it. And like I said, I recognize that we need, the math makes sense in terms of we need to get to a point where we're self-sustaining or self-liquidating, if you want to call it. But I'm just not convinced that that amount would be the 22% today. As far as when I refer to the money that we're getting back, even though revenue is not covered from the CARES Act, there is a bill in the New Jersey State Senate and the Assembly, which I believe, well, to my knowledge, is going to be voted on next week, that would allow municipalities to be able to cover for the loss of revenue. And so let's just say we do have, we hit a number where we're able to bill the necessary amount through December. If we fall short on that, that bill that is currently being discussed right now and supposed to be voted on next week, that would allow us to make up for that shortfall, which again would bring me back to my point that we may not need the full 22%. I know we've elaborated on this, but that's where I stand. I would personally rather delay this and see where we're at towards the end of the summer.
Right.
Councilmember Joshi, providing in Trenton that they're getting ready to lay off people and stuff, are we sure that Trenton is going to be able to get the money for Washington D.C. to fulfill the bill that will be passed within the Congress in the state of New Jersey?
No, the bill that's being discussed in the state Senate and the state Assembly would allow municipalities to bond for lost revenue over up to a 10-year period. And if we were to make up for it, let's just say we hit the full 13 that's necessary through December, or billing. I understand what Councilman Gomez was saying. We may not be able to collect it, and then we would fall short. But in that case, according to this bill, which is going to get voted on next week, we would be able to make up for that amount. That's the logic I'm using. I agree with, we need to have it. I understand it. I just don't think we need it right now.
I just have a lot of experts on the phone, and I just want to throw this out to Bob Morrison or, you know, anybody that's got the finance. I mean, I don't know of anybody that is going to give back money to a town that artificially didn't raise their rates to meet their budget.
Correct.
Like, I don't see how I'm ever going to get through that process. And I'm just throwing it out there. Maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe you can just, you know, put numbers in a budget that you know there's no way to achieve, and then go to the state and say, listen, I want money to make this up. I don't know.
Hold on, that's not what I said though. That's not what I said. I said that if there's a loss in revenue, so in terms of what is billed versus what is collected. That shortfall we could bond for, and then the difference we can raise a hike for.
So you're talking about the bad debt, or you're talking about revenue shortfall? Because we don't have, how are you, which one are you talking about? Is it the bad debt, or is it the revenue shortfall of what we had projected or budgeted for?
The revenue shortfall. The billed amount, let's just say we bill 10 million, but we only collect 9.
That's the bad debt portion of it, because you
Okay.
bill out and it becomes uncollectible.
So that 1 million we would be able to bond, and we can collect the rest of the 3 that we need to hit the 13 million through a tax.
I think I know what you're describing, Councilman. What you're discussing is where you would bond for operating expenses. So you would have rate, it happens, we do it sometimes when we're really in a jam, where a public body will bond for a current expense and pay it back over years. But that's like, that's like putting your food budget on your mortgage. It's something you do when you're desperate. But it's not something you do as it's not a good fiscal plan. And the only thing, let me just leave you with one last thought, because I'm probably beyond my legal, what I'm supposed to do here. But if I'm in your shoes and I'm trying to figure out how can I not put myself in a box where I'll have to make a hard decision, like pushing money from the rate into the taxes next year when I'm worried about even what my tax rate will be, I would impose a rate that I know will work this year with all the uncertainty. And if it turns out that my rate was a little higher, I could always reduce it next year, or I could not have a future rate increase, or I could put it into a capital improvement, all for the benefit of the ratepayers. But I wouldn't be putting myself in a box where my only choice in October, when there's not enough money to raise rates fast enough and collect it fast enough, I've now put myself in a box where my only choice is to run a deficit in next year's taxes. And I'm afraid that because you're running out of time in the year, you're going to put yourself into a box where you will have no choices. But if you impose a rate now and you're wrong and it's higher than you need to, you'll have choices. You can fix that, but you don't have any ability to fix coming up short other than pushing it to the taxpayers next year. So I'm trying to figure out how to handle this situation. I would be on the side of being conservative and not putting myself in a box where I have no time to make a decision other than one I don't want to make. Whereas again, if the rate turns out to be too high, I have choices. I could put it back. I can reduce the rates. I could put it back into the capital. I mean, I could do a lot of things to fix that, but I can't do a lot to fix not charging enough. That's not legal.
President, I have a question for Mr. Baumann. Do you know, Mr. Baumann, we put together numbers for what our employees' wages are, right? Were those wages for the year, or were they for when they were hired? I'm just looking at the actual cost, and is it representative of what this year truly cost us?
Yeah, that's a Bob Morrison question.
Oh, okay,
Sorry.
Bob.
I'm sorry, that's a Maureen question.
All right.
They were for the calendar year. Everybody, almost every employee was hired for the work in 2019. There might have been one person that we hired in 20. Everybody came on in December or November.
And they've all continuously been working for us.
Except 2 people just recently, but we're in the process of filling those right now. We probably won't even have a 30-day vacancy.
Okay, so we have 1 person possibly, and then there's 2 people for a month for their salaries.
Yes.
To give us the actual, because right now, on June 30th, which should be like, I don't know, Tuesday or Wednesday or something, right? You should be able to tell us what you spent to date for that, as far as your budget, because you have a budget. Your budget is for a year, but technically 6 months have already lapsed. Mm-hmm. So you could give us I budgeted X and we spent Y and I have Z still to spend. You can give us a report on that, right? That's
correct.
Okay.
At the end, just if I may ask, right, because I know we've been chatting a lot about this, where is the underspend becomes the harm in this process. It's a timing issue with every budget, and obviously you manage the company, you know that it's not a supply chain that every day does the same thing, right? So not sure what we really gain from that is if at the end of the day, we're not gonna save $3 to $5 million in that, right? Majority of the bulk of it, it's coming from water usage, right? So that's your biggest line. Salaries and expenses are gonna be the lesser part of it. So for the purpose of trying to figure out what we do from a budget perspective, how to move forward, there is no harm if we come underspend. There is harm if we come short. And that's what I think we need to get past through. I mean, I understand that things might have happened in the past. If we had an ideal way of managing it, yeah, we probably would have treated differently. I'm not sure that we would have even had the abilities to do it or earmarked it for something that was unknown. But again, for the purpose of trying to move this forward, I mean, these are underspends that are going to move and are going to happen and are going to be, you know, seasonal depending on what's going on within the utility. It's not going to happen month to month. So we really have to look at an assessment because that's not going to tell us whether we should cut $3 million from the budget or not. That's not reality, right? We're not going to find that in there.
Councilman, no one said to cut $3 million.
I understand that, but I think the point that we're trying to drive, and I'll leave it alone, and you know, and I respect everybody's opinions, is not the underspend that is going to create an issue. It's the overspend that's going to be a big problem for us, and that's my only point. That we're focusing a lot of it of what could be the underspend and what we want to cut. Problem is, though, that with everything that we got going on, it's an unknown variable, and the risk that we take is if we put a 22% increase now, because we know we already have exposure in those numbers, and we already know we have exposure in the revenue, there is no harm in making the correction in 2021, and I'm not sure why we're opposed to that. So the money's not going to, there's no, I mean, I know we talk about transparency, but the reality is the law, the money's going to get spent or it's not going to get spent, and you're going to see it. It's going to be either move into a surplus line or it's going to be a cancellation of the appropriation. So it's not like the money goes out the door.
No, Councilman Gomez, all I'm asking is that if Bob Morris and Maureen get me these numbers, just on the health benefits and on the benefit end of it, of which, you know, you're talking about the high grass and the weeds where the snakes are. That's where you're supposed to be looking. But if they end up getting those numbers to show you also that that's what the actual cost is.
So,
right?
But we don't know what the actual cost is. That's my point. I understand what you were saying there. You're talking about the rate on the employee contribution.
Yes.
But then the employer side of it has to be built into that. And it's very difficult to manage for that because it's an estimate, right? You don't know what the actuals are going to be. So
here's the difference, Councilman Gomez. This is where I'll disagree, is that if the numbers I have show $390,000 for benefits, and the administration shows $800,000 for benefits, right? We can both agree that we're not going to be at 800 and we're not going to be at the 390 probably. But what I'm saying is you're going to take a reasonable calculation. That's all I'm going to ask you to do on top of what their actual number is. And what I'm looking at is still probably about a $500,000 savings. Now, $500,000 off of $1.3 million increase is a substantial reduction. And that's just there. And that would be the case. And you could leave all the rest of the items, like we had rentals for the water department of $400,000. I don't think we spent the $400,000, and we're halfway through the year. So we're obviously not going to spend that. So you have that $200,000.
But that's great. But again, Councilman Brusher, my only suggestion to you is would focus in on the 200, and by all means, I get it. I manage this every day. But we still don't know what's going to happen with the revenue side of it and the revenue shortfall potential that we are anticipating. That's my biggest fear, is that this is going to turn into a much bigger problem. I don't disagree with you. If it's going to be an underspend, by all means, we'll actualize the underspend, and it's no harm in that. But there is harm if we miss the revenue line, and that's my biggest fear. That's the biggest problem. So I understand your point. I'm not disagreeing.
No, I get it. And the problem is, I guess, coming from the private sector, right? We need to make these same educated decisions. And where I disagree with you is I get your revenue side, okay? I had to deal with that with my business for many, many years, but it was based on an educated decision. What I can't do is I can't just arbitrarily say, now I'm in the public sector and I can add money because I'm afraid that maybe we're going to have these shortfalls. That's the administration's job to make sure they collect those shortfalls. And it's their job to manage it. And let me tell you where I go with the managing of it, is if they have shortfalls, just like my company, if we had shortfalls, we had to let people go, okay, to manage our budget. And I'm not saying that everybody here has a job for life, but we have to actually manage that budget. And that's what I'm looking for the administration to do, to manage it more along those lines. So I'm not looking to I'm gonna use the word pad, but I'm not looking to pad the salaries by a little bit and pad the benefits by a little bit and then pad the infrastructure repair by a little bit. And at the end of the day, what I end up having is a 22% padding. I'm looking for them to become more realistic with that. And that's just where I am with it. I mean, it's not that I don't think we need investment. It's not that I don't believe we don't need a rate increase. I do. I'm questioning these things. I'd like to see what the bottom line is. And then from there, we could say you need to have X, for that padding, for that lost revenue, for whatever that is. And in that lost revenue number, like I asked Maureen before, I'd like to also see showing me that we're not going to use that much water. Because like Councilman Joshi said, if we're going to use less water, we're going to receive less revenue. Yes, but then we're not going to pay out $7 million. We're only going to pay out $5 million.
Well, I know that we're contractually obligated to a minimum, right, Maureen?
Correct, to both companies.
Yeah.
Take or pay.
And what is that? What is your minimum that you need to buy?
Peter, Dennis, Fran, anybody?
For New Jersey American Water, the contract is 4.5 million gallons per day. That contract's in effect until June of 2027. For Middlesex Water Company, it's a requirement of 700,000 gallons per day.
Fran, excuse me, but I'm getting, and I'm a little confused, but maybe you can make it simpler for me. We talked about $7 million we need to buy a year, okay? And what I asked was, what are we contracted to buy at the end of the year from both of them combined? Is that $7 million or 6 or 5 or, like, if nobody used water, we'd have to pay American Water and Middlesex Water how much money? Not how many gallons a month or a week or whatever, but how much a year?
I don't have the dollar amounts right in front of me. I have the total purchase requirements.
Well, you know what we pay per gallon, right?
I don't have it directly in front of me.
You don't have that. Okay, I would have thought that at this meeting we'd be prepared for this, but I guess you can get me that.
A lot of information that, I think we have to be fair, Councilman Pressure.
Councilman Gomez, when I would go into a sales meeting or anything and I was going in to do something, I was fully prepared. So I'm a little disappointed in the administration and, their experts that they have that can't seem to answer the questions. So I'm sorry. If that bothers you. And I don't have to, Mr. Baumann, I do not have to.
She didn't have the answer to, and all of a sudden.
I do not have to, okay, accept it. What I'm saying is,
one question becomes questions. That's not fair. Come on.
Well, you should come to these meetings prepared. And I'll tell you what, if you want to know what questions I have, and Maureen knows this, I ask Maureen most of the time questions that I have that are going to be coming up. So
we'll always be able to find a question that we can't answer.
No, that's not the point. The point isn't here, let's stump the lawyer. That's an easy thing to do. But where I am is, it's a pretty simple thing, because right now I know what she can do is look up on her computer and find out what the water rate is. She can times it by those numbers she has, okay, and she can come out with that for the year. And she could have done that while I was speaking with you.
Dennis
So
probably knows it.
it's not like I have to wait for it. So Fran, if you wouldn't mind working on that and maybe getting that to us, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
I will get you that information.
Thank you.
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember
Council President,
Coyle.
I've waited 25 minutes to speak. I'd like to request time to speak. Uninterrupted, please, if possible.
You know, excuse me, Councilman Coyle. You know what this funny thing is? It's about you and it's also Councilman Member Brescher. If you're talking to a male guy and you're interrupting and going back and forth, it's okay. But if me as a female, if I dare to interrupt you and Councilman Brescher, take it as a personal affront. But I'm watching this whole thing, and I'm watching you go back and forth between the male counterparts, and I think it's very misogynistic at the times the way I'm being treated. Because I've watched him cut into other people, and I've watched other people cut in, and I've seen the disdain for me. It's like, how dare you ask something, and you go back and forth with the male counterparts, and it's okay. So let's just be fair, and let's not be derogatory toward me. This is my position here. And if you say something negative about me, I'm not interrupting. I'm just saying this is. I can be able to defend myself at that particular time. I just don't like it as that way. If you're going to do the same thing, and you guys are going to act that way with your male counterparts, don't do that to me. Thank you.
Council President, I apologize if you misunderstood the direction of what I was trying to get through the council. All I ask then is if I'm interrupted by anyone, just to yield my time and to call me back to continue my floor as you did. That's all I'm asking. You run the meeting, it's your meeting. I'm fine with that. I would just ask for 7 minutes of discussion as a councilman, and while people answer, that's not part of my 7 minutes. And if I'm interrupted, I just want 7 minutes as a councilman to go over, I believe, a rate increase that's extremely important to the taxpayers. And we all marched on this issue, you together, and that's all I'm asking. That's it.
Council President, I'd like to comment on that misogynistic comment there. If you'd like, I can put together a slideshow of how many times I've been interrupted as I've spoken. And I gladly do that, okay? You run the meetings, and that's okay. But I don't believe that I really interrupt anyone. I wait till they're done speaking.
No, I'll show you back
Council
tonight.
Council President, now here you go again, you're interrupting again. But for you to say it's misogynistic is offensive. And I'd just like to leave it and end it with that, please, Council President.
Council President, I'd like the motion to call the question to end debate, which I believe through parliamentary procedure, as I said, would come up for a vote.
In the regular meeting, yes.
Council President.
I think that this takes precedent. Mr. Northgrave, if you can.
Councilman Joshi, Joshi, you are not being fair to the taxpayers of Edison at all.
I think we are. We know where we stand.
At all. If you believe that discussing a rate increase for an hour is enough time, and you believe that this has been presented to you and transparent, you're completely wrong. Okay, and I think we're asking fair questions for the residents of Edison on an issue that's extremely important. At the same time, we have a budget. I can't believe you even have the audacity to state that. I can't believe you can state that you separate discussions from what Mr. Brescher says or I. You don't agree with discussing the rate increases and the concession agreement. You don't agree with the transparency and detail of discussions. We have all earned our right to be here. We're all residents, and we've all served on this council. I'm asking to continue this meeting, and that is wrong for you to even say that. I just can't believe that's coming out of your mouth. This is a huge discussion. We have experts on here, spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I'm here as a work session doing the job like all of us are doing for the residents of Edison, okay? And we're 2 hours into a meeting about a rate increase, and you have a problem with it?
All right, so vote no on the parliamentary procedure. Just vote no. Vote to continue.
But this is not a resolution for cutting a tree. This is on the floor to do a rate increase. It's a budgetary issue with probably 7 to 10 experts, a staff of 30 to 60, and you just want to wrap it up. I'm asking for 7 minutes to continue conversation. I'm in awe. Council President, I asked to rescind that request for a motion.
Oh, wait a minute. Councilmember Coyle, you have the floor. I'm not cutting you off. You have your 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Council President. Again, I will apologize. As you choose to speak, I will wait and address as I continue, and you give the floor back to me. I want to go to Bob Smith, if we could. Is he available?
I don't see him. Oh,
I'm here.
you're here? Okay. All right, go ahead.
I'm listening to Councilman Gomez, and I know he has a lot of experience, and I do agree with some of the things he mentioned on predictive revenue. Could you tell me part of the rate increase you have this year and part of the capital improvements you're making and the discovery of repairs that you're going to make, is there any upside to the usage of water? Is there any upside to the lack of need for water? And as mentioned before, and again, I'm appalled we're not prepared with knowing what the minimum of purchases we have, but I'll leave that. Is there any upside, Mr. Smith, of where we're going and the correction of maintenance you're going to do and in the savings of leaks to have a predictive upside?
You want to be proactive, not reactive, and
I can't, Madam Clerk, Council President, I cannot hear to Jim. I can't hear him at all.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Okay. You know, it seems from the short time that I've been here, everything has been reactive. There is no proactive approach on water or sewer side of it. And we need to get to that point, like a few people have stated. Maureen stated that, you know, the capital, there's a difference. Capital there is for, we were lucky. We had a very mild winter. Very, very, very lucky compared to the years previous. Or we probably would have burned through that money we have in capital right now already. We have put some repairs off, hoping that we'd be able to do them on our own. But we're going to have to go ahead and have P&A conduct those. We have 15 fire hydrants that need to be replaced. We tried repairing a valve on the Boulevard of the Eagles today. The coinciding valves to isolate that, valves were broken. We've got to go in now and replace 3 valves instead of 1. Once we start our valve exercising program, which is part of the Water Quality Accountability Act, we are going to find, I can guarantee, numerous valves that are inoperable. We have found some in the closed position where we've gotten complaints from low water pressure. We've gone out, investigated, we found valves in closed position. And that is the other side of the capital as part of the Water Quality Accountability Act. And that pretty much came into, how that all came about was the EPA kicked that off. The infrastructure, not just in Edison, throughout the whole entire country, is in such poor condition that they pretty much went to the states and said, listen, this is a serious situation. It's been not funded properly over the years. And now we are enacting this Water Quality Accountability Act, and you are responsible for certain criteria within that Water Quality Accountability Act. And as part of that, it's exercising the valves. And I know we're going to find numerous valves that need to be replaced. We have to replace so many feet of water main each and every year. And when the reference comes up about Trenton, I think Council President was referring to, if we don't follow the Water Quality Accountability Act and the lead and copper surveys, and if we don't be proactively correcting those situations, the state will step in and tell us, you're going to do this, you're going to do this, it's going to cost you this, we're going to fine you that. They will get involved in a day-to-day basis. They've done it in Newark. They're going to do it in Trenton. They've done it in Camden. They will get involved. We need to fund these projects. We need to make sure that we're proactive in these projects. When you took over the water system, you decided to take over the water system, you basically put yourself on NJDEP's radar. They know what went on. They know that you're taking it over yourselves. They're paying close attention to what we're doing. And, you know, we got to make sure we're following, you know, what we need to be following, doing what we need to be doing. You know, our ultimate goal is to try to reduce the amount of water we purchase. Yes, your contract states you have to buy X amount of gallons, whether you use it or not, you have to pay for it with both of those companies. But our ultimate goal is to try to get that down as low as we possibly can. And that's through water loss, leak detection. The smart metering will help that situation as well. I mean, we have to take a proactive approach and correct the situation. It's my job to give you folks the best utility you can possibly have. No shortcuts, no cutting corners, no, you know, we got to do it and we got to do it right.
Mr. Smith, this year, I know you discovered a lot of leaks in our system that were not discovered by New Jersey American Water. Of the leaks you found, how many thousands of gallons or millions of gallons were leaking from our water system?
When we got through January into February, we were able probably to reduce it around 3 million gallons. Now that's gone back up for the fact that we did our annual hydrant flushing program. That's all over with. So now we're going to take a good close look and see how those numbers are going to look. But we were able to reduce from 1 month to another 3 million gallons. We found a couple blow-offs that they had, 1-inch line that ran full bore. One ran into the river, one ran into a storm drain. We found breaks with the correlator that we purchased, and we're actively out looking for breaks as we speak. And as we find them, we will correct them.
I want to go back to my original question, and I do appreciate you going over the Water Quality Management Act and the work that you're doing, and I think you're doing an excellent job, and we're very lucky to have you. The question I'm asking, and I'm 5 minutes into my discussion, is there any upside of predictive revenue, losses or gains from the work that you're doing performed to correct maintenance for this year? You have 3 million gallons that's been corrected. Is there any other work that you'll be doing to correct additional leaks?
Well, that's the biggest thing we can do to recapture funds is to reduce our water loss. And if you're over, and it's another thing, the state looks and sees what your water loss is. You get to a certain point, they're going to be all over you to reduce that number. Big time.
Okay. So the question I have,
you're going to have to give them a plan on how you're going to go about finding these leaks and what you're doing and how much you're going to reduce it by and how much money do you have appropriated to look for your leaks and to replace your valves and to replace water mains. That's all information that you have to supply to them.
Bob, I'm going to skip that question. I'm not getting the answer I'm looking for, but I understand it's a complicated matter and there's a lot going on in your department. And I thank you for all the work you're doing and also hiring Edison people to be a part of it. Since day one, I think this was a great opportunity for Edison, and knowing that you're day-to-day on it is good for Edison. I want to go back to the experts just to discuss the bulk water purchases. Have we gotten that number of the minimum bulk water purchases amount?
$6,114,000.
Is that the minimum we have to purchase a year?
That's the calculation I was just done for you. Yes.
All right. This part it doesn't seem to be make sense. You have $7 million in bulk water purchases, correct?
That's correct in the budget.
Okay. And what is the minimum that we must purchase?
$6,114,000.
Can you repeat that again?
$6,114,000.
So we're committed to spend $6 million no matter what with that, with the MCUA, or with the New Jersey American and Middlesex one.
Correct.
Now, based on, and from any expert, and I'm sorry, Mr. Enright, I haven't gotten a chance to listen to, and I apologize for cutting you off. At that time, I was getting a legal expert. Not to say you don't know legal, but I was under the impression you're all finance. But I guess the question I'm trying to ask here is that knowingly that there'll be a reduction in usage, which will be a reduction in fees, but there's also going to be, as Mr. Brescher said, there's going to be a reduction in bulk water purchases. So is there any upside to your belief that there's going to be a reduction in the bulk water? And what would that savings be?
Hey, you're talking to me?
That's fine, sure.
Okay. There's no way to know that because we don't know what the water consumption will actually be as a result of COVID. Sure, hotels are closed, but on the other hand, people are camped out at home and using way more water than they normally would. So at the end of the day, you're not going to know that until very late in the year. It's almost impossible to predict accurately. I did an analysis to try to give you an indicator of what it might look like, but that's just based on rational thinking.
And when you talk about behavior, there are multiple consequences of behavior when we talk about it. We have a warehouse that's not working with as many employees. Okay, we have more people home using water. How do we plan a budget and not predict the behavior of an upside? And that's where I have this issue of the detailed transparency of each cost. And we are between a $1.3 million increase or perhaps just a $500,000 increase, which would be half the amount of that tax rate. I don't see how you can't go back to the drawing table knowing this has been put to the council in a short period to review. We have not even discussed with every expert the detail of their work and how they represent us. I'm questioning time and time again about our experts and what they're doing for us. I'm happy we have.
Yeah, Lance, I think you made our point for us, so I think I got to jump on it. You said, how do you prepare a projection and make predictions when you're not sure what's going to happen in this COVID environment? And I think the answer you're getting from your professional team is you make conservative estimates. And conservative estimates mean you assume the worst on revenues and the worst on expenses, right? You assume that the revenues will be less and the expenses will be higher, because if you're wrong, you can fix that. You can fix that by reducing rates in the future. You can fix that by redirecting the excess money to capital improvements. That's how a responsible business person or public official deals with the uncertainty of what's going forward. And so I think you kind of are making our point, which is we're recommending to you that you act conservatively and you impose a rate increase that we think, we hope will be enough to cover the expenses for this year, not knowing much about what COVID will impact, how COVID will impact. I don't know in my business, no one else does. So we're all trying to be conservative. That's what the conservative thing would be to do. And if you guess wrong, then the rate increase could be reversed in the future. The rate increase could be, money could be redirected to capital where it's needed. But on the other hand, if you sort of sharpen your pencil and put on rose-colored glasses and assume that COVID will be a good thing because people will use less water, or you assume that there will be less expenses, now you are putting yourself in the box where if you're wrong, there's not enough time to make that money up at the end of the year, and it rolls into the taxpayer's budget next year, which I'm sure will be stressed under the COVID environment. That I'm sure of, right? So, so all we're suggesting to you is put the rate increase that we're recommending so that when the time comes at the end of the year, you have choices to make. You can make choices like reducing rates or redirecting that money to the vote. But if you put the number too low, you will not have choices come December. You might be able to raise the rates. And by the way, nobody wants to hear about a 12% raise 6 months later, a 10% raise. That's raised. The public doesn't want to hear that. So you bite the bullet, you make the hard choice, you put the rate increase in now. And if it turns out that you made a rate increase that was too high, you can fix that. If it turns out that you made a rate increase that was too low, your only one fix is the tax. And that's really what we're trying to say to you is We're trying to give you a conservative estimate. That's what we think is the appropriate thing to do in an uncertain environment, not sharpen your pencils. It's not time to sharpen the number because that you can't fix later. So I think you're making our point for us.
I'm going to end it. And Council President, I appreciate it. I'm 12 minutes into this discussion, and I appreciate the extra time you've given me. I'm just going to end my conclusion that, and I wish we can go into more detail, and because I can stay on the phone an hour separately to discuss the details of where we're at here. And I do want to say, as a council person, several residents have called me and are worried about these increases. From the day one, we all disagreed with several problems that were coming our way. And I know that today we have to meet that happy medium. I just think this is front-loaded more than it needs to be. And we do not have a predictive behavior. There's no detail in this report of what we receive from our commercial customers. I don't have a list of who our commercial customers are. And I don't feel that we've been properly representing the taxpayers of Edison with the experts we have in the timely manner to make this decision. Now, if other council people, including Councilman Joshi, don't believe that's true, his decision is his decision. And for anybody, it's their decision. But this is enormous, and this is a guesstimate. And as I have witnessed the Suez issue that came to us, and Mr. Baumann, I witnessed your work. And whether you like or disagree with me, it was not good work for Edison Township. And that was a concession agreement.
With all due respect, Councilman, you're saying exactly the opposite.
Sorry. Anytime you want to go toe-to-toe and discuss that concession agreement with my residents, I'll go toe-to-toe. But you did not properly represent us. That had holes in it. It was a disaster from day one. But I'm not going to go there. But my argument is that this is too front-loaded, and this increase is not good for the ratepayers. I think you need to go back to the drawing table and come up with a lower increase in the front. I do believe the last 4 years is sensible. It's 4.5%, 4.9%, but 22% in the beginning is ridiculous. And you have no support, no predictive behavior. It's all guesstimates. And we have not had the time to speak to our experts to run through this in detail. And I'm not happy with the representation. And as we move forward, I ask that you prepare, as we have questions when this comes up, to have the simple answers that are asked for the common questions that are brought to your attention. This is just sensible that I've done my work. As you can see here, Mr. Baumann, I've come prepared. I have maps here, I have books here. I guarantee you there's more around my table than around your table. And I'm disappointed because the ratepayers pick up your tab. We hire you to represent us. And the council has you to look to ask for certain advisement. And we're not properly advised. And I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of kicking the can and being polite. I would hope that you'd be more prepared the next time because I'm not being polite anymore. If you're going to bill us and do the work, I expect the answers. It's just fair to the taxpayers of Edison. This is a 2-hour meeting to discuss a rate increase. It's an enormous task we've done here, and we should be proud that we're running this. Mayor Lenke has stood strong with it. We found leaks from New Jersey American Water, who's done nothing. Thank God we have Bob Smith doing the work. He's there every day. Had we went with the other agreement, they would have had a credit card and spend the money with no oversight, with a committee with no decision power. So I come prepared, and I, like other councilmen too, we're all prepared. We do the work. I sit here 3 hours before the meeting to gather my work to ask questions for the residents of Edison, and I'm cut off by Councilman Joshi. He wants to sum up the time. I just can't believe it. I end it there, and I'm not supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to reiterate something that people did ask that none of the council people have told me about it from last year, that they did go with the 25% increase. They all agreed to it. They said, I'm not asking for nothing. They all agreed to it. And this is where we're at right now as far as the water goes. And I'm glad I do not limit discussion. Everybody wants to discuss stuff, but as before, as people talk about credit cards, I know about credit cards because I paid off a lot during COVID. It was a help to me. But anyway, when people say we're going to have a shortfall, we have a shortfall, we have to bond again, that's another credit card. How much credit do you want out in Edison? Do you want us to be the credit card city? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Because bonds equal credit cards, okay? And nothing comes free, okay? So are we moving on to the ordinance 2071 now? Amending, was that the sewer? That was the sewer. That was the sewer, the first one. We were talking about water. I guess they inverted.
Yes,
So I guess
Council President.
I guess we'll talk about the sewer now then. Because
Yes.
we just got talking about the water, correct?
Yes, Council President, I have a question.
Okay.
One
We
question.
did it backwards.
Yes, Council President, I have one question about the sewer.
Yes.
Is Bob Smith available?
I think
here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm here.
Bob, I got a question. You have for the sewer, and I'd say I definitely recognize that our sewer is like it's in a lot worse shape than our water is. I mean, I can recognize that. One of my concerns I had was the amount of money that we had allocated for engineering in the capital projects, which amounted to, I believe it was about 20%. And my question is, could we hire our own engineer, to actually do this work? Because at that 20%, I think when we were looking at it, it amounted to close to $1 million a year. Do you have that paperwork in front of you?
Yeah, and I think that 20% is not just flat engineering costs. It's other items factored in to that 20%.
That's correct. Section 20 expenses, it's not just engineering.
Oh, Maureen, what is that? What would it be?
Bob, the section 20 is legal, engineering, planning, like your professionals. So each individual contract, there's a certain amount of monies that you're allotted to charge your professionals towards.
So it's all your soft costs.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And it's also a not to exceed number. It's more of a plug number, to be honest with you. We put it as a plug generally in the ordinance, but it's a not to exceed, so it'll probably be much less.
Right, and that's for the contracts for our capital work.
Right.
So when you say legal costs, I listen, I don't want to take anything out of Mr. Bauman's mouth there, but I don't know how much time you would put in to reviewing like our capital projects, or if there's really a need for it, to be quite honest with you. Once the engineer determines, that there's a need for something, it would just be reviewing of a contract.
Yeah, it's very little legal. It's mostly engineering. It's oversight, it's permitting, it's design.
I'm trying to get a grasp on what that 20% is, because I'm looking at your legal costs as being almost inconsequential.
Yes, correct.
So, and I understand engineering. So, Maureen, what other soft costs do you have in that line item?
So I'm going to speak to Maureen because we do the ordinance. We just use a plug. We just put in 20% as a plug, knowing that it's more than enough. And it's not really even, there's no basis for it other than we use 20% as a round number because it's not.
Coyle, if you can mute, please.
So
okay, because I'll be honest with you, I would vote for the sewer budget, but the problem I have with it is this 20% that you have allocated for engineering.
Well, Peter, the engineer is on the phone. Maybe he can answer these questions for you.
Okay.
What his, estimate is, it varies according to project. I get that, but I'm sure he can come in with some kind of estimate of a percentage.
But I guess, is whatever's not spent on engineering gets spent on the project. When the $2 million numbers, if it only comes in at 1 million, The other $1 million is spent on the actual construction. So it's a not to exceed. That's why it's not, we don't spend too much time worrying about it, because whatever you don't spend on engineering goes into the capital improvement itself.
Well, I get you there. You keep on saying that all night long, and I hear you. You know, let's put the extra money in whatever we don't spend, the taxpayers get back. But we can ask 110,000 taxpayers here in Edison. They're all going to tell you they felt like they got nothing back.
No, I'm saying it would go into the capital improvement itself. It would go into the water main. And
Yeah, not the operating budget. We're back to that again.
Go into the, it can't go into the operating. It only would go into a pipe.
Right. So my question is, why can't we carry like what I would call a legitimate number? And I know that engineers as a whole would look to make between 8 and 10%. You can get architects that'll come in and they're looking to make 8%. You might be able to get them down for 7. In fact, I think our library has something in there to that effect. And my question when you have a pump station is the pump station has multiple professionals that are needed. Architectural, mechanical, civil, and having an architect put that together as opposed to the engineer at a higher cost. I mean, I guess that's what my problem is with our capital budget for it. So if the administration was willing to change that, I'm willing to vote for that. But if they're not, then, you know, I just don't feel comfortable. That's all.
Councilman Besher, this is Pete Kosick and Mott McDonald.
How you doing, Peter?
Good. So Maureen had asked that we put together a capital improvement program, whether it was a pump station or a pipeline or whatever the improvement was. And I generated an estimate of construction. And on top of that, there are soft costs, as the attorney spoke to. Engineering, there was permitting costs that go to NJDEP. There are design engineering costs. There can be construction phase engineering costs. There could be bond counsel costs to help bond if there's going to be any kind of funding, or if there's a consideration to go to NJEIT for IBank funding. There could be legal issues with a contractor that pops up. My experience is, for the past 30 years working in municipal projects, that on average, soft costs come in at about 20%. Yes, you're correct. If we're the engineers to design a linear pipeline, engineering fees on a percentage basis are less than designing a complicated pump station improvement out there. I think for each of these expenses, though, the township would go out and get proposals and look at those costs. That is not a 20% is a budget that we put together so that we didn't underestimate or under cost something out there. But it's not 20% for the engineer. It's 20% for all soft costs that are not construction related, I guess.
Now, Peter, we just went through that with Mr. Bauman, and most of like his cost or those other soft costs you're talking about the permitting are negligible. They do cost something, but they're negligible when you talk about that whole number. Most of that number is out there for the engineering. And here's where my issue is. We talked about having the administration send out an RFP for professional services. And council colleagues have said, well, you don't want to go with the cheapest guy. We want to go with the guy we know. And you're that guy. All right. And I understand that. But not going out for a bid, like you just said, you thought the administration would go out for a bid, when rightfully so, you've known that they have not gone out for a bid in any of the things that you've done for us so far. Is that true? Or have you bid against anybody in an RFP here in Edison? It's a question. I don't know the answer to it.
Well, I've been involved in the township about 4 years now, mainly on emergency repair contracts. When something has broken, I've got a call to come out and assist. Just this past year is probably the first time that you actually hired us as a sewer and water consultant for the township. Prior to that, I didn't have a contract with the township. I was only on as needed basis. So, I have no assumptions that work's going to come my way, I am going to prepare, if I'm asked to prepare a proposal, I'm going to try and lay out, all the scope of work that's necessary. I've been asked, Bob Smith has already asked me, I've already given Bob 2 or 3 proposals. There's a couple of pump stations that are in dire need of an upgrade. I've given Bob proposals that outlay the scope of work and the cost to do it. But I don't think that's moving forward until these types of budget numbers are approved by the council. So everything I do for the township, or if I'm asked to, I'll give you a fair proposal, and you have every right to go and get other prices. That's for sure.
Okay, no, that was, you know what it was we talked about that, just awarding it because it's a professional service and we're allowed to do that. We also are allowed to send out an RFP and get proposals back, and we're able to talk to everybody. And I'm not questioning, your firm or the professionalism of your firm. I hear that you do some great work. I'm more inclined to look at the cost aspect of it. So that's where my concern is. So when you say that, we're not going to hit that mark, what I typically find with many vendors is that when they see that there's $100 on the table, typically the bids come in at $99. I've been doing this a long time. I've seen this just in the public sector, where the bids seem to always come in $1 lower than the previous, attorney or engineer or whatever it is. And it's just how it is because it's public knowledge, right? What everybody was just paid. So that's why I had that concern, and that's why I was looking for that number to be reduced, or for the administration to make the commitment to hire our own engineer in the town. That would be nice. And if they made that, I feel 100% for the sewer budget. If they don't, then I don't feel comfortable. And that's just my stand on it. But thank you.
You're welcome.
If we hire our own engineers too, I would like them to be certified in New Jersey. Our engineers have a New Jersey license. And also, while we keep referring to the library, we can refer to the school district too, who seen it fit to do 7.5 and a referendum. So this whole town, I guess, and I'm just trying to compare it because the school has been off for the better part of the year, and I don't think they're going back into the school, so I don't know how that revenue goes, and then it's the council revenue, and I just know the library is a much smaller thing that we're talking about. And so when it's mentioned, whatever, at the 7%, you're talking about a very, very small amount of money compared to all the other entities within our towns, back and forth. And I just want the engineers and the different people, and I just would like people to be, even though I want you to be respectfully disagree with people and not shout out to people and say, I don't think you're doing a good job. And, I would never say that about another person, whether I disagree with another person, Bob Smith or something, or Dennis Enright or something that they were telling me. I would not say that you don't know what you're talking about. I would not, automatically just jump you. And I just want us to have decorum, and speak in those manners. And you can just say, I respectfully disagree with you. I think that sounds so much better than you saying a name or calling somebody out of their name or saying that, they're not up to par. I just want us to bring it back to civilization. Thank you.
The Council President, I speak from experience. I've dealt with these experts from the last deal we had on the table, and that's where my experience comes from. And I dealt with Joe Bauman, and I saw his work. It saddens me that we continue to have him on our payroll. And I'm here today, and we're working hard on this. I'm prepared to ask questions. I have no clue what he even does for us. No clue what he does for us. And if he wants to explain to me what his position is on this rate increase, I'd be glad to hear it. But I'm just telling you from experience, Council President, when we worked together during the political part of the Suez, he stood there loving that concession agreement that was going to put us in a hole, a big hole. There was no transparency in that. It was a document from Bayonne They filled in the blanks, so the boilerplate and given to us. So I'm just tired of it. I can like him as a character, but he doesn't properly represent the township of Edison and the people who we, represent. That's been how it's been. On top of that, we have Bill Northgrove, who represents us. We have him that represents the water agreement, and then we have Bill, who represents the MCUA. I just can't understand how our conflicts don't measure up for the Code of Ethics and Conduct of state law. I can't figure that part out. So I'm just getting tired.
Oh, but I don't want them. I don't want to tell you off either and say that you're not a legal lawyer. You're not all those different things. I wouldn't want them to say negative stuff to you, because he can in turn turn around and say some negative things about you, 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5.
He can say whatever he wants, Council President.
But I don't want that decorum. I don't think that our meetings.
If he wants to compare W-2s for what I get paid and what he's billing the township, I'm quite certain he doesn't give us the representative we deserve. And that's it. That's the part that saddens me. And moving this state forward, I'm putting my pencil hard to the paper. It's not going to be easy anymore from the collected check in the township of Edison and keep overbilling us. What should happen in this rate increase is we should start cutting services and everybody take a haircut. There's a small haircut for the people in Edison. Everybody has good jobs. These professionals have been bleeding from the taxpayers for years here in Edison. Let's take a haircut to meet this increase. If we're all jolly about caring about Edison, but you won't see them take a haircut. You'll never see them take a haircut. They just keep billing and billing, and they don't do the work they should be doing. So I'm saddened to be on this call. Saddened.
Yes. Okay. In your opinion, okay, then we'll get another group of people to bleed us.
It's a fact. Okay. I work directly with Joe Bauman. He did a horrible job representing us with the concession agreement of Suez, toe to toe. That deal with Suez had LLCs across the nation. We couldn't get out of that if we tried to in arbitration. And who represented the arbitration? Bill Northgrove. We'd be in court forever. They guaranteed a rate increase, but there were so many other moving parts that gave them a predictive opportunity to raise the rates. It was terrible. Terrible. And I'm saddened. And this guy's going to tell me how I'd like to put the $10 million on the taxpayers. Well, I'm sad he doesn't even bring it up. How we took a concession agreement. This township took $10 million from these ratepayers, and Mayor Tom Lanke was a part of it for 8 years. He did nothing to say, let's manage properly and put some money in a rate retention fund where we could make up this difference now. Now we just gouge the people of South Edison, and we just say we don't care about it, as if none of us are doing our homework. I worked with you, Council President, toe by toe. I know what's going on, okay? But I'm not overpaying and being overbilled. Our job as council members is to control spending, okay? I don't believe they control spending. I don't believe they do the work they should do to properly represent us. That's why this whole thing should wait.
Okay, so but Spadoro is we have to look him up and find out what he did.
Council President, Spadoro, we can't say it's all leaning on Spadoro.
Why not?
We, the administration, we, the mayor, we, the council, we took that money for 8 years of Mayor Tom Lanke. George Spadoro was only responsible for a portion of that time. Then it was Resigliano, then in June Choi. But Tom's been here as a councilman for 2 years, and he's been a mayor for 7. He's put no money aside for the people of South Edison. We're just going to gouge them and hit them for 1.3. It's a $1.3 million increase. We can't take a haircut. That's the problem I have.
Who was on council with Tom Lanke? Who was on council with Tom Lanke? Who was on council with him? Because the point I'm just trying to make. I'm sorry, Council President. The point I'm just trying to make is you're being rational about George Spadoro. He signed the agreement, okay? But that agreement was passed down to several mayors, and Mayor Tom Lanke and the administration, including Maureen, was a part of that time where we collected. Let's just say it was 8 years of Tom's time, okay?
at an average of 500,000 a year, he collected how much? Okay, right there. Okay, he collected $4 million, right? And what did he do with it but give it back to the taxpayers? And no rate retention fund to say, hey, if this is going to come back to us, we got to put some money aside so these people aren't hard hit. And that's the problem I have. Is equal representation, do the job. I believe we do our job.
Well, what I would like to do, because I want to be honest and fair to everybody, all of this falls on Spadoro, Resigliano, and Choi, and the mayor. Every single one of them, and the councils that they sat on, everybody kept kicking the can down the street. So, I don't know if I can say the same, but I'll say it: when chickens come home to roost. Now that all of this stuff, all of these years, all this preponderance of stuff has brought us to this point, the breaking point of the water. So now that it's here, now that it's a reality, we have to move forward. We can't no longer put the blame back and forth on other people. We're here. We ran on line B, the water. It was 10,000 signatures. More people came out for the water vote than came out for the actual election. All right? Point blank. So I know the bad legacy up until now. That's why I try to be honest and I try to be straightforward. And as I'm saying, I'm trying to learn how to be a politician, but I would rather talk to people honestly and talk to them straightforward. And what I did was what I said, and you can go back, and I told the people that I was going to have to spend money on the front end to save them money down the road. That was my whole introduction to them when I told them that. Because that's why I didn't go with long term, 40, 50 yards down. I didn't do that because I told people when you spend money on the front end, you spend money on the front end. So therefore, when I spend this money on the front end and you take care of all these structures and all the stuff that has to be taken care of, from that point on, I should be able to level off and my increases should go down to like very, very low, down to the basic, that point as time goes on. All right, that's the math I know. That's the math I learned in school. That you put a whole lot on the front end, and then as time goes on, it moves.
Council President, I understand your point, and that would be wonderful, and that's what we all want to see. But the front end is too big, okay, and that's the problem. And we're not being properly represented by the professionals or given the time to go through this. They're billing the time, but we're not getting the time. And I hope later through this meeting, when I go to discussion items, I'd like to make a motion to remove Joe Bauman as counsel for the conflict and to fully investigate the standing of Bill Northgrave representing the township to give us advice and the council to give advice, and Joe Bauman's position, Fran's position, and the representation of the MCUA and the conflicts there. Because according to 40A-9:225 is the Code of Ethics. And if you read the Code of Ethics, I believe they're in complete violation, and I want separate attorney research on this because it just doesn't add up. And again, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. And it's no longer putting up with these county buddies that are in a system of just milking the township of Edison because we're the 5th largest municipality in the state of New Jersey. We have $150 million budgets, so their money just gets lost in spending.
Mr. President.
To start acting like grown-ups since we are that 5th largest municipality. Yes, Councilman Patel.
These are facts. These are facts, Council President. Facts. It's Code of Ethics, and they're in violation.
Councilman Patel, I seen a green lighter on your side.
Yes, I would like to discuss the ordinance itself. Leave the politics aside. As I know that as a 3119 have close to $12 million in the sewer utility fund as a balance. And for 2020, we are asking 4.9% increase. So my question to Maureen is that 4.9% is self-sufficient to run that department, or we are borrowing some money from that utility fund?
The 4.9 is not. We're using about hold on, I just got to go to the page.
Fine.
We are using about 3.5, a little over that in surplus to balance it with the 4.9.
So we are shortfall in terms of the sewer revenue, and that's why we are borrowing it from the utility fund. Is that correct?
We're using the surplus, yes, to balance the budget.
Okay. So if we don't need to use, but every time we hear that we need to invest in our infrastructure, and we have close to $12 million as a balance or the surplus there. And we are also anticipating some capital improvement project outside of this $12 million. So I'm not sure, how this budget is moving. One side we are saying we are short of the revenue, and that's why we are borrowing $3.5 million from the surplus, close to $12 million surplus. The same time we are proposing additional few $1 million for the capital improvement.
We're not borrowing it. We're utilizing the surplus. Instead of doing a larger increase, instead of going over 4.9, we're using the 3.5 to balance the budget. We're not borrowing anything.
So realistically, we are in a similar situation as water. It's like water, we don't have the balance, so that's why the rate increase is close to 22%. But here in the sewer utility fund, we have the surplus. That's why we are taking money from that fund to balance out our sewer budget.
Right, and what our hopes are as we start doing improvements, like we said, we are hoping very much that our MCUA fees will drop as we do these improvements, and in a couple of years we should reach a good equilibrium. That's our plan.
So are you sure that probably maybe next year or the following year we'll stop using the money from the surplus on the sewer department?
I would love to do that. That's always my plan.
Thank you, Martha. That's it. Thank you, Council President.
You're on mute, Council President.
Council President, I just have one last question. Of the improvements, you there?
Council President, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
I'm sorry, Councilmember. I'm sorry.
Council President, I'll be short, and again, I know we're driving.
You were telling me, excuse me.
To Peter, I can hear you.
Councilmember Gomez, you were just telling me I was on mute?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I thought you had something else to say because he did come on before you, Councilmember Joe Coyle. All right, now go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm good now. Yes. Councilmember Coyle.
Thank you, Council
Yes.
President. To our engineer, is any part of the improvements that we're making, are they part of the estimates that you gave as part of the SUES agreement, as part of the capital improvements?
They're similar. They're maybe reorganized a little bit. In the past 4 or 5 months, I think
these are some of the reports you did. Here,
yes.
Okay. Here.
Yes.
Okay. Here's the KKR sewage agreement. What I'm asking is that, have you done? Well, my argument when this started was we didn't CTV and find a factual data of what needed to be improved and what the critical assessment was of what should be fixed first.
Correct.
Have in your estimates that you're giving us today, which you said are not this, how is it similar? Is it factual? Is it CTV'd, or is it a useful life guesstimate?
One of the projects that's on the budget is to do the CCTV work. It's not been authorized. I've not been authorized to do it, nor has a contractor been authorized to do it. And the Township Sewer Department is just, I think Bob Smith testified or said last meeting that they can't get much work done with the other requirements out there. So one of the projects that's in this capital improvement plan is to do just that, to do about 10% of the sewer system every year and look into those pipelines and try to find the bad pipe. After that, then you go back to another contract and try to repair those bad pipes. So the money is spent wisely and where it needs to be spent. But the investigation hasn't been done yet. It's one of the projects that is noted in the capital improvement program. I think it was, I forget, $1 million or so a year to do about 10% or about 30 plus miles of pipe per year to find the bad pipe, to find the leaks.
What is your methodology that you have in the budget to do the work?
Right now, I've estimated that, you know, we would do no town, no utility authority, you know, does all the pipe at one shot. Is just too much pipe. So I've made an estimate that Edison Township would look at 10% of your sewer system every year and do it systematically. I would be talking to, you know, sewer department, you know, the operators. They would have they might tell me North Edison, they might tell me South Edison, or wherever in Edison they think there's the most leakage. We do have some indication from the meter chambers that we flow into MCOA. We do get the meter data back from MCOA. We can tell when it rains, which meter reacts the highest. So it gives us some idea where the worst I&I might be in the town. And we would, you know, put together a program of, you know, of A, metering, and B, investigating the pipelines. Doing I&I investigation work is like a 5-phase approach. One is metering, 2 is investigation. You know?
Yeah, and I agree. The CTV would certainly give us a detailed plan of what needs to be critically improved. But in the budget you're presenting of the work, you have a few pump stations to be rebuilt. Is that correct?
Yeah, there are, right now, I believe there's 4 pump stations that are in bypass pumping mode. The most recent is the Ford Millbrook pump station. In my report from 2017, it might have been projected to be done in 2025, I think. But we have since been out to that pump station about a month ago. It has only 1 pump out of 2 working. There's bypass pumps out there continuously. It's flowing about 3 million gallons a day, and it sits right next to the brook, underneath the turnpike overpass.
Have you given us an estimate? I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm just trying to save time to the point I'm trying to get to. Have you given us an estimate for that Millbrook pump station? Is that part of the budget?
Yes, I've gave Bob Smith asked for an estimate. I think it was dated late April sometime.
Do you know that price of what it cost?
We're estimating the pump station itself about $3 to $4 million replacement, and I think my engineering services for design and permitting, because there's a lot of permit issues out there, it was around $330,000.
Are we gonna bid that pump station out?
Yes, definitely. That pump station it's almost under the overpass of the turnpike where the old Woodbridge Avenue was. It's next to a stream, and over the years, a high-pressure gas pipeline got built behind it. So it's in a very difficult position to be replaced, but it is from 1948, and it is probably an electrical hazard. It's so badly in such bad condition right now. And that's the first pump station that.
Have you made a conservative estimate in the budget of 3 to 4 million? Is that conservative? I guess the question I'm trying to get at with you, if you're being conservative, we go to bid. Is it a possibility it'll come in cheaper because now we're bidding? We're not in a deal with Suez. It's us on our own. We got Bob Smith's oversight, day-to-day operation. We got the best of the best. Do you see a possibility of a bids coming in lower at 2.8 million?
Yes, I definitely do. I mean, we haven't gotten to all the nitty-gritty yet, but you know, I gave her an estimate that I'm going to say is high, but my experience is, like, you know, you put a $4 million estimate in. If it comes at 3.5, it comes at 3.5. If we're going to try to do the best job possible and get the best prices, it will be publicly bid, and we'll get competitive prices.
But right now, you're being more than conservative. Your estimates are high in the budget, correct? That's what you just said? Okay.
Yeah, I was asked to give, when I'm asked to give a contract estimate and a project estimate, I think about it taking 2 or 3 years. I mean, even if we were to design this thing in the next 6 months, there's 6 months of permitting to get through NJDEP. There's easement acquisition issues. There's NJ Turnpike Authority issues. I mean, we're lucky if this contract can be bid mid next year, and then it's probably a 1-year contract. So it's a 2-year project. So I try to make a budget that, you know, reflects inflation costs and a 2-year escalation. So I try to give a conservative estimate so that, you know, enough money has been allocated and the goal coming cheaper.
Thank you, Mr. Kosick. Mr. Morrison, I haven't had a chance to sit with you much at all, but I appreciate your knowledge and you're well respected in the county for the work you do. Could you give me a summary of what your audit report is against the spending that we have? What is your summary for us?
Wait a minute, are we on the ordinance or are we on general items?
I thought we were still on the water rate increase. I didn't know that we moved.
We're on the sewer.
No, we're already talking about the sewer right now because as I stressed that to Councilman Brescia, I said we did it incorrectly. We did the water first when it was supposed to be the sewer, and then now we're at the sewer. Correct, Councilman Brescia? That's what we're talking about, the sewer right now, correct?
Fine. For the sewer, Mr. Morrison, can you walk me through your summary for the council?
You're referring to the budgetary expenditures?
Yes.
Okay, sure. The actual budget that was, the state budget form shows the expenditures for last year. And our audit, which is ongoing right now, has so far not identified any irregularities with those numbers. So the budget showed $20,300,000 worth of appropriations last year. Roughly $6.4 million was spent through the end of the year. There was $3,925,000 unspent that is available for claims related to 2019's operations that would be paid during this year. But the likelihood is a good chunk of that will go unspent and revert back to fund balance at the end of 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. I have nothing further. Thank you, Council President, for extending my time. Very helpful. Thank you.
You all to be aware of the time, all right? That means that we'll have to vote on whether we go past my bedtime, 10 o'clock. Okay, all right, so we discussed both of them, so now we go down to discussion items. Councilmember Brescia. I can't hear you. I'm mute.
There we go. I have a question for the administration. I happen to be driving down Central Avenue, and at the end of Central Avenue, we have a park. And I noticed that it looked like we were refurbishing the tennis court, the basketball courts down there. And they looked like they were our employees that were doing that. Are we doing that work, or did we give that to an outside vendor?
We are working in a partnership with an outside vendor to learn how to do that going forward ourselves.
Okay. Do you have an anticipated what the cost is to do that?
Not off the top of my head, but I can get it for you tomorrow.
Okay. Because I'll tell you what, I looked at it, I seen that work done in other towns, and I'm very impressed, and I want to thank you for working on that and getting it. I think it's going to look beautiful once it's done.
And I think it'll be a lot cheaper, than going out to contractor.
That's kind of where I was headed. Yes. So I thank you for that.
Okay.
Thank you. That's it, Council President.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Coyle.
Council President, I'll speak on some good news because no one wants to hear bad news and arguing, but not that I'm not going to bring that back up, but I do want to thank the administration for supporting several projects. As I discussed through my committee reports, our Parks Department has done an outstanding job catching up with issues throughout the town. Our Public Works has done a great job in sanitation and follow-up on residents that have needed new garbage cans. We truly have stepped it up in the last 12 months and done a remarkable job. I also want to thank Maureen for the meeting she provided for me with zoning, and Carl and Harish and the work that they do, and the opportunity that we may move to some tablets, which could be a transition to happily step up the process. Jim Ayotte and Carl Zimmerman and Harish have a lot of work on their shoulders, and we're looking at some ways that we could work through Mazer and look at software that could change their violation process. And I'm proud that we have taken care of multiple violations throughout the last 2 years throughout the town. And I think we've done a great job. And I want to thank Tom's support and Maureen's support. Countless times I've sent emails. This council does a great job reporting to her, and she does take care of it. And I'm thankful for that. I want to move to discuss our representation of the council and our conflicts. Is there anyone here that can advise the council of our position with Mr. Northgrave? Is he here on the phone today?
I am, Councilman.
Hey, Bill, could you walk me through, I'm questioned time and time again. As you know, I'm disappointed in your legal colleague, Joe Bauman, and the work he's done. But I'm also questioned time and time again by our representation and the statute 40A:9-22-5 and the Code of Ethics. You represent us as a council, and you advise the council, and you look after any wrongdoing to properly make sure that we're represented. And then the other part, you represent the MCUA, which is part of the sewer utility. How do you give us, how do you stay out of conflict in those two positions? And how does Joe Bauman, representing us in the water, how do you stay out of conflict?
I'm not entirely sure what the question is, Councilman. I guess let me try and reframe it and see if you agree with how I reframe it.
Got a big connection, Bill. I'm sorry.
Conflict for me to represent for my firm, because my firm and me are the same. Yeah. Shit.
But you're a member, not an employee.
Yeah, I'm trying to, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. It's better now. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm a member. But regardless, if I were an employee, the firm and me are one and the same. There is no difference. If I have a conflict, the firm generally has a conflict, and except for some limited circumstances, not applicable here. So conversely, if I can do it, then Joe can do it, or Fran can do it, or so anyone else in my firm can do the work. So what we did with the water is that Joe has a great deal of experience and has over 30 years of experience doing these types of deals. So when the town was interested in moving this, Joe stepped in and represented us, technically answering to me, which is a little bit of an inverse of roles for Joe and I, but that's okay. He finally learned a thing or two by working with me instead of me working for him. But So that is not a conflict, and I don't see how that could possibly be a conflict. In terms of the MCUA, that is a separate, that's a county entity. You're a municipal entity. There have been, I think there may have been one time where I stepped out and I forget another firm stepped in my place. And I stepped out both on the MCUA side and on the Edison side. And if I could remember the situation, Councilman, I would share it with you, but I don't. And honestly, I don't know that it was even a conflict, but it was the type of thing where it was easier to avoid the question than to do the work on either side. But there is no conflict in me serving as counsel to the authority and serving as general counsel or law director to the Township of Edison. And I can tell you that it's not a close question. There was a case brought to my attention, 6 months ago, dealing with Western Monmouth Utility Authority. That candidly was an entirely different question. It's a different law, and that authority is entirely different than the Middlesex County Utilities Authority. So I don't know if that answers your question. And my sense from the way you asked it and your comments earlier is, I probably am not going to be able to answer your question to your satisfaction, but that's the answer.
Okay, well, here's my scenario, Bill. And it's got a few legs in the race here. But I guess the first leg in the race, let's just say, on a hypothetical, if we had a lawsuit with the MCUA tomorrow, who would represent us?
The township would be represented by any number of conflict firms. Alan Roth's firm could step in.
I agree. I see that answer, that point, and thank you for that. What is I guess where I had a tough pill to swallow is the concession agreement, Bill. And I know we're not talking about that today, but when we look at that type of document, okay, and we look at what you represent us and Joe Bauman represents us, clearly you made no comment of that. You kind of stayed out of the race there. However, that document we were beginning to sign was going to take us through a roadmap of arbitration for decades because of that the Suez had multiple companies throughout the nation to protect themselves from different statutes. So where you didn't advise us of that issue, we brought it to your attention. I'm compelled to say where you stood on that and where Joe Bauman had his hands up, great contract, we love it. How do you guys play hardball with each other when you have to play hardball? I know you're one of the best.
Yeah, we don't have to play hardball, Councilman, because it is for illustrative purposes. Joe Bauman and myself were one and the same in that scenario. Candidly, if I know how you felt about Suez and you were vocal and you certainly, that's what you were elected to do. I think Joe answered another question earlier about something you asked, and what Joe said was that was a business decision, and that was a business decision you made. I respectfully disagree that the contract was awful. I think actually it was pretty good, and I know that you and I will never agree on that. And I think our firm rendered the township advice that was solid, that was 100%, and we think would have stood the township in good stead. You disagree, others disagree. I respect that. I understand it. I understand there's always room for disagreement, especially in the area of public-private partnerships, and especially in an area that got as heated as that got. I do respect it, but there is no conflict at all. It was if, Joe and I and Fran, we were one person representing the township. You were represented by McManaman, Scotland, and Bauman, not by Bill Northgrave, and then separately by Fran McManaman, and separately by Joseph Bauman, you were represented by the firm as an entity. And again, I'm proud of the work we did. I'm proud of the work we do. I'm proud to be a member of the firm. And you could disagree with us. I candidly didn't appreciate the comments you made earlier. I understand you made them. I understand you're elected, and you know me. I hold my tongue. In terms of the elected officials, I have to respect the fact that the people of this town elected you. But I don't want my silence to be viewed as acquiescence in your comments, which were, critical of the firm. I don't think they were accurate, but I respect your right and others' right to both say them and to hold those views.
Bill, I thank you for your, sorry, Kim.
1 second. I put my hand up in case you couldn't see me. Mr. Northgrave, can you guys discuss this up in the private session, because we're running out of time, and the town wants to talk about the actual issues that are in front of us. I don't have a problem with discussion things, but we're going to argue back and forth about the legality of employees and lawyers and stuff. Is that better for us to describe in closed session so that we can move along, or how does that go, Mr. Northgrave?
I don't think it can be in closed session, Council President. I defer, whatever conversation Councilman Coyle and I spoke, I believe, very early this morning. I'm happy to talk offline, but I also, understand, that it's not my call. I guess I advise the township.
Council President, I'll end with a 30-second summary. I intend to stay on this topic. I intend to ask this council to do an investigation of the conflicts. I intend to ask Joe Bauman to step down. I intend to look at every move that McMahon Scotland represents us to look for conflicts. I think we're conflicted. And I've been told by other professionals we are. And I disagree. I won't go into the document in detail, but the document that we were going to sign by Suez, we were poorly represented by Bill. And that had many hidden tigers in the woods. And they could have never went and played hardball on. And I'll bring that up at a later date, but I'm not letting it go, because we're at a point where we're making decisions. We don't have transparent detail, and we're just raising taxes and raising rates, and we're being billed. And I just want the value for the work we pay for the taxpayers of Edison. Bill, I thank you for being nice and polite through my argument here, but this is not going away. I'm going to stick with it every council meeting. I plan to look at bills and details and conflicts. Thank you, Council President.
Council President, Council President, just a quick,
okay.
I just had a quick comment, and that was that, and this relates to what Councilman Coyle was talking about. I did speak to the mayor because I did have a legal opinion that says that the firm that Joe Bauman's with should not sit with the Middlesex County Authority and then govern over a town. So I do have that document. The mayor recommended that I go to the ethics board and that I give it to them to look at and make a formal decision and/or send it to the state. So I guess I'd like to see what the outcome of that is before, we go down the road and we look at it as a council. Let's see what the ethics board has to say about it.
Well, I think you should send it to the state, because our ethics board is partisan. So I'm not. The ethics board that we have right here is partisan. So, I don't know. I would prefer you send it to the state so that the state can give you a better answer about the whole situation.
I'll tell you. Thank you, Council President. I'll do that in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, Councilman Brescher, I agree with you, and I think that would help illuminate the situation. I am aware of the opinion you referred to. And, if I'm wrong, that's fine. I am 100% convinced I'm not. But I appreciate the, let a third party decide it so it doesn't look like it's politics, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, to the state. If it goes to the state, then it has nothing to do with Edison at all. All right, so That's the way that's the way I felt about it. If it goes to the state, it has nothing to do with Edison. We'll just move it right along that way. Now, at this particular time, Councilman Deal, do you have any discussion items related, discussion items?
Thank you, Council President. I want to switch gears a little bit here with my discussion items. Certainly, this is an important issue we've been talking about tonight, and there are a lot of important issues in our state and our country that deserve recognition, that we need to recognize, understand the best we can. One of the issues that we deal with here in Edison, the state and the country, is the coronavirus, COVID. And I want to thank Andy Toth and the Office of Emergency Management. I want to thank our Chief of Police, Tom Bryant, for keeping me apprised of our development as a township. What has happened in the last 4 months is unprecedented. We have lost over 200 Edison residents. Over 200 Edison residents have died in the last 4 or 5 months. We have suffered nothing like this in the history of Edison, nothing. And what has happened is in the last 4 or 5 months, because we've been hunkered down and we've been compliant, I wonder if we are becoming desensitized to the threat that is still with us. When I talk about 200 members of our Edison community, 200, that number soars to 1,000 in the county of Middlesex. In the county of Middlesex, over 1,000 people have died of this terrible virus. I am encouraged by a few things. The rate statewide in New Jersey has steadied and declined. So the governor has been able to open up some things. I applaud that because I know also that a lot of small businesses need to reopen and people need to pay bills, and that's important, and that has to happen. But what I want to say is I don't think, and I'm going to encourage us as a township, I don't think we can take our eye off the threat. I think we need to continue to do the things that got us where we are today. And where it got us today is we are not one of the 23 or 26 states in the country that are experiencing their highest daily totals in the year. That's not New Jersey. But that's not New Jersey because New Jersey was compliant. We went into a pretty severe lockdown. People were understanding this was a severe threat to our health and our lives. So we did a good job. As a state, we did a good job. Our numbers came down. But you can see what is happening, and that is we are reopening, and I applaud those efforts. What I am asking our Edison residents to do is please, please continue to be careful. Please do the things that got those numbers down in the first place. Social distancing, hygiene, wearing a mask in public, they're all very important. We need to be considerate of each other. Now, I know this is a bit of a political issue, and there are people that may not see the threat as dire as I see it, and if that's the case, I'll be wrong. If somebody says, well, Councilman Deal's being too careful, he's being too cautious, it's not that big a threat. Well, okay, then I'm wrong. And what did that cost me? Not much, okay? It doesn't cost me much to do the things that I just spoke of. But if it's the other way around, we save lives and we are concerned about the health of our residents. So I'm just saying this because there is a lot going on in our country. I am a senior citizen. I've been in the state my entire life. I've been in the country my entire life. I've been involved in politics most of my life. I've seen a lot, and I'm here to tell you, this is a year like none other. There's a lot going on. And what I want us to do is not lose sight of a threat that has taken over 200 lives in the town of Edison and 1,000 in Middlesex County and is not gone. It's not gone. We get the numbers every day. They're lower. Thankfully, they're lower, but they're not gone. And we need, as a township, to be vigilant. We need to be compliant. We need to keep doing anything, even if it's not for yourself. Be respectful of the other people that we are in contact with. And Council President, those are my remarks tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I thank you a lot because a lot of people put that to the side. They don't understand that COVID is real right now. It's COVID. It's Black Lives Matter. It's more stuff. You and I both know as seniors. There's more stuff that happened this year than anything that I know for like a good while in my lifetime. This stuff has really impacted everyone, and I know, and that's why I discussed budgets and I discuss different things that in terms, because from what I've learned from over these years, and a lot of times I've been involved, that you can't foresee the future. None of us knew that was coming. None of us knew. That's something that hit us like a ton of bricks. Yes, it did. All right, Councilmember Gomez. Councilmember Gomez. Oh, discussion items. I can't hear you.
Sorry. I'll be brief because I want to echo a lot of what Councilman Deal had said. I think we're at a critical milestone in the fight of COVID in not only Edison, but in New Jersey. I think we have a lot in front of us. Businesses are reopening. We are restarting the economy, but it's going to be gradual. And I think we're also dealing a lot with the anxiety that people have gone through of being locked up for 4 months, and it's for the better good of everyone. The only thing that I will reinforce is to please keep conscious that this is not going away. It's not going away anytime in the near future, and we need to continue to be disciplined as to how we approach it. If the purpose is to help the businesses, I strongly encourage that, but I think we need to do it respectfully to their requirements that they have to abide that by the state, and considerate of everybody else that's a part of the same fight. So, I'm glad to see that people are going out there, but I'm also glad to see that many people are being respectful, and there are some that are not. And so as a community, we need to work through that, and we need to make sure that we keep focus on the issue to get through this and hopefully get to a point that we find a therapeutic and we find a vaccine. But this is not going to go away soon. It's not going to be business as usual come the beginning of July. But we can make the best of it. And we don't have to fall the same way that some of the other states have fallen. And I know the governor gets criticized a lot, open, but I can tell you, people that have thankfully, had recovered from that, they say that it's probably one of the worst things that they ever dealt with. And you don't want to wish that upon anybody. And there are those that have not been able to recover and have passed away. So I think we're all in this fight together, and we should keep focus of that, but we need to continue to make sure that it doesn't have any more damage to us. So please be conscious of it. Please be careful, and please help us all out. Let's help all each other out. Thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Joshi.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to Troop 14, the Scouts. They did a terrific job along Lake Papiani. So right before COVID started, right before the pandemic, myself and Billy Thomas had gone out to Lake Papiani, where there was a student who, for his Eagle Scout project, wanted to put up bat houses. And he taught us a lot about bat houses. And basically, as you know, if you've gone through Lake Papiani, there's a mosquito problem. And I didn't know that bats eat, a single bat can eat 33% of its weight and typically eats about 1,000 mosquitoes. And so for his Eagle Scout project, right before COVID started, he asked the town if he can go make the bat houses and put them up with his father. Just this past weekend, him, his mother, father, and the troops went out there, put up 3 bat houses along Lake Papiani. And I wanted to recognize them and say I appreciate the work that the troops did. And I think they did a terrific job with that. That's all.
Oh, I applaud them also. We've had them do projects for the library on the earlier years when I was in the library. We had them do projects, and they always do fabulous projects. They always do great work. Thanks a lot, Council Member Joshi. Council Member Patel.
Thank you, Council President. I have few things to mention, but I will give my time to the residents of the township. It's already 4 hours. We are in the meeting. I will have my issues heard via email or phone call. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Bill Norgrave, we have to make some kind of a meeting thing because it's going to be past 10 o'clock in 2 minutes. I mean, in less than 2 minutes. So we have to go past 10 o'clock, you know, because we haven't even started the regular meeting yet.
Yeah,
so we have to, I guess.
Yeah, Council President, you should ask for a motion and a second, and then take a roll call to extend the meeting. Yeah, I would imagine you may want to do it for a finite period of time, but you could do it however, whoever wants to make the motion, however they want to do it.
Council President, I'd like to make a motion that we extend our meeting past 10 o'clock for 1 hour, to be extended if we need to.
Council President, I second it with the understanding that we should consider hosting our work sessions separate. It has not been fair to the residents of Edison that we're double packing our meetings. COVID-19 or not, we're capable of hosting a Monday meeting and a Wednesday meeting. It is sad that they have to wait 5 hours to speak. Thank you, Council President.
Are you seconding what he said for an hour meeting afterwards?
I said second to extend.
Okay, all right, okay, roll call.
Councilmember Brescher.
Brescher.
Wait.
You're on mute.
He might be.
He is.
Well, how's he gonna?
He's on, Councilmember Brescher.
He can't hear you if he's on mute.
All right, he's on mute. Councilmember Coyle.
Yes, Council President.
Yeah, but what about Brescher?
Councilmember Brescher. He won't come off of mute. What you want me to do?
Hello? Joyce, do you hear me?
No, we didn't.
No, we didn't.
And now.
Now, thank you.
We have a motion.
Hello?
We have a motion on the floor, Councilmember Brescher.
I don't hear anybody, and it's not on mute.
We have a motion on the floor to extend the meeting for 1 hour.
I can't hear. Speaker view. No.
Oh, turn his volume up.
Turn your volume up.
Council President, in case you do hear me, just to let you know, my Optimum Online will not allow me to hear the meeting any longer for some reason.
You don't have a phone? They dropped him?
He may have had a data restriction.
Well, we still have a quorum left, so we just don't have to vote anyway. All right? All right, we did Coyle, so keep going through it.
Councilmember Deal?
Yes.
But he says it already. Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Joshi?
Yes.
Councilmember Patel?
There he is.
I'm back.
Yes.
Councilmember Brescher?
Clerk, can I ask what I'm voting on? I was muted. I couldn't hear anything.
Okay. We're voting to extend the meeting because it's now after 10, to extend it to 1 hour.
Yes.
Okay.
Council President Schiff.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're going to start the regular meeting?
But I don't know, are we
We're
at
up
the
to the
point?
regular meeting now.
No, all right, everybody on discussion, okay. Wow. Now we're gonna start the regular meeting, and I need a motion to approve the combined meeting of May 27th, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, so maybe, whatever. Council President's remarks, I think people have heard enough talking for the night already. Energy is done. All right, so now the administrative agenda from Mayor Thomas Lanke, motion to accept the appointments for the Municipal Alliance. Can I get a motion for the Municipal Alliance?
Motion to accept.
Second.
All right. Really, we don't have to do anything with that. That's the mayor's agenda.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Like I told everybody before, and like I told most of the people, I'm looking at all the committee lists, and I'm getting information back, and I'm getting some other letters and information of young people who do want to, on the empty seats that we have on the committees, and I like that we're moving forward. Number two, we still have a Human Relations Committee, and we've only gotten maybe 3 or whatever, and when everybody goes out and they make those diversity comments, we're not diverse, we're segregated because people are not joining up as a group. And I can say, I went to, down to Metuchen, and their Human Relations Committee was awesome. All the people were working together, the diversity of their town was reflected, and they were moving forward in the direction that all towns should be going at this particular time. So, as I state again, we have a Human Relations Committee that's 9 years out of whack, that we are the only one in Middlesex County that does not have one, and does not have one in service, which really embarrasses me, but that's a different story. I thought that we would be doing better by now. I thought the people would come together and try to work as a whole, but I see everybody still wants to hold on to their separate little places and move along those lines. They don't want to operate as a group of people. I'm used to that because I sat on those kind of committees. I'm just asking people to please become a part of our Human Relations Committee because it means a lot, and I hate being the only town that does not have one at this particular time. Even the county has one. Okay? Now, unfinished business ordinance is for further consideration, public hearing, and final adoption. Clerk read.
Ordinance amends the Edison Township Code to revise and update the 2020 per gallon water rates for the township, charges residential and non-residential users for the discharge of normal domestic sewer, and the rates charged significant industrial users of the township sewer system.
Okay. Open the public comment on establishing a connection fee.
No.
Not that one.
2016.
Okay, we're still on this one. Sorry. And to the public, whoever wants to speak about it.
Yes.
I forgot. We tell you before. You either raise your hand or you press *9 on your phone. So this is for the public.
Comment on 2069.
Yeah, on 2069. Eight seven 8735. Is it? State your name. Hello? They're no longer there? Okay.
Crystal, Edison, New Jersey.
Who is it? Oh, it's Crystal.
Yeah, Crystal, Edison, New Jersey.
Okay, we're just speaking right now. We're just speaking on the ordinance, all right?
Oh, we're still on public comments on the resolutions, right?
No, we didn't even get there yet, Crystal. You just gotta wait.
No. All right, I yield my time. I apologize.
No, that's fine. That's fine. It's all right. Okay, we'll get back to you though. Stay online. All right. The next person is who?
Laura Scarola.
Laura Scarola.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. These comments are in general, or are they for anything? I'm just trying to figure out when I get to talk about, I have several comments to make about the meeting tonight.
Okay, that would be on the public portion. All right.
So what are you discussing now, the sewer?
Yeah, we're discussing right now the ordinance for the sewer.
Okay, so, yeah, in regards to the capital improvement list that was provided to us by Mott McDonald, you had 23 different capital improvements listed. So the fees that were listed actually were discussed tonight in regards to the 20 to 25% soft costs, but you had a total of 33 million with the soft costs. And as we went over it today, we see that there's a lot of discrepancy over exactly what the costs are. When you're talking about raising rates, the entire Suez contract from 2019 dealt with a lack of transparency. I couldn't agree more with Councilman Coyle in regards to the law that was broken, in regards to conflict of interest. And for attorneys, in fact, that's actually, there's an additional one, and it's called the Rules of Professional Conduct for New Jersey Courts. And since he brought it up, I took the pleasure to look it up. It says a lawyer employed by a public entity, either as a lawyer or in some other role, shall not undertake the representation of another client if the representation presents a substantial risk that the lawyer's responsibility to the public entity would limit the lawyer's ability to provide independent advice or diligent and competent representation to either the public entity or the client. And L says a public entity cannot consent to a representation otherwise prohibited by this rule.
Hello, one second. Yeah, you're not talking about.
In regards to everything with the sewer, we have not had good representation, Council President. We have not had the correct representation. That's
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying you're not talking about the sewer. We're only talking about the sewer. That's all right now, just the sewer.
Okay. I think it kind of ties in.
Excuse me, I know, but you have to wait and come back on your public portion, and I'll be happy to hear everything you have to say, your whole list of things.
Okay, gotcha. No problem. Sorry about that.
Council President.
Let the people speak, please, Mr. Councilman Coyle.
I believe you.
Let the people speak. I got a limited amount of time.
The ordinance we're going over right now, can the clerk clarify what we're going over? Because I see it, we're going over 2069, 2020. Ordinance amends the Edison Township Code to revise and update the 2020 per gallon water rates for the township charges to residential and non-residential users of the discharge of normal domestic sewage and rates charged significant industrial users. Is that what we're going over?
We're going over the sewer. I said that over and over again. We're only doing the sewer right now.
Sewer and water rates, Council President, correct?
So the water system is 2071.
Could the clerk please verify what we're going over, please? Because it's not fair. They waited 5 hours to speak.
069. It's fair because they're going to have another opportunity to talk. If we stop talking, they'll have time. Okay, who's the next person? Okay, all right, okay. All right, so.
To read the title again? I don't know.
No, they're gonna come back again because they're gonna come back, but she wants to come back on the water. This one is the sewer. Okay, so, a motion to close.
There's nobody else.
There's nobody else on there.
Council President.
There's no.
Who is it? Is there another person on there?
She raised her hand again. I don't know if it's for this or not.
Who is it? Just a second.
Laura Scarola.
So is Laura going to talk on this one?
No, she wants to talk on the.
I want to talk about both. I can address the SOAR real quick, and then my husband is also going to hit it. It'll say Laura Scarola, but we are both on the same, actually thing.
Okay, so Roger, sure.
Anyway, in regards to the capital improvements, that's all part of the budget. I mean, I know that part of the capital improvements are tied into this. And so with the whole thing, with the water and the sewer that Mott McDonald put us together, my point is I just would like to request that there is a public hearing so we could, after what we went through in 2019, there was a lack of transparency. The attorney did not give us the right breakdown with the sewer. I'm talking about the sewer, okay?
Yes.
And as well as with the water in regards to rates, in regards to termination fees, all things that wouldn't even happen. There was so much misinformation, but I would request a public hearing to see what these capital improvements are in regards to the rates, so the public has an opportunity, instead of just 6 minutes, to actually discuss the costs involved. And I would like a detailed list, since we paid Mott McDonald $300,000 to do this research and for these studies. So I want the detailed list that they came up with the pump stations, and we got the sewer interceptor, and we have the other sewer collection system. So that's all part of it. And then I can move on with the rest of my comments later on. But my husband's going to hit next.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Can you come up with that
This
in the
ordinance, Council
You'll have
President,
you'll have an opportunity to talk again in the public hearing, all right?
Council President, this ordinance is water and sewer. Can the clerk please read the ordinance? You're confusing the public on what they're commenting on. This is 2069. These people waited 4 hours to speak. The comments are water and sewer. Am I misunderstanding? Could the clerk please verify? I'm sorry, Council President.
People, and she addressed the sewer at that particular time. Three people waited to speak on this particular thing. They want to speak on the public forum.
This is water and sewer rates. This ordinance is for, you're going to close the public portion on this part, and this is, Council President, may the clerk please read the ordinance we're discussing.
Nobody else to speak, Councilman Coyle. And we're, there's nobody, I want to make sure.
It's just procedure, Council President. Point of order for procedure. Please read, may you please read the clerk. We have a clerk for the purpose. Could the clerk please read the ordinance?
Public time.
It's ordinance 2069, 2020. This ordinance amends Edison Township Code to revise and update the 2020 per gallon water rates the township charges residential, non-residential users for the discharge of normal domestic sewage, and the rates charged significant industrial users of the township sewer system. This is the sewer rate ordinance.
Okay. All right, there's no hands raised, everybody's done.
This is on the sewer rate.
Okay. They spoke on it.
What's Laura's not showing me? On it, I need her address.
I need your address. Are you going to speak on the sewer again?
Laura Scarola.
Yes, Laura Scarola, 4 Longview Road.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
You want to speak on the sewer again, correct?
Yeah, I thought when she said water, it would include the water. So, essentially, I would also like the breakdown of what we paid for in regards to Mott McDonald's study with the sewer and a public hearing. I know I said that, so I'll stick with that, and then I'll pick up the rest of my comments because it is a very long night, because I do want to talk about, I want to address the water and what happened in 2019 with the Suez and these conflicts of interest, so I'll wait.
That would be the next ordinance, dear. That would be the next ordinance. All right?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else on this ordinance?
No, there's no one else on the ordinance. That just was her. Okay? Now, can I have the motion to close the public portion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Okay. All right. I want to entertain a motion to adopt.
A motion to adopt, so moved.
Second.
Can I get it? Go 1 second. All right.
Any council comments?
Any council comments? after tonight? Any council comments?
Again,
Okay.
this is for the discharge rate, right?
Yeah, sewer.
Yes, yes, for the sewer, yes, yes. Okay. So everybody in the council understands now, we're sewer. Everybody understands, everybody even out there in Zoom land, all right? Yeah, a roll call.
Councilmember Brescher.
No.
Councilmember Coyle.
No.
Councilmember Deal.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Joshi.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
No.
Council President Chip Freeman.
Yes, and the reason why I'm saying yes, because it amounts to pennies. That's the only reason why I'm saying yes.
That passes. Four yeses.
All right, now.
Now, I will read, all right, go ahead.
Okay, clerk, could you please read 2071? Okay, listen carefully, everybody out there. This is about water. Water. All right, so I don't want nobody to say they misunderstood me. We're discussing water right now. Go ahead.
Can I make a motion to table?
I didn't even read the title yet.
You got to read the title first.
An ordinance amending various sections of the Township Code to establish a connection fee for the water system, establish rates and fees for users of the water system, and amend various sections to incorporate recommendations from the water and sewer utility. So now you got to open this.
Oh, I got to open up now? Okay. I open up and now, can I have a motion?
No, you need open the public portion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The public to speak.
Okay, now it's open for the public to speak. Now you can come on and speak about the water.
Council President Joe Bauman, I have to, this ordinance has a dual purpose. There's also a statutorily required public hearing on the connection fee. So I have to read certain language, and then Dennis has to make a presentation, and then we can have the comments as it relates to this ordinance.
Okay, it's open public comment on establishing a connection fee.
Right, and I have to read some comments before we begin, and Dennis has to make a presentation, Council President. So if I could start, and then the public will comment.
Okay. All right, fine.
Okay. So I'm Joe Bauman from McManaman, Scotland and Bauman, Special Counsel to the Township of Edison. We're here to speak on the connection fee established in the proposed ordinance 2071-2020, amending Chapter 27 of the Township Code. The purpose of the public hearing tonight is twofold. One is to hold a regular hearing for the ordinance, and the second purpose is to hold a hearing on establishing a connection fee for the township's water system for 2020 as required by the County and Municipal Water Supply Act. A connection fee is a fee paid by developers and new users of the water system. This hearing is being transcribed, I think, by a stenographer, so it is important that only one person speak at a time so we can hear all your questions and respond properly. This will allow for a clear and accurate record of the hearing. For recording purpose, this public hearing is to be held tonight, June 24, 2020. The time is now 10:20 p.m. via Zoom video conference. We received the affidavit of publication of the notice of the public hearing, which was published on June 13, 2020 in the Home News Tribune. The formula for the connection fee calculation is driven by statute and is designed to ensure new users contribute to the capital improvements already made to the system. The methodology for calculating the connection fee is set forth in Section 11 of the County and Municipal Water Supply Act, which can be found at NJSA 40A 31-11. The connection fee is calculated by taking the cost of the capital improvements made to the system and adding debt service on the capital improvements, then subtracting any grant money and dividing that number by the equivalent dwelling units to set the connection fee. As you're aware, on January 1, 2020, the township started operating, managing, and maintaining the portion of the water system owned by the township that has been operated by New Jersey American Water for 22 years. The Township Code does not currently provide for a connection fee. The proposed amendments to the Township Water Code include establishing a connection fee, which is what we are reviewing tonight. NW Financial, Dennis Enright, prepared the calculation for connection fee that is embedded in the ordinance. And I'm going to ask Dennis to walk us through the calculation, and then we'll be able to open up the hearing, as you said, Council President, for questions for the public. So this is not about the rate increase we've been talking about, but this is about the fee that new users have to pay in order to connect to the system. So developers, new homeowners, anyone that's new coming into the system would be charged a fee called the connection fee. This is different than the rate increase we were talking about. Dennis?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So we calculated the Edison connection fee in compliance with the statute, as Joe had mentioned. It's intended to be a fee to make sure that new users share in the embedded investment in the system. And it takes into account debt service, which in this case was 8.9 million and change. Capital investments made during the, that was not debt service, which was $2 million for a total net cost of the system of $10.978 million. We calculated the number of service units, meaning the equivalent dwelling units, as 8,015, and dividing that into the 10,978. The connection fee per equivalent dwelling unit is $1,369.81.
So what Dennis is describing for you is for a standard meter, which uses about 300 gallons per day, the new user, like someone who bought a new home, and they want to connect to our system, Edison system, they have to pay $1,369.81. And that's meant to offset the prior investment that the existing ratepayers have been paying over the years. So with that, Council President, we can return to the public hearing.
Okay, does everybody understand the connection fee, or do they have to explain it anymore? Did Dennis have to explain it to you anymore? Does everybody understand what the connection fee is? I mean, speak now. Okay, all right. If you don't understand what they're saying, say whatever. All right.
Council President.
All right. Thomas, if you don't understand what they're talking about?
I'd like him to point to the page in the ordinance that goes over the rate connections per line and the sizes.
He doesn't understand what you're saying. What are you asking him?
The question's clear. Can he point to the page for the connection rates for the size lines by scale?
I don't have the ordinance in front of me. Maybe Joe has it. He could point to it.
Yeah, Fran's getting it, right?
Yeah, the connection fee is in section 27-2.36. It includes the
on page.
I don't have an ordinance with page numbers on it.
Yeah, there's no page numbers.
It's the second page.
It's the second page. Without the numbers on it, it's the second page. You just go down to the second page.
Second page.
Start from the bottom of the first and then going on to the second page.
Yeah, that's in the recitals, but in the body of the ordinance, it is section 27-2.36.
Okay, go to that. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Connection involved.
Where is the scale broken down per pipe size?
Just the 5/8 size meter is included, and then for each subsequent size, it will be multiplied by the EDU.
Is it written in the ordinance to scale the sizes and the cost?
Yes. For meters larger, this I'm reading from section 27.236. For meters larger than 5/8 inch, the connection fee shall be determined by the number of EDUs that the larger meter represents times the connection fee for one EDU. That's in section 27, 2.36.2.
So Councilman, an EDU is 300 gallons per day. If you're going to be using 600 gallons per day, then it will be twice that number.
Okay, all right, so now we open up to, a motion to open to the public?
Well, we are open to it.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're open to the public, I don't know what, we're open to the public, I'm sorry.
Crystal's first.
Crystal, you want to talk about water, Crystal?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay, this is just specifically about water, all right?
Council President, this is just specifically about the connection fee. And then we can close the public hearing on that portion and then move on to the general water rate.
Okay, so we're only doing the connection fee right now.
Just public questions and comments on the connection fee, which is what we're keeping the record for, which is required by statute. So if we could just take any questions regarding the connection fee and then close the public hearing on the connection fee only.
Okay, you heard that, Crystal? We're only on the connection fee only.
I apologize.
We'll do water.
So I can't speak about the 22% rate increase, right?
After we do the connection fee, I'm going to make sure you come right back up as soon as we discuss the connection fee. You got anything to say about the connection fee?
Yes.
Any questions?
Are just now for the connection fee, is only South Edison residents have to pay for that, or the whole township as a whole?
These provisions apply to the South Edison system.
Okay, I just want to let you know, what I want to say is this. I want to thank Councilman Coyle for advocating for South Edison. I'm from Fox Road, and now I'm very upset about it because when we wanted to beautify Clara Barton, I was for it. All of Edison were together. We got to be together. When we're for the North Edison Library, I was also for that. And now I feel that South Edison were being excluded as a whole of a township. And Councilman Coyle, I feel this is unfair. I mean, I see the whole council has been arguing. I love when people are passionate with what they're representing. Edison, I've been in South Edison all my life. I'm Plainfield Avenue by the post office and now on Fox Road. And I feel this is truly unfair. I feel it's discriminating on one section of the town. And, you know, how can you guys do that? Who is the person who decided that only South Edison why South Edison can't be included as a whole with everybody else? Who decided this? And then I'm going to yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, who wanted to speak? Laura, you wanted to come up and speak about the connection fee? We're only talking the connection fee, they told me. That's it.
No, I want to talk about the water rates. So the connection fee is the connection fee.
All right, we gotta go get past the connection fee. From what I understand, from the legal standpoint within the state and everything, we have to do stuff legally.
Sona Baker.
Yeah.
Sona Baker's next.
Sona Baker. Just the connection fee. I know it's confusing. That's why I'm trying to keep explaining it. This is only pertaining to the connection fee. That's it. Not the water. We're only on a connection fee.
Good evening, Brett Baker, 140 Grandview Avenue. My question on the connection fee is, are these the types of things where we could explore the possibilities of increasing rates for developers? The town's being overdeveloped already, and wondering, I believe Councilman Brescher has spoken before about opportunities to leverage developers to possibly support the school systems as we overdevelop the town to better support our schools in overcrowding. Is this the type of stuff that we could be exploring through this sort of rate increase or discussion?
Yeah, Joe Bauman. So this is the exact fee that will be impacting developers, as you describe, for new projects. But the formula is specifically laid out in the statute. So it's a formula that we can't, for example, use this provision of the law to try and increase the charge, or otherwise, as you use the word, leverage the developers for more contributions for the school. So unfortunately, this particular law would not allow us to do that. It's pretty carefully tailored, result in this specific number. And it's also designed to go back into the system.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Anyone else on the connection fee? That's it? On the connection fee? So.
Council President, if there are no more speakers on the connection fee, I move that we close the public portion on this, this part of the ordinance.
Thank you. Second? Second?
Second.
All right. What's that, motion to adopt that? We can't.
No.
No, that's
Now
done.
you're gonna.
Okay, now we're opening up on the water, okay. Go ahead with the water.
Now we're opening public on 2071.
Oh, 2071.
Same one, but the water section.
Same one, but the section of it now we're talking about is the water.
Laura scroll again.
Laura scroll.
Who?
Laura scroll.
Oh, Laura. Oh, Laura, okay. Go ahead, Laura.
Thank you. I know when I'm done.
Go ahead.
My husband wants to speak. Okay, yes, so let me just to start with the rates real quick. It's a little confusing with 27-2.35B. You give a list of the increased rates per line, and then you have rate crossed out 2315 to 7227 per 1,000 cubic feet. That's a 212% increase. Is that additional water over the, what is that rate? What is that?
Fran McManaman, the rates that were listed and crossed out are the 1996 rates that were in effect prior to New Jersey American Water taking over the system.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this would be 11% over what it was then. The 7227 is just an 11% increase is what you're saying. Or is it 22%?
It's 22% over what is currently being charged, what the current rates are as of.
Okay, so in regards to the water, and I think I want to talk about this with the capital improvements. So I think the best place to start is we're looking at the 28,965 million number, okay? And then the soft costs, which are really unknown, between 20 to 25%. Right there, you have $1 million, okay, that you could be saving in money. And by the way, with the loans that they have, with the payroll, you get credits back on the payroll that you would get. I guess you'll find out next week. So you probably get quite a bit of money back on payroll. But I mean, you have like 3.6 to 4 million, even as Pete Kosick said, in regards to the Ford Nobel pump. And then you have to bid these things out. So when you're talking this kind of money, and the soft cost 33 million, we might be able to save, you know, something like $3-4 million once we get a detailed list. This is why we need a public hearing with a detailed list of all the costs. I've seen other towns list valves, the price. They list the pipes, the inch, the size, the price. I've seen them do that detailed. They don't do it like this. This to me is unacceptable because it lacks transparency. You're putting a big number on a pump station without the details. It's not acceptable to the public. After what we went through with 2019, and this is where I want to pick back up in regards to what we discussed all last year, all the hearings we had. The contract with Suez was so detrimental for the township of Edison that it behooves me that we're sitting here saying that you could possibly have thought it was a good contract. When Mr. Baumann brought the first presentation up to us in regards to rates, he provided a graph that said there was going to be fixed rates at 4.9% for this many years, blah, blah, blah. But he never mentioned what the contract actually said, which was that the minimum requirement for the rate was 11% at a start place. It had all other variable rates in it. It was the worst deal on the planet Earth. Mr. Northgrave never once got up and made any suggestions that that really isn't good or nothing. And I kept asking the council, did someone go over these? Have you looked? Do you understand what's in this contract? And no one gave them legal advice. So to say that there wasn't a conflict of interest is a gross understatement. Councilman Coyle is absolutely correct. I read the statute previously in regards to the legal aspect of it. There is absolutely conflicts of interest, and I would like to know if you have a policy for that. Secondly, and on the same vein, Councilman Deal is a commissioner on the water utility, Middlesex County Water Authority. He's getting paid on both ends. So they set rates, they set what policy, all types of things. And the statute actually that was quoted applies to Mr. Deal. He should have been recusing himself on every vote. He cost the Edison taxpayer $100,000 to do a referendum and all our legwork when he should not have even voted. I don't know if the council knew that he was a commissioner. Is there a policy for conflict of interest? There should be information listed as to what organizations you belong to. What other groups do you, but what other, professional organization and associations are they affiliated with, and are they getting paid? It is impossible for him to have kept the best interest of the public in view. In fact, the code and the statute actually says he's not permitted to be serving in both these places. So I don't know how this ever got past the Township of Edison, okay? And also, you need to present to the public some type of policy for conflicts of interest ethics, because this has to be followed. And if somebody belongs to an association, it should be announced before they make any votes so the public knows. We didn't know that Mr. Deal was a commissioner at the Middlesex County Water Utility. He should be recused from every vote. Every vote he had was technically illegal, okay? So that's a big problem. So what are we missing? We're missing transparency. We want accountability. So we're gonna move forward now, and that's what we're expecting. That's what happened. Mr. Baumann never mentioned anything about the virtual impossibility of getting out of that contract with Suez, and neither did Mr. Northgrave, because they're both partners together in the same LLC. Yes, he's a member. He receives profit from that group that he belongs to, and he is an authority on the Middlesex Water Utility as well. So the conflicts are multiple for Mr. Northgrave. In regards to the contract, he never mentioned that we could never get out of that contract. We could never have terminated. Many other towns tried to, and they couldn't get out. You're stuck. You have been stuck in a position of arbitration, which would have cost us legal fees. Okay.
Time.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next.
Hang on. Tony D.
Who?
Tony D.
Tony D.
State your name and address.
State your name and address. Tony D. Okay. Guess he's not talking. Who else?
James Monroe.
James Monroe. James Monroe. James Monroe.
Yes, James Monroe here.
Yes.
I'd like to speak about.
Excuse me, just 1 second. Your address?
Do I have to provide that?
Yeah, we do that every council meeting. It's just a little law we go by.
Oh, well, that if you go by the law, then I don't have to do it.
Okay.
So the person that was just speaking.
Excuse me, are you from Edison?
It's irrelevant.
No, it's not, because I have to make sure all the Edison residents, the taxpayers, get their say first, sir.
No, you're in violation of the law if you do that.
I'm in violation of the law that I shouldn't let taxpayers have their say in their own town they pay taxes in?
Correct. So I'd like to have my time back, please.
I didn't even start your time yet.
Okay, so could you start my time now?
I'm waiting for your address so I can start the time.
69 Salem Street, Edison, New Jersey, 08820.
Thank you. Start his time. Thank you.
Okay. So anybody that wants to get the policies, you can go to openmachine.com and you could do a public records request for those policies. Anybody that sees any corruption in town, you could certainly go to New Jersey State Police Professional Standards. They go with ethics, It's a newly formed division with the state police. So the guy that is violating all those laws by being conflict of interest, you can certainly call 877-253-4125, or you can Google New Jersey.
Hold on, give me the number again. Give me the number again.
877-253-4125. You can Google the New Jersey State Police Office on Professional Standards. It comes right up. It's a newly formed organization. They're taking out lawyers. They're taking out mayors. Anybody that's corrupt, they're going after. This meeting is completely, it's like the Three Stooges running around with their heads off. You guys sound like a bunch of idiots arguing with each other. You have no idea what the hell's going on. I've heard that you guys request questions to be submitted prior so that you can review them or have the attorney review them. That is completely illegal, against the Sunshine Law, against the First Amendment. Anybody that submitted questions, you should have either read them.
It wasn't me.
Can I have my time, please?
Yeah, excuse me, you're talking about public submissions, which we don't do anymore because we're on Zoom.
Okay, when you did them, you broke the law. So, Christo, you should file a complaint with the Board of Ethics, the professional standards with the state police, and they will address it. You violated the First Amendment. You censored him by not asking those questions that he submitted. You're a complete violation. I think you're a racist, Council President.
Excuse me, this has nothing to do with the water ordinance. So if you can just speak with the water ordinance, okay? Just stick with the ordinance, okay? You want to say all that stuff, whatever you want to say, sir. Can you keep it for the public portion? Because I'll be glad to listen then.
You said it was the public portion. You just ended the other stuff.
I didn't. I said on the water ordinance. That's all. We're still on the ordinance.
Holy cow, you guys are so freaking stupid. Go ahead, go.
Thank you, sir, for your behavior. Thank you. Is that all?
No, hold on. Crystal.
Okay. Well, the ethics need to see about the whole town.
Crystal, Edison, New Jersey. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry I keep asking that and being annoying like that. It's just I'm not used to,
As long as you stay on topic, I'm fine. We're only talking about water. That's it. The water ordinance, that's it.
Okay. I want to say about the water, I want to thank Councilman Coyle and Councilman Brescher for advocating for South Edison. I remember when you guys got reelected, I remember Joyce, you and Coyle also came down to around my area, Fox Road, around where the car dealerships were. I appreciate that. I'm against the 22% water rate increase in South Edison. All Edison should be taxed equally. Like I said earlier, here in South Edison, our taxes pay for the Clara Barton beautification, the North Edison Library. I believe if this was a North Edison issue, Sam Joshi wouldn't allow it. A lot of people wouldn't allow it. North Edison always gets its fair share. We have freeholder Tamaro in the Middlesex as a Middlesex County freeholder, and instead of putting dog parks on contaminated land, what he should be doing is he should be advocating for all of Edison and getting us the best grants possible, like Freeholder Director Rios, that corrupt Freeholder Director Rios gets the best deals for Carteret. It's time Edison gets its fair share of the grant money.
Hey, Crystal, you got to stick to water. Come on, you want to talk about the people Carteret, so you got to wait till public session to talk about those people.
I apologize. You're right. You know, because it's been so long. You know, I keep forgetting where. I apologize. So we're not on the public comments yet, right?
Absolutely. I'm trying my best to get there, though.
Okay, I'll yield my time so we get there quicker.
Okay, thank you.
Tony D.
Tony D.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can,
There we
sir.
go. Tony DePasquale, 2 Pine Street. So I just have a question about the discussion earlier about the collecting the rates for the water. So what was brought up was that there's a chance at the end of the year that we might not have enough money collected for the water. So all the citizens of Edison would then have to pay for that, which was brought up. So the question I have is, with the surplus, what would happen with the surplus? Does that go into general fund, or will that go into just staying with the water?
From what I heard tonight, it seemed like they said it would go into the general fund, I think.
Okay, so then.
No. This administration, no, we would never move the money from a utility into the general fund. And I'm sorry, Council President. That is not.
I'm good with it. I'm just tired at this time, so I'm okay for one mess up.
The question I have is, okay, you said you wouldn't do that.
Correct.
But legally, can you do that?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so then if you guys do decide that you wanted to do that, so then my money that is paying for the water will then benefit all of Edison. But if it's the other way around, then all of Edison wouldn't help me with the deficiency of the money that isn't being collected. So it would go either way. So who benefits where? That's the thing. I mean, you said, you wouldn't do that, but there's no guarantee, because you said, legally you can pretty much do whatever you want. So two people, one of the lawyers and one of the councilmen, that, it would just be a surplus. Well, surplus is my money. Citizens' money. It's somebody's money putting their funds to this water. So, issue with, with just the laissez-faire of, it's a surplus. Well, okay, but that's money. It's people's money. When you guys talk about rates, this is not numbers. This is coming out of pockets. I'm furloughed right now. Until a job again, or am I? So I just would like, when you guys.
It's breaking up. You got a little bit of bad reception. It's like cracking up.
So I just this.
No, I'm having a problem hearing you because your phone is breaking up. You're making some good points, but I can't hear them because it's the breaking up in the phone.
Okay, any better now? How about now?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So when you guys are discussing, the raising rates, I really want you to think and make sure you're thinking that this is money that is coming out of our pockets. It's not just these numbers. It's really, really important for the citizens to know that our council people that are taking our money, just making decisions on the money that we are putting out. And the water is important. I mean, we know it's important for life. I mean, my son's garden his tomatoes and he waters every day. It's part of, This is
Tony, you got dead spots in your house?
I'm done.
I lost you again.
Council President, to Tony's remarks, as I mentioned before, this is the issue every South Edison resident should be concerned with. And I'm glad Maureen brought up that, no way, we would never do that. However, the resident, mentioned, could you do that? So
okay,
it's not fair that we suck the wind, take the money, and then we want to hit these people with a high increase. We owe the responsibility to work harder to shave down this first increase, Council President, just for the mere fact that the Township of Edison at whole benefited on the backs of the South Edison hardworking people here. They provided a concession, gave them money. We collected $10 million, $4 million from Mayor Lanke's administration. And here's a guy that's furloughed, and he's just, he's
I understand
speaking.
exactly what you're saying, and
You have to be compelled by the tone of where people are at, and you can't, benefit on both sides, and that's what Tom Lanky's administration does. They have surplus, they throw it back in, and that's where we need to guarantee that this surplus would go into a rate retention fund like it should have been before. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can make sure of that because as Maureen explained to me, that's exactly how it's going. Even though I'm exhausted from the people talking back and forth, and even not trying to cut you off, Councilman Coyle, but we'll have to make another request because we only have 8 minutes before our hour is up. So that's the only reason why I'm trying to get as many people as I can get in.
Council President, knowingly that this is a very intense, deep volume of paperwork, it should have never been combined together for this meeting. It's not fair to the residents. It's done wrong from the beginning, having a double session. We're here late because it's the fault of the direction of the mayor having to stack 2 meetings. You have that control to separate them. There's no reason why we couldn't have a separate work session to give people time to have gap between comments in work session and 2 days later, additional comments for voting.
I have nothing. Listen, first of all, I didn't make it this kind of way back and forth. And guess what? I know people who had like lengthy questions and stuff. I believe that Bob Smith, Joe Bowman, whatever, they've been in their office for the last 2 to 3 weeks. And some of these questions could have been answered prior to us having this meeting. This is just, the last stop on the bus. But some of these questions could have been answered by people already if you went into the office and you asked the person the question. I'm sure Bob Smith's office is open. I'm sure the sewage and the other stuff is open. I'm sure you can get in touch with the lawyers prior to this meeting. So to me, some of these questions, because some people are telling me that we're asking the same questions over and over and over again. You know what I mean? Expecting a different answer. They say we keep asking over and over. That's what the public's telling me that I'm getting.
Unless I've misunderstood what the work session is, please describe to me what the work session is and why we hire professionals. Is it to meet their timeline and their appointments at their schedule, or is it to meet the council's privilege?
Excuse me, Councilman
You're working
McCoy.
for us, Council President.
I think the public deserves some time to speak at all. They've waited patiently. They don't need us to suck up the rest of their time because within a matter of 5 minutes, we would have to decide if we wanted to go to midnight. All right? That's all I'm saying. Not being disrespectful or anything, but we have our obligation to the public so they can speak and they can discuss other things, so they can ask questions. They don't have the opportunity like we have to walk into the Bob Smith's office, to walk into the mayor, different offices. I guess they can walk into the mayor's office anytime they make an appointment. That's a different story. But the council members have time to ask these questions that the public may be working or whatever and might not be able to get to the different people. That's all I'm saying. So therefore, I like to yield a lot of time to the public so they can discuss what they're displeased with and their dissatisfaction. So that to me is important. So do we have any more hands raised?
Yes.
Who?
Gentleman named Michael.
A gentleman named Michael. Michael.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Michael. Name and address. I mean your address. I know you're Michael now.
It's 48 New Brooklyn Road. This is my first time joining a municipal meeting, and very sour taste in my mouth. Councilman Cole, the public deserves to be heard, and I think it's disingenuous that it seems to me that you're complaining about this going past midnight or this going an hour. Am I understanding that correctly? My first municipal meeting I attend, and what I'm hearing is you're complaining about this going on for an hour. The public doesn't get to have their voice heard by politicians very often. You know, there's not a meeting every week. I don't go to the city hall or the municipal court every day. So you're complaining that, you know, we're going on for an hour. That's wrong. The public deserves to be heard. Anyway.
Yes, Michael, but you have to stick to water right now. Your public portion, you
moving forward. You know, I've been as everybody has.
Mike, you can talk till 2 a.m. What I was getting at, Michael, and I'm sorry I don't have your last name. What is your last name?
It's Gabriel.
Well, Mr. Gabriel, my point of privilege was for you. What I was addressing to the council president is that normally we would have 2 separate meetings for you. A separate work session that would have ended at 9 o'clock. And then 2 days later, one on Monday, one on Wednesday. And on Wednesday, you'd be able to speak again.
Please.
Council President, I'm addressing the residents' concern. I am for him speaking as long as he wants. Okay?
Councilman Cole,
I'll be here till 1 o'clock. I have all the time you want, sir.
I understand. This is my first municipal meeting. And, you know, as a resident, as everybody has been following, you know, there is a lot of talk about, you know, police reform, how the police are doing right now. And, you know, as a concerned citizen, I've had nothing but great experiences with the police in Edison. I have sat outside, you know, 2 weeks ago with a sign, interacted with a few officers. They were all courteous, excuse me.
I know, you got to stick to water. Can you please tell me that on the public portion? You know, I don't disagree with you. Just please stick to water.
Okay, my question is, what kind of bias training are the police given right now?
Sir, this is about water. It's about water rates, sir. Any questions about water rates?
I'm sorry. Sorry, this is my first meeting. Okay, all right. So okay. I'm gonna lower my.
Jim, why don't you shut off the mic and let's get on to any other questions?
Yes.
Who else wants to talk about water, specifically water?
I have Brett Baker. Brett Baker?
All right, Brett Baker. Brett Baker.
Good evening, Council President Chip Freeman and the rest of the council. Thank you for taking time. Brett Baker, 140 Grandview Avenue. I'll keep my remarks brief on the water topic. I think we've spent plenty of time on this tonight. I would just like to point out to members of council, as I'm sure you've probably picked up on now and the rest of the residents still awake, that this continues to be a topic in town that we continue to fight about and we continue to bicker about and we continue to go to head about. And as predicted, the argument lines tonight amongst the members of council split exactly the way the Suez arguments lines split last fall. And so I just would like to just appeal and appease to this town. We figured this out in November. We voted, we passed it. Can please just step up and lead? I mean, it is 11 o'clock at night. I've been sitting waiting to make public comment. Others have, and I get it. I get this topic is important. But it is blatantly obvious that this is being turned into a political act on both sides. And I just would appeal to all of you to please stop. Councilman Joshi asked at the very beginning of this conversation to table the conversation. I recognize that we need to go through the process and recognize public comment, but I would strongly encourage support of Councilman Joshi's motion to table the comment. Thank you.
Next.
Anthony DeAmarin.
Anthony DeAmarin.
Hello.
Yeah, just water, Anthony DeAmarin.
Hey, just the water topic? I want to speak about the water.
Yeah, this is just water, sir.
Oh, awesome. I want to talk about the water. Great. Fantastic. First off, I want to thank, I did speak to Councilman Brescher and Councilman Coyle during the week. I know they were working hard looking through that binder of about 300 pages. So I do appreciate their efforts. I also have a question though, and well, more of a concern is the lawyers that are involved in this. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Baumann is specifically who was pushing the Suez deal is still, now he's involved. He's still involved. So I just kind of feel like, you know, that is, it almost sets it up where it's going to be political, I think. So I hope, I thought that maybe they should have went in a different direction. But that seems to be, I think, a little conflict as well. So that's just a thought of mine. But
is that it, Mr. Deamarin? Is that it?
yeah, that's it. I'm going to finish up grocery shopping. You guys enjoy the rest of your night.
Oh, thank you. Have a good evening.
Council President, it's 11 o'clock. We might need a motion to extend the meeting.
Yes, sir. You want to do that, Councilman Patil? You want to lead the motion?
I'll move the motion to extend for another 30 minutes.
30 minutes, right?
I'll second that.
Yep.
Okay.
That was Councilman Brusher seconded?
Yeah. Councilman Brusher seconded.
All right, roll call.
Roll call.
Councilmember Brusher?
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle?
Yes.
Councilmember Deal?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Joshi?
Yes.
Councilmember Patil?
Yes.
Council President Chip Freeman?
Yes, even though they're not going to believe about this late.
So we're extending the meeting
So
to
we're
11:30.
extending the meeting to 11:30, all right? Okay, so who else is it?
11:33.
Is somebody about the water?
11:33.
11:33.
Laura Scarola.
Loris,
Laura Scarola again.
yeah, I don't want to mess up names, so Loris Parola?
Actually, it's Ralph Scarola. Yes, that's me.
Ralph.
Ralph Scarola, 4 Longview Road.
Ralph, so it doesn't come up as Ralph? No, because they're on the same. They're on the same feed, all right.
I think they're married. Might be.
Okay, I'm fine with it.
Can I speak?
Okay.
Oh, I'm good to go? All right, I just want to bounce a couple things off you guys. Last
This
year,
is just
you guys,
water, right?
am I good?
Yeah, just water, okay.
Yeah, just water. We're going to talk about the water. Last year, you said that the last council voted for the 25% increase. And we don't want to, we were told by several councilmen, let's not turn this into a political thing. But just let me give you let me just try to bounce something off of you. Last year, we had an unprecedented vote, okay? Obviously, the referendum was knocked down. It was knocked down to push through Suez by an unprecedented amount. I would even contend that 14%, probably half of them didn't know how they were voting and voted the wrong way. It was absolutely unprecedented. So that same council that voted to have to put the vote forward, we wasted $100,000 of the town's money to put that vote forward. So we don't want to turn it into a political issue. I get all that, but all those people are watching now, okay? Everybody that voted is concerned for the town. So what I'm asking you, on the one side, Councilman Deal talked about COVID. That's fine. I respect that. But let me give you the other side of the coin. Many people are suffering, okay? People have budget problems. I run a business. It's not easy. So you guys disregard all of that. Typical township, I hear from Bauman, he says, oh no, if we have the extra money, we'll put it to capital improvements or we'll give it back as a credit. Are you kidding me? A town giving back a credit? I never heard of such a thing. Once that money gets sucked into the system, not to use a funny analogy, it's going to go right out through the leaks. We're never going to see it. I guarantee you it never comes back. We're never getting a credit back. That's like a joke. It's unbelievable that he would even say anything like that. I also want to point out to you, I get it. The council president said, you have compassion. I respect that. How about the compassion for people, old people in this town? You're going to raise their water rates 22%? Let's just boot them out and send them to Florida, because this is why nobody can stay here. I have grandkids here. I have my parents here. I'd love to move to Florida and get away from Edison because of the overburden of all the tax rates, but I can't. So now I'm stuck with all this and all the people that are stuck here, which is a terrible thing to say because it's a great town, but let's just keep piling on, man. That's what we do. And it's insane. We have to stop. I'm asking you guys, I'm asking the council, this is a great opportunity. Why don't we as a council and the Township of Edison take this opportunity to be a part of something that we can set in the state of New Jersey, that we turned our water system around and did a great thing. Water for the people. Think about it. Who does the water belong to? It's the most essential thing, water and sewer. The people deserve to have it, and they have it at the best optimum price. So I get it. Now, on the one side, I understand. No 22% increase, but Joshi makes a great point, Councilman Joshi. It's like, do it reasonable. Don't beat us over the head. We understand you got to dump money into the sewer system. That's fine. And the water system, but let's do it like differently. Let's try to do it so we can be an example for the rest of the state. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir, but I'm a senior citizen myself, so I'm not trying to overburden senior citizens because that would overburden me. Okay? Next.
Last four is 9249.
9249, the last four numbers.
What a shit show.
Excuse me? That was it? You wanted to say you were not going to say your name and you just, that was it?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
That's it, no more?
All right, that's no more. I guess you guys heard what he said, but that's a different story. Okay, so now, motion to close the public portion.
So moved.
Close public portion.
Second.
Second.
Bushian?
Okay, now can we have what is it? A motion to adopt?
I'd like to make a motion to table this.
Motion to table.
Can I get a second?
Guess it fails.
Yeah. So what else? Motion. Okay, now we'll have a motion to adopt. Motion to adopt? No motion, okay. Then that died too. So it just died in the water. Okay. Okay, you can read my favorite ordinance that I went out my way to make sure this was taken care of. You can read my favorite one.
So there is no motion to adopt and no motion to...
So it just died. It just died. Okay.
It died.
It dies. What, you want a glass of water? Okay. Okay, the new business, a proposed ordinance. Can you read that?
Sure. This ordinance amending the Township Code, Chapter 7, Section 7-14, to prohibit parking on a portion of National Road within the township at all times. So I have a motion to introduce.
We have a motion to introduce?
Council President, I move this ordinance be set down for public hearing on Wednesday, July 22nd, 2020.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. What's listen. Okay, maybe I'll explain the resolution more so to you. On Memorial Day, when I went and I spoke with the veterans, the veterans explained how the trucks and stuff were blocking their entrance in and out, and a lot of disabled people were having problems coming out of the parking lot. So therefore, I said, well, I'll go to the traffic division and I'll see, can we help our veterans? Because we always give them lip service, so I figured we would do something for them. So this is what this ordinance is about, if anybody's questioning it. All right? So, it's open to the public right now?
No, it's not open.
This is new business, Council President. Right, this is just an introduction.
Motion to introduce, I'm sorry.
Now I got the motions, now I'll take a roll call.
Okay.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Deal.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Joshi.
Yes.
Councilmember Batil.
Yes.
Council President Chip Freeman.
Yes. Okay.
Now we open.
That's one of my good ordinances. Okay. Now. Okay. Ooh.
Now you're going to open the.
Yeah, I know. I'm just exhausted. Proposed resolutions. Okay, for the consent. Motion to approve consent agenda.
No. Open the.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Open public
Open to
portion.
the public portion on the resolutions.
Resolutions only.
Resolutions only.
I have Michael, wait, no.
Who?
No.
They want to wait to the public portion, right?
Crystal? You read this.
Crystal, on the resolutions only?
Okay. Nobody ever answers my questions, but I'll give it a go. By law, all contracts in the government must be bid on. So I don't understand why that one project there was no bid on it. I remember even.
Which resolution are you referring to, Crystal? We only doing resolutions right now.
Yeah, I can't remember which one it was specific, but Coyle was talking to the other guy about a no bid contract, and I remember the BOE even on their contracts they get bids on them, and I think there's by law you have to do that to get the lowest bid possible. I can't believe earlier Sam Joshi tried to silence Councilman Coyle, who was representing the whole South Side, including me, and oftentimes.
About Joe Coyle and Councilman Joshi.
This happened during the resolutions. May I continue?
No, you only can talk about the resolution at all. If you want to talk about Josie Coyle, you'll have.
This happened during the. This is public comments on the resolution. So, and this happened during.
You have to give me, excuse me, sir. You have to give me a specific resolution that you're talking about.
I apologize. I don't have them in front of me because I'm at the beach right now and I'm walking on the street. So, but I have been listening all day. And may I please speak on the resolutions? I have a finite time, please.
Well, you have to give me the number and stuff. You just can't speak vaguely into the air, so I don't know. Exactly.
But this is during.
Come back to public portion, then you can just,
I want to knock these down so I can talk about other things later. And I am speaking on the resolutions. When a kid spoke earlier, I mean, Coyle promotes to extend meetings. He's done it before. Lawyer Northgrave, he's the one who wants to quote unquote have a finite time. He did, even the last time he wanted that. Since it's a combined meeting today, I think the public comments, we should get 12 minutes instead of the regular 6 minutes. And I have a question. Yes, ma'am.
So you have to wait. I want you can talk about all that stuff you want to talk to in the public portion. Right now, all we can talk about is the resolutions. That's it.
Okay.
That's the
Okay. One last thing, and I'll yield my time. Joyce, earlier you were talking about hiring someone to take photos. I want you guys to know I'll take photos and video for free. I got free time, so this way the taxpayers don't have to be burdened. And I yield my time now.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
No one else.
All right. I motion to close the public portion for resolutions.
Second.
Okay.
Okay. What's that?
Yeah, does anybody want anything?
Council President, Council President, if we could pull 312 for a separate vote, right? I just don't know that we have the right contractor listed. I don't know that it's supposed to be Long Electrical and Mechanical and not Longo Electrical and Mechanical.
Councilman Brescher, I wanted also to pull that out. 312-062020.
What? I'm sorry. Wait.
Can you repeat that one? I'm sorry.
This is the same resolution Councilman Brescher talking about to pull it for the separate vote. Resolution R.312-062020.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Just, if I could, on the agenda and on the resolution I have, it says Longo Electrical Mechanical.
Yeah, it says on mine.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, maybe there's someplace I'm missing, but I see it as.
Mine says Longo.
Yeah, on my agenda that I have, it says long, but I do know that Longo was involved in something that I don't feel comfortable in voting for tonight unless I got information, and I was just made aware of this. But my agenda says LONG, but I couldn't find them listed anywhere, so that's what led me to believe it's actually Longo.
Yeah, Councilman, it is certainly Longo, and I think I know of which you refer. So if you want to just pull it and vote on it after you get all the information, I think that would be appropriate. There was a discussion last year before you and the council president were on council. And if you want to revisit that discussion, I think that's, unless the BA tells me that this absolutely has to be voted on tonight, I don't see any problem with pulling that so we can have that discussion, because I think it is an important issue.
Yeah, absolutely, it's fine.
Yep. And Council President, just want to add, and thank you, Bill, for clarifying that. We want to see, what progress this particular vendor has made. If he's clear and out, so the council can decide on voting.
Yeah, Councilman Patil, I think that's appropriate. We'll get you all the information you need. I would prefer not to have any further discussion about this issue right now, especially in light of the fact we're just going to be a motion of, to pull that off the agenda. If I understand Councilman Brescher and you correctly. So if we could do that, then we could vote on the rest of the agenda unless there's something else.
Yes, that's correct.
Does anyone else have anything other than 312?
And your 307 is off.
Okay.
No.
Motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Can I get a second?
Second.
If I could, let's be clear. Wait, before you do a roll call, the consent agenda we're adopting has 307 and 312 removed, just so that so everyone knows what they're voting on before we vote. That's correct. Okay. Just wanted to be sure. Thank you, Council President.
Okay, now roll call.
Okay, Councilman Brescher.
Yes.
Councilman Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Deal.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Joshi.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Council President Chip Freeman.
Yes.
Now we are 307 is totally off. So 312. Now we are, this is the motion to table.
I move the motion to table.
Who said that?
Councilman Patil.
Can I get a 312?
This is on 312.
A second?
Second is Councilman Brescher. Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, this is the motion to table. I'm taking roll call. On 312-06-2020. This was the Longo contract. Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Deal.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Joshi.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Council President Chip Freeman.
Yes.
Okay, so that's tabled.
Okay.
312-06-2020 is tabled.
There was an oversight on my part. Before I open up the oral petition and stuff, I want everybody to know there'll be no rate hikes to the seniors of Edison. I want to make that very clear because I'm a senior citizen, so there will not be any rate hikes for the seniors. Thank you very much. Okay, now I need a motion to open to the public for oral petitions and remarks.
You don't need a motion, just open the public.
Oh, I mean, it's open now. Okay, now everybody, all the stuff you wanted to say before, now you can say it now. All right, whose hand is up first?
Charlie Cratterville.
Charlie Cratterville. Yeah, Cratterville.
All right, wait, this is oral. Go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good evening, members of the council. It's good to be with you virtually tonight. I'm from New Brunswick, and I'm here on behalf of Food and Water Watch. And I know many of you know Junior Romero, and I've got some big shoes to fill. I know that he's done a lot of work in Edison, and wanted to speak to you tonight about policy that we first championed here in my home city of New Brunswick. To combat climate change, improve our air quality, and give our residents more choices about where they get their electricity from to power their homes. And our council approved a community choice aggregation program in 2018, and it began last year. It's a huge success. Through a public bidding process, we secured a supply of electricity that was 6% cheaper than what residents were getting with PSE&G, and now after PSE&G changed their rates, we're actually achieving even greater savings, 14% savings, and as high as 19% for above 600 kilowatt hours. So this is just another option for residents that our ordinance would offer. We have 1,900 signatures from voters in town that we've turned into the clerk's office, and I've met with a few of you and been in touch with some of you about this, and wanted to avail myself to you if you have any questions about it. And I know you'll probably be hearing from some of our members tonight as well. I know you've had a long night already, and I'm really thankful for you giving me some time here. So I'll just wrap up by pointing out that we are dealing with a huge crisis with COVID, and that only makes this more important. There was a study at Harvard that shows that communities that have pollution and poor air quality are being disproportionately affected by the virus. It's a respiratory illness. And, this is a way that the municipality can use the state law that already enables these types of programs to actually move us towards the renewable energy future that we all know we need. And so I do want to ask if we can get on your agenda for your next meeting to just give a presentation about this, so you can hear how it's working in other towns, and also how it could work in Edison and for Edison, and would want to do that soon, because the petition does have some statutory timelines attached to it. So that's all I have for tonight, and thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you very much. Next.
So, Council President.
Steve Nagel. Hey, look, Steve Nagel.
Council President, I'll yield to Councilman Brescher.
Councilmember Brescher. Yeah, Steve is on the line. All right, go ahead, Councilman Brescher, real quick.
Yes, I just had one question for that. I know we were talking on email about what Charlie was just talking about. Did the clerk get to verify the signatures yet?
Not done yet.
They haven't completed them yet, so we got to make sure of that percent, and it's not completed.
All right, thank you.
The process should be completed by Monday. Charlie should hear from me and the council.
Right. All signatures have to be verified. You know how that is. At all. Okay, I'm sorry, Steve Nagel. That's not your time. That was Mr. Brescher's time.
My pleasure, Council President.
Councilmember Brescher.
I certainly won't use my entire allotment and will yield back the rest. I once again just want to talk to the council about the importance of supporting and promoting Edison residents' participation in the 2020 census. Our participation rate countywide is 64.4% of the populace. And unless we can start getting more of our residents responding and replying, we're going to lose tens of thousands of dollars in legislative representation. So I'd like to ask the members of our council that in their presentations in the public, and if we can possibly add it to publications that come out from the municipality, to put just a short blurb in there reminding people to fill out their census forms. It is so very important. COVID kind of like bowled it right over. But if you remember the last census count, we lost a national representative in Congress. And I sure as hate would hate to have that happen again, because when we lose representation, Edison loses power and abilities to receive services. So so badly needs it. So, Madam Council President, thank you so much for allowing me to address the council. I yield back my time, and everyone, please be safe and wash your hands.
All right, who's next on here? Who is it? John. John? John?
Yep, I'm here.
All right. Name and address. Name and address.
Sure. My name is John Shu, 219 West Shirley Avenue. Just want to lend my support to the community choice aggregation, as well as what Charlie spoke about earlier. I know this. This program has benefited both Piscataway and New Brunswick. Actually, Piscataway has passed it. It hasn't been implemented yet, but I know the energy prices have gone down in New Brunswick, and I support giving residents an option to have access to renewable energy and to have a negotiate as with the bulk purchase. So I think it's a good idea and will benefit our town.
Thank you, sir. Next.
ABBA.
Who?
ABHA, ABBA.
ABHA?
Yes, hi, this is Abha Devrajan, 143 Jefferson Boulevard.
Okay.
I'm calling in support of the Community Choice Energy Aggregation Program because I think it's no surprise at this point that we do need renewable energy sources. We can't keep using fossil fuel. So it'll be nice for us to get our energy through renewable sources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
1778.
Who?
1778.
1778?
Oh, that's the last.
178?
Hello.
Who are you?
Hi.
Who are you?
My name is Crystal. Crystal.
My name is Crystal.
Yes. Hi. I don't live in Edison yet, but I will be moving there. My closing is on Monday. And I was just trying to find out if I came in late to the council meeting. I don't know if you guys covered anything on the agenda from 1 to 12. I've been only hearing about water.
Well, we did talk about 1 to 12, but that seemed to be the topic that stayed around for a long time.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You wanted to say anything about? Okay. All right.
I really don't. I'm a part of the Affordable Home Program, and I just wanted to see if it was voted on.
The water?
No. No, the Affordable Home.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That passed. That passed
okay,
through.
Perfect. Yes. That's what I needed to know.
That did go through.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Next.
James Monroe.
James Monroe, is that the James Monroe that gave the wrong address or no?
I don't know, but he can talk now.
James Monroe, your address?
I gave my address earlier. So Councilwoman Joyce.
Somebody gave the wrong address, and I'm just trying to figure out who it is because they gave the address, I think, of the mayor.
Yeah. So did you delete your Facebook account? You're not going to answer that? Miss Joyce, you going to answer that?
Excuse me, James Monroe, are you going to give me the honest address of you? Because you're making up addresses, because you made up an address last time, okay?
Up an address?
Made up an address, so if you can't be honest and give the full address, then I can't speak with you.
That is against the law. Where's the attorney?
That's good. I have an option. I don't have to speak at all. That's not against the law for me not to speak.
So I'll continue then.
Just keep on saying what
you're in violation of the law because that your Facebook account is public record, And if you don't believe me, there was a lawsuit recently in Mercer County against Mayor Kelly Adie, which she lost, and it's costing the taxpayers over $40,000. Sam Joshi, you have 2 accounts. Do you have anybody blocked on those accounts?
I have 2 accounts. What's it called? Sorry, it's so late. The Facebook account that I use for all my government and political work, I have 3 bots that are blocked, and those are the only 3.
Well, you shouldn't have anything blocked. Both your accounts are public record. The court case with Kelly Adie, she tried saying that it wasn't a public account. The judge said, you answer or you put one thing up there about the public, it is now a public record. So I did a public records request requesting your stuff. I still haven't gotten it yet. Let's see. Before there was only 4 people here. Is that still a quorum? Where's the attorney at?
I'm right here, sir.
Did you have a quorum before?
We've had a quorum all night. I'm
There's
looking
like 4
right
people
now
on the
at
floor.
1, 2, 3, 4. We have at least 4 council people.
Well, before there was only 4 in the room. Where's the attorney at?
All you need is 4, sir. I am the attorney.
Okay. And Councilmember Joyce, nobody cares that you're a senior. I yield my time.
Thanks for being very rude and nasty. Thank you.
Aishwana Devaraha. Aishwara.
Who is it?
Aishwara.
Aishwara?
Oh, hi. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, could you please say your name to me, because I don't want to say anybody's name incorrectly, so please state it.
Sure. Aishwarya Devrajan, 143 Jefferson Boulevard.
Thank you.
So hi, council members. I would just like to express my support in regards to the Community Choice Energy Aggregation Program, as spoken about earlier, which was submitted by petition and sponsored by the Food and Water Watch. So it allows the municipalities or counties to purchase electricity for their residents in bulk, while local utility continues to provide billing and maintain power lines through existing service network. So I'm sure you all know that New Jersey's air is among the most polluted in the county, and at this point, I don't think we can afford to continue these harmful and damaging systems as normal. The Community Choice Energy Aggregation Program will bring us one step closer to sustaining on 100% renewable energy, and Edison, as the 5th largest township in the state, already known for our great environmental initiatives, should continue to be at the forefront of environmental sustainability for the health and safety of our community. This program has worked in many other communities, as stated before, such as Piscataway, New Brunswick, Livingston, Maplewood, and Glen Rock, and it's offered residents cheaper and cleaner energy than what they're currently getting. And anyone can still choose to opt out of the program, as said earlier, and continue receiving energy from their current provider. Therefore, I feel it's truly a win for everyone and urge the council to approve the Community Choice Energy Aggregation Program. Thank you, and I yield my time back to the council.
Okay, thank you. We need a motion to go past 11:33 now. Anybody want to make a motion?
Motion to go past.
I mean, what's your amount of time now, Councilmember Coyle? What's your amount of time?
Do we try 15 minutes and see if we get through the 15 minutes? I think we're at the end.
We need more than 15.
There's like a ton of people there, Councilman Coyle. You'll have to at least go for 30 minutes.
30, then I didn't see that. I'm sorry. Then 30 minutes, Council President, recommendation.
Second.
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Okay, Councilmember Brusher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Deal.
He said yes.
He said yes.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Joshi.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Council President Chip Freeman.
Yes.
Esther Morgan is next.
Who we got next?
Esther Barkin.
Who?
Esther Borkan.
Okay. Okay. Esther Barkin?
Esther?
Esther Barkin?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I'm Esther Barkin at 114 Dunham Avenue, and I also speaking in support of the community choice aggregation petition that was previously submitted to council. I am one of the petitioners. As the fifth largest township in New Jersey, Edison should be in the forefront of environmental sustainability, leading the way. And the CCA program is an economical way for our residents to segue into 100% renewable energy at an affordable, cost-cutting price. The American Lung Association rated Middlesex County an F for smog pollution because as a township at the crossroads of many highways, which the mayor touted as being great for our economy, but it's also bringing polluted air into our communities and adversely affecting our health. So we need to do more to eliminate fossil fuel energy use and move quickly to 100% renewables. Edison will be joining many other communities that Ashwaria previously mentioned, our neighbors Piscataway and New Brunswick, as well as Livingston, Maplewood, and Glen Rock. And I think that's just the beginning because it is the path we must take. I urge the council to approve the community choice aggregation proposal. Be a leader in the state, show our residents and business community that you are concerned about their health and well-being, and offer this opportunity to bring affordable, clean energy to Edison. And acting now should prevent more costly interventions down the road. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next. Next.
Brett Baker.
Brett Baker.
Good evening, Council President, Council. Brett Baker, 140 Grandview Avenue. A few things tonight. One, Council President Ship Freeman, I would like to echo your comments about the Human Relations Commission. I think there's a lot of really great work being done in surrounding communities to address an issue that only a few council members have addressed publicly. And I do think that an opportunity for a Human Relations Commission to resurge and come back to this community would be a really great thing. Speaking of that, I'd like to tip my hat to Councilman Joshi and Councilman Coyle for engaging me in some pretty tough conversations over the last couple of weeks related to the state of affairs. Through the Council President to the Clerk, a question, are council member addresses correct on the website?
Awesome. Yes.
Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure. Council President Ship Freeman, I just wanted to see, did you see my email I had sent a few weeks ago? I just hadn't received a response from you and was just curious. I just want to make sure that I had sent it to the right email address, which was the purpose of that question. And lastly, thanks to Chief Brian, I think with all this, I'm sorry, it's my time still, thank you. And to Chief Brian, I think, again, an appreciation to you. I appreciate your time that you've taken over the last few weeks as well. I tip my hat to the police department and thank you for taking the time the other day to speak with me as well. And thank you for the time.
Next.
Christo.
Did everyone else speak already?
Hi, Christo, South Edison.
All right.
Am I recognized?
Yes, you are, sir.
All right. In a combined meeting, I'm asking Lawyer Northgrave, in a combined meeting, if I'm kicked out in the first meeting under the Sunshine Law, aren't you required to allow me back in the second portion of the meeting since they're considered two separate meetings?
I'm not going to answer any hypotheticals. Until you get kicked out of the first one, we're not going to worry about whether you need to come back to the second one.
Okay, well, it was a legitimate question. If anybody gets, for anybody, but okay, I'm just trying to learn and understand things. I did open request who Joshi has blocked on both accounts publicly. It says 3 people, but on his private profile, he does have me blocked, and it's not showing that, so I'm going to do another open request. I applied for Human Relations Committee. I hope you accept me. God bless Steve Nagel do the census. I want to question the town clerk in Marlena. I need 3 recall petitions whenever you guys have time. It's not important. If you guys can get me ready, 3 recall petitions, 1 for the mayor and two for 2 council people. Thank you. Why did Sam Joshi not allow my public submissions to be read? Why did Lawyer Northgrave allow that? And town council president, you should have shut that down. They should have allowed just like you guys said, you said, it's like somebody comes up to the podium to speak. So it's like I was censored, and you used the police as the sergeant at arms at a meeting to have me removed, technically. Allow me, that's discrimination. On December 11, Sam Joshi promised to release the identity of fingerprints on the racist flyers. He still hasn't. Over $20,000 was paid to investigate it. The public has a right to know what's going on. Sam Joshi, I believe you're covering up for Mayor Lanke and people at the Edison Democratic Organization. At one meeting, I asked Gomez if Sam Khan was employed. He said no, that was the wrong thing to ask. I then asked if he was on the planning board. He said no, but I do believe that Sam Khan did serve on one of the boards, and he did make some controversial statements. I want to know, on public record, Sam Joshi, I want to know what his connection to the business Lanke Associates. I would like AJ Patil to testify at the committee of the whole. He promised he would after the election. Now it's after the election, and I think he should testify. So back to what I asked earlier. In a combined meeting, if a person's kicked out in the first portion of the meeting under the Sunshine Law, wouldn't you be required to allow them back in the second portion, Lawyer Northgrave? And I'm just asking, as someone trying to learn things?
Yeah, but this isn't the forum for me to teach you about what the Sunshine Law advocates. It's a hypothetical question, and as you know from attending meetings, I'm not going to address hypothetical questions.
But you are my lawyer, and it's not hypothetical. It's happened before, but I understand. I've seen flyers in North Edison. They were made by a few Indian people. I know who they are. That Sharik Ahmad has 2 sexual assault cases, and I would like you guys, because he was kicked out of the State House as Karabinchak's chief of staff for lifetime. And I would like to.
Jim, shut his microphone off. He's not.
No, that's illegal, sir. That's illegal.
So now, who's next?
Gentleman named Michael.
A gentleman named Michael. A gentleman named Michael. Michael?
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, I forgot to unmute. Councilman Coyle, I would like to thank you for extending the motion to continue this public forum. I also that dude before is off his whacker, and I'm sorry you guys have to deal with bullshit like that. But I want to have
the same rule is going to apply to you. The reason he got shut down is because he was talking about other people that had nothing to do with this council. I'd ask you not to run down anybody either.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'd like to briefly discuss the police. I'm sure, that's been on everybody's minds. I'm sure that during this public forum, this has been discussed a lot. I want to understand, after all the recent events that have happened countrywide and the protests and police brutality, what is Edison doing to, look into improving the police force. And I want to step back and say I've had nothing but great experiences with all the police in Edison, and I have nothing but respect. But I would like to know, how are we looking at any improvements in the police, if we are looking at any improvements in the police?
Council President?
Excuse me?
Council President is the chief.
Brian, yes.
Can you hear me?
I know you put out a statement and everything. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Well, basically, we're mandated by the Attorney General's office and also the Middlesex County Prosecutor's office to train in use of force, race relations. There's a whole myriad of training that we must go through. And we actually set the standard and exceed the standards that the AG requires us to train in. These mechanisms have been put into place, and the policies and procedures have been put into place over a decade ago. So what happened across the country, we certainly cannot paint all police officers with that broad brush.
Absolutely.
But that won't happen here. And I do appreciate, sir, your kind words towards our police department. I am very proud of the men and women that put their lives on the line 24 hours a day for the residents of Edison Township.
I absolutely have, nothing but respect. I understand it is a difficult job, but I do believe there is a lot of room for improvement. And I understand that previously in back in 2010 and before, Edison was known as a very corrupt police department. And it's been, as a longtime resident, it's been great to see how the township has cleaned up the police issue. And I'm very glad to hear that, we have taken these steps, but at the same time, I hope we are not becoming complacent, and I hope that we are still looking at the path forward in how we can continue to improve police and community relations. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to close the public portion? No, not yet. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. One more person?
Two more. Jim
Two
Jones.
more? Who?
Jim Jones.
Jim Jones.
Jim Jones?
Jim Jones?
Just be mindful of fictitious names.
Yes. Okay, next.
Yep.
I'm getting fictitious names and addresses all of a sudden tonight. I don't know why. Maybe because of the time of the hour. Thank you, Councilman Joshi.
Yeah, I think Anthony Dameron.
Anthony Dameron's next.
Anthony Dameron. Okay, let's go.
Yes, Council President.
Yes.
First off, as far as Food and Water Watch, I'll start here. I worked side by side with Food and Water Watch, along with many others. We actually made history with Food and Water Watch. I was not on this petition drive. I was not involved. However, how it was explained to me, I would support that. I like the fact that you can opt out. Residents can opt out. But any business, with Food and Water Watch, I support. It was a pleasure doing business with them. So I wish them the best. Council President, it's really sad though that, we should be, all the things that are going on. We got 8% municipal tax increases coming, 22% water increases coming, and we got to sit here and deal with some of the bull crap. First of all, the individual that called you a racist the other day, I would like for him, all right, come down to the next council meeting, tap me on the shoulder and say, introduce yourself to me. I'd like to talk to you, all right? And nobody defends you, Council President. This idea, somebody's got to put an end to this. It is disgusting how it goes, what goes on here, all right? You can't even talk about real serious issues, but you got to deal with these off-the-cuff comments regarding people being racist. And I would defend every single one of you guys up there if it was said to you. It is ridiculous. It was absolutely disgusting that we got to deal with this, considering the fact that what we're up against. Also, I just want to remind people that they can go to Middlesex County College regarding the municipal budget meeting. I believe the mayor is going to be doing a presentation there. Can you just let us know again the time, the location for residents to come out? I actually encourage them to go out if they're going to be able. I believe they're going to be able to ask the mayor questions. Can you just give that time again?
Okay, I want to let you know it's Monday, June 29th at Middlesex County College at 6 p.m. at the Performing Arts Building. I believe that's where we had the big water discussions about Suez back at that time. I believe
Yes.
you're big, so it's going to be there. And all the information, all the rest of the information you would need would be on the website.
All right, and they listen. They could also go to the Edison Now Facebook page. We'll have it up there as well. So I appreciate it, Council President. You guys have a good night.
And I thank you very much. I started to say councilman. You might be one day. I thank you very much, Mr. Deamarin. Thank you.
Jim Jones is back. We try him again.
Who else?
Jim Jones. Jim?
Yeah.
Jim Jones, address.
You guys are in violation of Losman versus Riviera Beach, Florida, by kicking people out of the council meeting, because it's a public meeting, and that Losman versus Riviera Beach of Florida is a Supreme Court case. So you guys are in violation of that. You guys just kicked out Christo for quote unquote talking about whatever he wanted. He's allowed to. That's his time to talk. And if you look up that lawyer, you'll see that they lost because he was talking about stuff that they didn't want to talk about, and they arrested him. So please make sure if these guys are violating ethics, to contact that organization with the state police, the professional standards and ethics. They will look into this, and you guys are recording this, correct?
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
We are recording it.
Excellent, because it's going to be sent up to the New Jersey State Police, and they can look at you guys violating the law, and the lawyer allows it. You guys are just.
Oh, that was an accident.
Hold on.
Watch.
This is the same individual that's got another 6 minutes. So I don't.
That was an accident.
Yeah,
I apologize.
No, but he's on the videos in the Freeholder and in Carteret. I don't know who he is, but he's like filming Christo, and then every once in a while you see his face.
Yeah, it seems to be the same person. Repeatedly talking under.
Is that illegal?
I think the only, and I defer to the council naturally, but it seems the only legitimate caller left would be Brett Baker.
I'm a legitimate caller.
As a rebuttal.
I'm a legitimate caller.
Baker rebuttal?
I would, yeah, that's fine, sir. Thank you.
Am I a person?
I have no idea who you are, sir. I'm pretty sure you've talked about 3 or 4 times already, though.
I didn't talk 3 or 4 times. What are you talking about?
That's what it sounds very familiar, sir. So, Council President.
What are you talking about?
I would.
Excuse me, sir. Bill, yeah, I think we have.
And Council President Joyce, you sitting there with your arms folded, horrible body language, and did you not have an image of 3 people holding up a white guy's head, beheaded?
Let's
what?
Take care of that. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Baker's gone, unfortunately. Christo has talked several times. James Monroe has talked several times. Mr. Baker's gone and back and gone. And then he's back. And then, again, it's council's discretion, but I think we've heard everyone that we need to hear from this evening.
But Brett Baker's hand is raised right now.
Yeah, Brett Baker, he gets, I think he's still entitled to another rebuttal.
Rebuttal. He's got a 3-minute rebuttal. 3 minutes.
Yeah.
3-minute rebuttal.
Apologies for all the up and down. Sorry, my phone was glitching out. It was just a quick question. I remember like a year or so ago, there was an ordinance being worked on about the improper use of the township logo, and I just wanted to see if that was if there was ever any action taken on that.
There was I believe, a resolution adopted, Mr. Baker, that allows the use of the township logo with the mayor's permission. I have seen that there was a use. I'm not sure that there was, or I haven't been able to get to the bottom yet of whether there was permission, but I am aware of at least one use So for whatever that's worth to you.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. It was just a question because the use of it was being promoted by a longtime donor of the mayor, and so I just was, just curious, how that process worked. I hope it wasn't on behalf of the mayor or the township or anything like that, and so just wanted to ensure that, hoping that it was a process that just wasn't followed. Thank you. Have a good night, Gal. Thank you for all that you all are doing, and obviously a very difficult meeting.
Thank you. Anyone else? Is anyone else?
Motion
I
to
make a
close
motion.
the public portion.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right.
You need a motion.
Yeah, we had a motion to adjourn. He seconded. So
No, that was not closed.
that was the
Now you
close
got
of
your
public.
motion.
Now I need to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, everybody. Hey, you guys are at home. Lucky you.